can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest sport in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by bwin. Play for real at the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Event number 11 at the World Series of Poker, 39th edition here in Las Vegas at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. You can always tell if a guy is somebody if he has one name. Think of Pele, think of Madonna, think of Cher. Now I have Khan. I'm Howard David. Welcome you to the broadcast.
Thank you, Howard.
You are the reason why we have new rules. They don't like the entertainment. We don't like animation. We don't like excitement. We don't. It's like the NFL, the no fun league. Well, I guess they made the con rule now, huh?
Yeah, you know, I mean, rules get made and they're meant to be broken, but I can promise you I probably won't be the guy to make it broken, but it's probably a good thing. You might see 50 cons out there if they don't have that rule.
Good point. What we have today is a 5,000 no-limit hold'em shootout. At the risk of getting down to the basics, let's talk about what a shootout is, other than the fact that we know each player here of the 6 has already won 2 tables. And so the only way you get here is by winning a table, and you do it twice. So we have 6 players here that have done an awful lot already, and they're all going to start with $1 million in chips.
That's very true. And I actually entered this tournament myself. It started out as a 9-handed format, and the winner went on to the next round, which was 6-handed, and now we're down to a final table of 6. As each round goes on, the amount of chips increases, as do the blinds. So, per se, you start with about a 50 big blind stack, and you have to do what you can to accumulate everything without losing and winning.
It's a substantial amount of money for the entry at $5,000. The field size was 360 in a pool of just about $1.7 million. This is a brand-new event for 2008, so a never-ending battle to find something new, entertaining, interesting, exciting for the players.
Exactly.
They came up with another idea.
And the 6-max format also induces more action. So with the new online breed of players playing more aggressive, it makes things a lot more fast-paced.
Here's what we have in the way of payouts. They're playing for $477,990 to the winner. A massive difference in the structure of the payout. So you don't want to be the first, certainly not the second or the third guy out. But once we get to the third position, the money gets significant.
Absolutely. As you can notice, from 6th to 5th, it's only a 30,000 difference or less. 5th to 4th, about another 50,000. But right when you hit 3rd and 2nd, it's at least 100,000, if not 120,000. So in most tournaments, if you make top 3, in my opinion, I believe you've already won the tournament.
What do we expect in this game, a game of shootout? Do we expect a fast-paced game? Do we play a game of let's wait and see? Do we feel each other out? How do you see this?
I see it as it depends upon who's sitting at the table, because how that person at the table feels he wants to attack the table is how the table's going to go out. And that's why the best players are always the ones that are the best at picking up on player tendencies and player flow.
So let's look at the players. Let's find out who they are. We seated in seat number 1 from Vancouver is Greg Mueller, and I would think it's fair to say that he is the guy to watch.
Absolutely. He's a full-tilt professional. A professional poker player, his 3rd World Series final table. Canadian.
His closest finish to a second in the World Series of Poker at No Limit Hold'em Championship, the Mixed Hold'em Championship, where he took over $300,000, took it home. In seat number 2 is an interesting guy. I had a chance to spend a little time with him about 10 minutes ago. Thomas Roop, Smokey, as he is nicknamed, which is an odd nickname because his full-time job is that of a banker. He's not a professional poker player per se. He doesn't play. He only plays on the weekends by his own admission. So here's a guy that's got a job, a real job. He's not doing this for a lark. He thinks he's got a good chance to do well.
Well, you know what? A couple days ago, a friend of mine who doesn't play a lot took down the 1,500 No Limit Hold'em event. So in these kind of things, with enough luck, if you have the luck, you can take it down.
In seat number 3, Philip Tom, who lives right here in Las Vegas, his first World Series of Poker final table appearance. Talk about playing your first final table and how intimidating it is.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I managed to final table the main event last year, and that was my first big thing ever. And I was shaking. I was trembling. And I took down 5 Red Bulls, and then the trembling stopped. I don't know what he's going to have to do, but whatever it is, I hope he does it.
In seat number 4 is Leo Wolpert from Fairfax, Virginia. He's made 2 cashes so far in this year's World Series of Poker. but this will be his highest cash prize, regardless of where he fits by just getting to this final table. You know a little something about Leo. Have you played against him?
I know Leo. Leo's a good friend of mine, a very big online winning cash game player and tournament player. And I know for a fact that he's not afraid to put it in. He's not afraid to bluff. And he also plays a very, very solid game. He's not reckless. I would say, if anything, him and Tim West are the favorites to take this down. They're both very profitable, very good, profitable online poker players.
Speaking of Tim West, he would be seated in seat number 5, no stranger to playing poker, gaining his first cash for this year's World Series of Poker last Tuesday, No Limit Hold'em. This is his second final table appearance, and it would be his 18th cash at the World Series.
He's amazing. Arguably one of the best online No Limit Hold'em tournament players there is. Going into this tournament, I feel confident that he deserves what he's here right now, and him and Leah Wolpart will be battling it out for sure, especially in the 6-max format, where they can play any format, full ring, heads up, or short-handed. Tim favors more of a tight, aggressive style, and being that Leo's more of the loose aggressive, we may see a polar clashing going on here.
In seat number 6, and only because I haven't had the chance to speak to him at length, Siros Jamshidi, who lives in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a professional who's made over $1 million. His closest finish to a World Series of Poker bracelet was a 4th place finish in last year's Pot Limit Omaha event. So with this being a new event, here's Siros and everybody else at this table with a brand new event. How do you adjust?
I don't think he's going to have much problem adjusting, but because I've played with a guy in several events, and I know he got deep in that Omaha when I managed to watch it. Very nice guy, very professional, and he has enough experience from what I know to take this down. I'm confident in his ability.
Here's the shootout rules, a single table format, certainly. You had to win a table, or actually you had to win 2 tables to advance, and they have already won 2 preliminary rounds to reach this final table as the players start to gather around the final table here for this 5,000 No Limit Hold'em event. Let me get off the track here just for a second, if I can, Con, and from the standpoint of talking about the main event. The main event now is going to have a dramatic change. They'll assemble the final table in July. We won't play the final table in November. I know you've got some thoughts about this dramatic change, and so do I. I'd like to hear yours first.
It's a very basic one. When you get yourself ready for this event, you have a 1-day break after you make the final table, and then you begin. But here, you're going to have to wait 4 months. Now, I like the fact that it's going to make the poker game grow. It's kind of like its own reality kind of show. They interview the players. It's going to be like totally blown up, and it may make the game grow really big. But on the flip side, for your competitive poker player, when he finally reaches that table, he has a certain momentum going. He had the cards to propel him there, and now he will not have the momentum, the steam anymore. His life might change. He may pick up endorsements and sponsors. He may decide that he doesn't like poker anymore, knowing that no matter what, in 4 months, he's guaranteed at least a really high minimum payout. So he may just lose his interest, you know? I mean, what happens if the person dies or something? I mean, do you replace him? You let his brother play? I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Here's the feeling I have about that, and what you have brought up. There are a couple of positives and some negatives. One of the positives I see, in the last couple of years, a lot of young players have come into the event, and so they're unknown by the professionals. The unknown players know a little bit something about the professionals. This is the great equalizer, and I think this rule was made to satisfy the players, particularly the pros, more than the amateur players, from the standpoint of, now we have the same amount of time to prepare for our opponents that you had. We didn't know you before. We know you now.
I like that. I think it's really good.
So I look at this, and I believe that 2008 has become the year of the professional, just judging by what David Singer has already won a bracelet. Eric Lindgren has already won a bracelet. We're seeing the return of some of the name players winning bracelets, something that was missing the last couple of years.
Sure, in a tournament format, you have competitive players. When the luck comes their way, they'll win a tournament too, just like the online players will win a tournament too.
Now, here I've outlined, just as far as the main event is concerned, now you spend 4 months researching every player at that table. You are going to be more prepared to play in this event than you've ever been before. I can't see it as anything else but a positive for the players.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I mean, if they prepare for it, sure. But, I mean, I think you said it favors the professional. I feel it favors the amateur because a professional, no matter what he's going to do, is make every effort to prepare for the table. But an amateur who got luck to get there will now have a much bigger advantage. going into the final table, he's going to hire coaches, he's going to play more online, he's going to get more experience in, and he'll prepare himself for it. I think even though it helps the pros get themselves an advantage against the unknown actually can learn how to play the game if he just came here for a vacation and managed to final table something.
Well, I mean, the basic idea from a marketing standpoint is to introduce poker to the uninitiated around the country. And so they're going to spend 4 months talking about who the final 9 players are and expose the game a little bit more than it was before. And furthermore, you won't know who the winner is until November, where in the past, when it was televised, you already knew who the winner was. Now you won't.
It's good. I think it kind of draws in the whole Survivor, like NBC reality, MTV type show in, and everybody can live the dream of getting far in a tournament, live the dream of being far in an ESPN tournament, live the dream of being on a reality type show all in one. So it's not just poker, it's sort of a life dream experience.
Well, when you make a dramatic change, as we're talking about here, generally there's going to be a positive and a negative, and the line's going to be divided in and who's for it and who's against it. But at the end of the day, if you continue to do the status quo, you get a little bored a little bit. So now we're twisting it, and any time a new idea is introduced, there's always going to be an immediate backlash. I mean, just think about the days of Columbus. He went to Queen Isabella, and he says, I'm going to go discover the new world. And she said, get lost. So you've got to try something new every single day. So they're trying something new. What's wrong with it? That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, why not? Change is always a good thing.
Sometimes it's not, but here we are in the 5,000 no-limit hold'em shootout, and the 6 players are just about being assembled. You can see them. Actually, they're filling out some information on themselves. Hopefully we'll get to that. In the meantime, we should tell you that this is one of 55 events that goes on at the World Series of Poker. Of the 55 events, how many have you played in?
I've played 7 no-limit hold'em events so far.
This year?
Yeah, 6 no-limit hold'em events and 1 of the 10,000 pot limit hold'em.
Your favorite is?
No-limit hold'em by far. I like the 1,500 fields. It has the most amount of people, the nicest people that want to get to know the game, and I have no problem talking with anybody in the table. I love expressing my ideas on the game. I love expressing a bad beat story. I love expressing everything with everybody.
When I watched, there's 2 events that intrigue me. Number 1 is the main event. Number 2 is the 50,000 horse event, because there's a true test of poker, and the winner of that generally is conceded as the best poker player in the world.
I mean, you could say that, but the way the game is developed, you could say that one tournament doesn't really mean anything. If anything, I think it tests somebody's confidence in putting $50,000 down to play against only good players in a series of games. It may test your might, but in the end, the amount of luck involved in winning a tournament, I don't think it judges much skill at all, to be honest.
All right, well, we're going to get set for this 5,000 no-limit hold'em shootout event in just a minute. Players now are gathering around the table, and we'll be able to shuffle up and deal in just a bit. But first, let's take this break.
How important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Be win. the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Bergson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Played in every World Series of poker.
Well, there's about 5 minutes left before we start this shootout event, a 5,000 no-limit shootout event. Howard David and Khan sitting alongside. We've talked about the main event and the changes being made there in terms of the presentation. And also, kiddingly, I suggested that the new celebration rule was because of you. But there are several other rule changes. Intentional stalling, as an example, now will carry a fine.
Really? Intentional stalling?
Intentional stalling.
Is that specifically towards money bubble situations or final table bubble situations?
It's probably more along the lines of stalling rather than making a bet or calling a bet or raising a bet or folding. I think it has to do with that. So that's, again, another one of the rule changes. This is the one rule I love, the F-bomb rule.
I actually have a story about that. In 2006, the first time I played the main event, I won a package online at PokerStars.
Yeah, the F-bomb rule is quite obviously what it is. Do we have to be any more graphic than what it is?
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that you don't need it. There's no place for it. I mean, yeah, you lose your temper at the table. I understand that. You get angry at another player. I understand that. Certainly, we've seen Mattisau and Hellmuth and the Sheik get involved from time to time in some verbal altercation, but there's just no place for the abusive language. You can get your point across in a better way.
It's funny you talk about Mattisau, actually. You know, he recently had a giant prop bet with Ted Forrest for $100,000 to lose a certain amount of weight, and he didn't. I saw him. He was at my table yesterday in the 2,500, and he was so thin. I was like, oh, my God, what happened to you? It's like he imploded.
Now, I saw him the other day, and I didn't get that. I thought he had lost some weight, but it wasn't like he had lost this ton that everybody was talking about. The other bet, and last night I worked with Rick Fuller, and Rick had a bet with Gavin Smith where they bet on who won't shave before September the 1st or something.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So, and the other thing, another rule change, phones have to be silenced during play. You can't use iPhone. You can use iPhones, Trios, Blackberries. You cannot, I should say, cannot use iPhones, Trios, or Blackberries. Anything that's able to access the internet, which makes obvious sense.
Right. You have extra information that your opponents can have, and you can just cheat, and you cannot have that at all. Absolutely not.
Now, here's the most bizarre rule change. A no food break for tournaments that start at 5 o'clock.
Wow. So I guess that means you have to have dinner at 4 p.m.?
Pretty much. You got to have the early bird special.
Well, I mean, at least that way you won't gain weight. You're not supposed to eat food at night anyway, right? Not even a snack on a cracker? I mean, come on. Glass of water.
No food breaks during the tournament. They didn't say you can't eat at the table.
Oh. You see, that's actually interesting because when I come to the table, I come with a giant bowl of fruit, and I take a couple bites to keep my focus up. But, I mean, who wants to do that? I mean, people usually rush in here anyway. You know, they wake up late and they come here. They want to register in time. They miss a couple levels. People don't have time to bring food to the table.
I think we finally have all 6 players gathered around the table in various stages of readiness. And so now I think we have finally gotten to the I think Robbie Thompson is making the introduction. So let's go to the table, shall we, and hook up with Robbie.
Six-handed event. We started at 360 players. We're down to 6. They will
all right,
all
we're going to hold it here until we get set to do the individual introductions, which we've already talked about briefly. We are looking at a scenario where the person that wins this check is going to make himself $477,990. Significant amount of money just for showing up. You're going to make 38, which isn't bad for a $5,000 investment. But once you get to the final table, you and I both know, and you know better than I, that you want to win it all because of the bracelet.
Oh, absolutely. It's a sign of pride, a sign of a trophy that you've accomplished not only just a run of good luck, but you have something to show that if you feel it was all skillful, you have solid, tangible proof that you are the champion.
Greg Mueller is the favorite, currently living in Vancouver, British Columbia. His 3rd appearance at a World Series of Poker final table. His closest finish, 2nd in the 2007 World Series of Poker No Limit Hold'em World Championship Mixed Hold'em. He has taken home something like $300,000. He can better that number today. But he is the guy to watch in terms of if you're looking for a favorite.
I might actually go with Leo Wolpart and Timothy West. I'm fully confident that either one of them are going to win this bracelet.
You want to bet?
Sure. Let's do it. Let's make a bet.
Can we do that? Can we have action at the broadcast position? I guess we can. But we won't because you know a lot more about these guys than I.
We can do Indian rub burns for the loser. Indian rub burns for the loser.
The excitement that goes. I just took a walk through the Amazon room a little while ago, and they are in the first stages of the Ladies' Championship, and all eyes focused on Jennifer Tilly, because she's a little pleasing to the eye, so I understand that.
Oh, and she's an awesome actor too. I'm terrified of Child's Play, and I didn't see the movie she was in, The Bride of Chucky. I'm glad I didn't too, because there's only good images of Jennifer Tilly. I wouldn't want to see killer murderer image as well, because she seems to be quite the murderer at the table as well. I've played with her a couple times too. Very aggressive. She doesn't fold.
Men or women, the more aggressive poker player?
I'm going to go with men purely because of experience, not because of sexual orientation or anything like that.
I heard a lot more noise coming from the Women's Championship than I ever heard from any men's event.
Maybe they're just here to have fun.
Oh, good, and playing for an awful lot of money as well. We'll have that on Tuesday, I believe, the Women's Championship. The guy that we know very little about, Cyrus Jamshidi, who's living in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, has a 4th place finish in Pot Limit Omaha. Regardless of his finish today, he'll go over $1 million in tournament winnings, which is a nice level.
That's very good. I guess if you have the $1 million mark, it's a sign that you've made it up there. Everybody wants to be the $1 million man.
And as long as you got to tell Uncle Sam, which is the negative. But it is what it is, and we're about set for the beginning of this game today, the 5,000 No Limit Hold'em Shootout. It is a shootout, therefore every single player starts with $1 million in chips. It's a 5,000 buy-in. They've each won 2 tables to get here, and I believe now we are just about ready to go to the table. So let's do that. Let's go to the table, and we'll shuffle up, we'll deal, and we'll get ready to rock and roll.
Right behind the cameraman.
With an ante of 3,000, blinds are 10,000, 20,000, shuffle up and deal. Good luck to all.
Blinds are 10 and 20, and the ante is 3,000. How does that impact in the early going? Probably not very much.
No, it's the same.
10, 20,000 with a million chips?
Exactly the same.
We're looking at about
10 times.
Oh,
times 10.
probably.
No, it's
500 big blinds each. Very deep stack play.
100,000
But with antes introduced and the aggressive players of the table, such as Leo Wolpart and Tim West and Greg Mueller, I'm pretty confident you might see an all-in pot in the first 30 minutes.
Really?
If you get big hand against a big hand, absolutely. The game has changed so much. People are ready to put it in. People are ready to defend their buttons.
Tim West will be on the button, so the first action will be Thomas Roop. Thomas on the right side.
Tim has elected to fold his button here. He's a tight, aggressive player. It doesn't surprise me. He won't want to open the button with complete napkin garbage, but, you know, decent hands. Mostly suited broadways, high pairs, all aces.
Sirius raises. Makes it 30,000 to go.
2.5 times the bet in the big blind. I prefer more of a 3 times the big blind bet. Mueller would be getting good odds to call anything here or even re-raise, and he has position in the hand. And being an experienced player, I think Sirius, if he's going to raise, would be in much better shape if he made a 3 times the big blind raise, pricing out a lot of hands. Mueller could practically call it anything here and just represent whatever he wants, because if Sirius decides to check if he doesn't have it, then Mueller can take the pot away from him. And you don't want FBT to be on tilt, because that's his nickname, full-blown tilt.
So Mueller contemplating. He re-raises. So re-raises at 65 to 115,000.
Investing about 1/10 of his stack here. If he's re-raised here, he can easily fold. He's not committed at all. And it's a very good play because Sirius now either calls and has to re-raise. Calling is not exactly bad because they have a lot of chips, but then again, Mueller has the complete advantage here.
So Greg Mueller will take down the first pot.
A very good play by Greg Mueller. If he had deuce 3 off, I like the play as well. I mean, no matter what, he has position in the hand, and in the tournament format, people fold a lot more, especially if they're inexperienced.
Sirius will be on the button. Philip Tom will be the first to act out of seat number 3. Philip living right here in Las Vegas. Philip with the striped shirt, left of your screen. He lays it down.
Leo folds. Tim West is going to fold.
That comes around to Greg once again. He calls the small blind.
Usually the intention here is to play a small pot and bet any flop regardless of what he has here.
There's the flop, ace 4-9.
It's a very high chance he's going to bet this flop here. About 4/5 the pot. Might about see about 40K bet. Okay.
So Greg wins the second pot.
It's 1/3 of the pot here. I'm not too sure. I guess maybe he had a pair of aces here, trying to get value out of it. But normally people would try to bet bigger to price people out of bet at calling with a 4 or calling with anything with the intention of stealing on the turn.
Yeah.
So Greg Mueller off to a fast start. He's won the first 2 hands.
Leo's going to start here under the gun. Very common strategy to change your stealing from late position to early position to represent a big hand.
Leo from Fairfax, Virginia.
Greg pitches the button. I'm surprised. Perhaps he feels that with his first couple pots he's played that he's won, that he has been too aggressive, and it might not be a smart idea for him to open the button with anything. My perception on Greg is that he's going to start out with a tight, aggressive game and adjust to how the players are playing, and he may switch over to much more aggressive. He figures if they're being too tight, they're being too loose, he may continue to be tight and set the opponent up for the right move.
Philip Tom takes home the pot on a walk.
Tom will start his hand with the button. Tim will be first back. He folds. Sirius folds.
contemplating a raise here. These days, with the games being more aggressive, cutoff raising is almost identical to button raising.
So Greg wins his third pot in 4 hands and has jumped out to the early lead with $1,142,000 in chips.
You know, he's hungry. He looks like he's ready to take on people. He's already, you know, the crazy thing is he could have like nothing there, and then he only risked a little bit to win the pot. And, you know, the opponents that get more rattled by it, that are sitting to his right, will play into him when he has a big hand. A little bit of eye itching there. Perhaps pink eye, maybe not.
He raises, makes it 60,000. Greg folds. Tom folds. Bill folds.
Smokey's going to pitch it.
So Cirrus going out with the raise, and he'll collect the blinds and the antes.
Usually a good thing, unless you look at aces when they all fold to you.
$48,000 in dead money.
You know, it's actually a common thing I see when I play with people, when it folds around to them and they look at their hand once everybody folds to them. I never do that, because if it's nothing, you're like, ha, I had nothing. But when it's aces, you're going to be angry. I always pitch the hand if it folds to me, 100% of the time.
Leo will start the hand with the button. Greg will be first to act.
So Greg Mueller in seat number 1. The aggressor early on will be the first to act, and he lays it down.
Over to Thomas. He raises.
Thomas Roop raises it to $60,000.
It's his first open pot here. If Tim West decides to give action, which he doesn't, but if he did, I'd be very afraid, because he's a very tight, aggressive player, and he's very smart.
He makes the call. Will be heads up to the flop.
So we're going to have heads up to the flop as Cirrus and Tom will go head to head. We got 7 Jack King Rainbow, 3 different suits.
Very dry board.
100,000.
Rook would be betting here with 100% of the hands that he bet. He can easily represent a king. You know, Jasmati just defending his blind. This is the second pot he's played where he's only, you know, been pushed out of it. He's calling out of position.
We will see a turn.
Cirrus makes the call.
Easily have a jack here, anything, but, you know.
Well, if he's got a jack, he's got 3 of them. Here's a jack on the turn.
It wouldn't be very smart for Rook to continue here if he has nothing.
Both players check as we go to the river. And a 7 of spade.
Very interesting. An argument could be made for value betting an ace here, but that would be too thin. It would be best here to check with all pairs. 8s, 9s, 10s.
Both players check. King, queen for Tom. And Tom Roop is going to win the pot. His first one in this final table.
I'm sure he's very angry the jack peeled on the turn. He feels at this point, based on his opponent being very transparent and tight, that he would only get paid off by a jack, or he would maybe 10% of the time get paid off by a weaker king, but he feels he would lose the opponent when he has a worse hand, and when Jasmati calls, he'll be beaten by trip jacks or something better. A wise check. Maybe too tight, maybe too loose, who knows?
So Thomas Roop has picked up $185,000 in chips and is, for the moment, taken over the chip lead.
Once again, we ask you in the audience, you're welcome to take pictures. Please no flash photography anywhere in the Amazon room.
I can feel Tim West being very confident about this final table. Also, very big for Leo. You know, I've been seeing that he's gotten deep in many tournaments. He's been running pretty bad on the circuit. You know, we discuss hands and things, but I'm very confident either or are going to take this down. Full confidence. Again, the Indian rubber bet we should have.
Greg has raised it up to $75,000. So Cirrus and Greg will go head to head again. And the flop is a 10 ace-6. 2 spades. Now the turn, 10 of diamond.
I can only see Mueller checking here if he has jacks, queens, or kings. He'd like to protect his hand with 2 spades if he held an ace on that flop, and build a pot if he has a strong hand.
6 of heart, matching it up with the 6 of spade on the board.
He's almost never going to fold here for... Yeah, he's going to have jacks, queens, or kings here probably. Or a 7.
So aces and tens by Greg Mueller will win the pot, and he has set the early tone. This is the biggest pot so far in the early going.
And you can see the advantage of him being in position in the big blind. You could actually argue that even though he didn't bet the ace, he can check it if he missed. He can check it if he has jacks, queens, or kings, and he can check it if he has a weak ace, because he feels that if the opponent calls, that he'll only call with the worst hand. He won't even really call with the 10, because he doesn't want to be calling a pot out of position in a big pot with just medium pair, because if the opponent bets the turn again, then Jasmati would have to fold. So I like the check behind with the ace.
So Greg Mueller, who was the favorite, is off to the early start, and Cirrus is got a little bit of difficulty as he is the short stack. Six players in this final table vying for over 400,000, 477 to be exact.
As you can see, everybody here is from a different state. Sirius, actually from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, an hour from my home in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
The Candyman.
Candyman. And Tim West has not played a pot yet. I'm waiting to see the fire that's brewing. Mueller's going to attack the button here. He's built up a lot of chips. He can afford to splash around now. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a big hand here. He's raising into Rupee, who just played a pot, so he's been aggressive as well. He's got to think that Rupee will pick up on it. He wins the pot.
It's becoming a direct track from the dealer to Greg Mueller as the chips are funneling to seat number 1 on a regular basis.
I believe all we're seeing is the full blown, but we're not seeing the tilt. I don't know. I want to see the tilt.
Right now, everybody else might be on tilt as Greg has opened up a quick lead, $1.4 million in chips. Tom Roop, $1.1 million. Everybody else below the $1 million mark, and Cirrus with $591.
I can tell you that Tim West and Leo are not on tilt. They're prepared, they're professional, and they're young. They have the fire, they want it. I can see it in their eyes. They're going to have to go up against a monster Greg Mueller, though.
So I couldn't even hit the king. That was you? Nice.
A little smile. Interesting note, he's talking, he's making a joke, then he looks at his cards. If he raises after doing that, it could be a general assessment that he has a good hand. And he's going to throw away all garbage to continue the conversation, the joking, and the fun. So I like to end the conversation when I play right before I look, so I can give myself a couple seconds to readjust myself into focus mode.
Well, Cirrus wins his first pot, picks up 45,000. Little byplay between, looks like Philip and Greg.
Did you? What did 38 pay? I must have paid decent. Good for you.
The sunglasses go back on.
I mean, join the club.
Again, Smokey making a joke, talking. He decides to fold. He may have picked up a hand like Jack-9 there that he might raise on a different occasion, but now he won't because he feels that his opponents will pick up on the fact that he stopped the conversation and the joking.
So Leo finally has broken through and picks up his first pot.
Attacking the button here. He's very aware that Tim West is a tight player, and he can take away the button with almost any hand. And it's worth it, too, because the antes are very big, and he can chip up without showdown. Jasmati has played, I think, 2 pots or 3 pots out of position now. 2 against Mueller and 1 against Rupee. And to play another pot, if Leo raised the button, Leo will be prepared to deal with his kind of a style because he's very aware that, Jasmati's been losing pots out of position, and I don't mind what my hand is if I'm going to play him if he's out of position.
So Philip Tom raises it to make it 60,000. He has just told a little bit of a fib, said he was 25 years old. He's at least 26.
Well, people think I'm 40, but I'm 23.
I'd place you closer to 23 than 40 by far. Because I'm 40.
That's pretty sick, actually. It's sick history.
Look, either look really bad for 40 or really great for 80.
He's making the re-raise.
Oh, we have a re-raise by Leo here against Tom. I'm assessing here that Leo has to be very strong. I don't think he would raise Smokey. Smokey hasn't opened a pot yet. And for him to re-raise Smokey here would define that he has a very big hand.
Bill lays it down, and Leo will pick up the pot. So after a little bit of a sluggish start, Leo now in the groove.
I'll get some water, please.
Next time the waitress comes around and asks for cocktails, I think somebody at the table ought to stand up and go, I'll have a case of scotch. See how that works out.
I think Jasmati might agree with you.
What's that?
I think Jasmati might agree with you.
Here you get a look at the chip tracker, which is a nice innovation this year from our crack staff. And you can see Greg, after the quick jump now, has leveled off a little bit, but we've only played 11 hands.
It looks kind of like the letter Y turned sideways. And I ask, why are you losing that many chips already? And I'll tell you, you're going up against full blown. You're going to need everything you got.
Leo raises it up to 55,000.
Tim West looks like he's going for a raise here. Very frustrating for him to shuffle those chips.
So he raises it up to 175.
About 3.5 times the big blind, a very strong raise.
So the current chip leader, Greg Mueller.
Greg Mueller with a decision here. Looks frustrated, but facing a re-raise from Tim West in position, who hasn't played a hand yet. I can only imagine how big his hand is if he's even thinking this long. Maybe jacks plus, ace king, perhaps ace queen suited.
175, Timmy?
Raises to 175. That's what it'll call him. Greg needs 155 to make the call.
Look at Leo and Tim staring him down like vultures. It's almost a tag team effort, even though they're all playing against each other.
You ever been intimidated by a stare?
Absolutely.
By?
Daniel Lai. Probably the most intimidating player I've ever played with in my life. Daniel Lai.
Don't let him know that.
Oh, I let him know that. I don't mind. I don't mind letting people know they're better than me. Because the truth is they are. I just play the game, and I keep playing to get better. You live once, you know? No reason to get
very
fed up
self-effacing, though. I like that.
As long as you got money and you got a good life, that's what matters.
That's it. Your health.
Well,
Greg's going to play a little bit, I think.
It'd be funny if he had deuce 7 off and he's just doing this to piss him off.
I raise.
You're going to get a raise from Greg. A re-raise from Greg Mueller.
Oh, my. How big is the raise?
It looked pretty significant. Let's find out. Dealer will check it out and give us a number.
Keep in mind here that Leo and West both began with 1 million. Anything above, I would say, 350,000 of a raise would commit Greg Mueller to an all-in shove by West or Leo. We may see our first elimination here if they both get it all in.
He raised to 420. It's 515 to call now.
420,000 raised on top of almost half of Tim West's chips. If he just cold calls, and he's not going to cold call. He will shove all in because he's also aware that Greg Mueller knows that they're both committed if he moves all in here. He feels like he's cooler here. It may be a hand like ace-queen, pocket tens, pocket jacks. I don't think Tim West would re-raise a pocket nine simply because he cannot stand another re-raise from another opponent. A little bit of table talk here. You can see the doubt in his face. He has a good hand, but he knows he's beat. He may be seen laying down pocket tens here.
He lets him down, and so Greg Mueller took a stranglehold on that pot with that enormous re-raise, and now has upped his chip count to 1,000,006. Somebody in the audience yelling out, nice bluff.
Nice bluff. And I can almost guarantee you wasn't bluffing there. It was the first pot Tim West played, and he's re-raising a very good opponent, Leo, in position. There's almost no way he's bluffing there. There's no incentive to bluff. He's already have a massive amount of chips, and Tim West hasn't played a hand, and he's a tight, aggressive player. And Greg Mueller does his math. He knows that.
So a bit of action there collected by Greg Mueller, who has been the dominant player in this first half hour or 40 minutes or so of this event.
He's going to play small pot poker. He's going to limp in, and he will bet the flop. Last time he bet 1/3 of the pot on an ace-high board. Let's see what he bets now.
Here's the flop. We've got a 4, 9, 9. Rainbow, 3 different suits.
Not exactly the best board to bet here. There's not much more you can represent besides a 9 or a 4.
Greg takes the 20,000 bet and makes it count and collects still another pot.
And Greg taking the aggressive side approach of things. I believe that's number 7. He's won, huh? Mr. Greg Mueller.
He's making a statement.
Yeah. The great thing about the shootout format, though, is the blinds escalate. In the gambling format of a single table tournament such as this, it doesn't really matter if you're short stacked with like maybe 1/4 the chips in play. You can still come back because most of the action as the blinds get bigger will be all in, and a lot of luck factors into it. These stages right here are very important, and I'm very impressed that Greg is taking the aggressive approach because it doesn't cost him much to attack the pots and win pots. At the same time, he can chip up and give himself room to afford to lose a couple races.
He's got a 600,000 chip lead on Tom Roop in seat number 2.
Smokey with a disgusted look on his face. He doesn't like these aces, but he might raise them.
Cirrus raised it up to 62,000. Greg and Tom both got out of the way, and Phil makes the call.
Tom defending his big blind.
Jack, Queen, 6. 2
Tom
diamonds.
This flop may hit a large percentage of the range of hands that Tom is defending here with. I feel that if he had a big hand, Tom would re-raise. So he may go into check call mode, and he folds.
So Cirrus is going to take home the pot as he's not called.
A little
Picks
bit of
up
an upswing.
87,000 chips in the process.
I'm pretty sure Jamshidi feels a lot better that he finally won his first pot. But like I said, you're never down, you're never out. I played this the first round in the 5,000, and I was short in the beginning. And about 2 hours in, I managed to build all my chips back up to a lot. So you're never really out. You just pick your spot because the format they've put into this tournament is very good.
Here's the updated chip count lead, and you see Greg Mueller with a pretty big lead early on, and nobody really in jeopardy at this point. Everybody else just chasing the leader.
I had no idea he chipped up that much. That's very impressive. I thought maybe 1.4 million at most. Laying back, taking a drink. This game's easy for Greg. Keep your eye off the other opponents, though.
Tom makes the raise. But Tom Roop will win the antes in the blinds, 48,000 in dead money.
E-Dog, what time you guys starting at? E-Dog.
E-Dog referring to Eric Lindgren.
What time you guys start at?
I'm not sure you're supposed to end a sentence in a preposition. That's just me. You got to fill in another word, which is optional.
Optional. But if it's optional, that allows you to have style, too.
That's it. Cirrus folds. And our chip leader getting active again. Thomas Roop makes the raise. Raises it up to 70,000.
We have a raise.
No, he just turns his cards over. He's not getting involved.
God. You bluffed me. I showed ace-9, he showed ace-5.
Both players with an ace. I wouldn't consider that a bluff necessarily, but I know that Greg is just tongue-in-cheek.
Wow.
Oh my.
Now, see, Tom looks like a guy who would be a banker. On the weekends, this is what a banker dresses like. Sport jacket, pocket square, golf hat.
Yeah. Looks like he just came home from selling a bunch of property. He's a happy man.
Closing on somebody's mortgage.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that he showed the ace-9 there. Usually when you want to show that you have a hand, you don't show a weak ace. You show something like ace-queen at least. Some people believe just by showing an ace, that means he shows that you weren't bluffing. But for 10 now, he got re-raised when he held the ace-9. I believe he would have folded it. So it does show weakness. I think it's kind of a mistake to show anything besides an ace-queen if you show a raise. Give your opponent information that they don't want. You want your opponents to think you're only raising ace-king, not even ace-queen.
Leo raises it to 55,000.
Leo attacking the button here.
Heads up to the flop.
Jamshidi defending his blind here. 138,000 pop.
6, queen, 8, all red, all diamonds.
Although if Leo does not have a diamond, I still like it if he bets the flop with anything. The flop does not have too much out there.
85,000 is his bet.
Roughly about 2/3 of the pot, a strong bet. Leo has been relatively active, a re-raise, a call.
Saris lays it down, so Leo will win the pot. And that puts him over $1 million. Each player started with $1 million, but only 3 players are above the $1 million mark now, 3 below.
He knows FBT has the lead, but he also knows that this is still my tournament. He won 2 tables to get here, and he's not going to give up now. Even if at Jamshidi's expense, he will do what it takes to win, despite being the nice guy that he is. I was actually on the same table as Jamshidi and Jennifer Tilly in the $5,000 full ring tournament last year. And Jamshidi and Jennifer Tilly played a huge pot versus each other. Took about 5 minutes on the river for the decision, but Jamshidi was good and he took down the pot. And here he is again.
So 2 to the flop. Euler and Jamshidi. Flop comes over, king, deuce, 9, rainbow, 3 different suits. So Saris will take home the pot as he made a 50,000 wager and not called by Greg Mueller. This is the final table, 5,000 no limit hold'em shootout with 478,000 going to the winner.
Roughly about 100 times the buy-in, which is a very good payoff for any tournament. Anytime you take the buy-in of the tournament, you multiply it by 100. If that's the payoff for first place, then it's a good tournament to enter. It's worth it.
He had 360 players enter the field at 5,000 a pop.
Bit of a coincidence considering we had this being aired on ESPN 360.
Good observation.
Thank you. I also thought about that because I was thinking about buying an Xbox 360 to play some Halo later tonight.
So West and Wolpert and Mueller and Roop. We've got 4 players to the flop. 10, 5, 9.
We have a limp pot all around. Raised pot and called all around. My mistake.
So all players check. We go to the turn.
Interesting, Tim West checks in position.
4 of spades on the turn.
Mueller first to act here. He's going to fire out the pot.
So 125,000 bet for our chip leader, Greg Mueller.
Roughly under half the pot. Leo calling after a caller in this pot. If he did not bet the flop, it's my understanding that he's going to call here if he does with a hand like 8s or 7s or 6s. He folds. Tim going to fold.
So Greg is forcing the issue, and it is paying dividends. He picks up another 180,000. That takes him over 1.8 million in chips and about almost a 710,000 chip lead over Tom Roop.
Almost a double up without showdown, showing much of his skill to put the opponents to a test on all streets. It's a very, very scary thing when you're playing with somebody that is winning all the chips and he's not showing his cards. Very sign of high skill.
Well, except the one time when he folded and he showed ace-9.
It's a fine fold, too. An early position raise from a solid opponent, I can understand the fold. Because when you hit your ace and they bet into you and you just keep calling, there's a very good chance they have a better ace. Ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. And if they don't have it, you're only going to get one bet if no bets out of them.
Sirius makes the raise to 62,000.
You may see a change of pace of things here. Greg Mueller's taking most of the aggression. You may begin to see Leo and Tim West re-raising his raises pre-flop to change the pace of things. Because right now, Greg has total control over the game.
Sirius collects the pot, 45,000. Greg Mueller with the lead. Tom Roop well behind in second. And then in order, Leo Wolpert with 976,000 in chips. Philip Tom, 773,000. And then comes Sirius with 694,000, and bringing up the rear, Timothy West with 665,000.
It was very interesting that you could actually assess the fact that Greg Mueller doing really well right now is because of his table position. 2 to his left are 2 players that aren't as experienced as 3 and 4 to his left, which is Leo Wolpert and Tim West. Now, those 2 are sandwiched right next to each other. They're limited to what they can do because they both know each other's style very well, and they're both winning players, and they both know what they're capable of. But Greg Mueller is on the left of them, if anything, and he doesn't have to worry about positional play. So he can pick on Jim Sheedy because he's directly on his left, and he can also have no problem playing a button pot versus the small and big blind of both the Toms. He has a very good seat right now. And the longer this table lasts, the better it will be for Greg Mueller, I believe. He has a great seat on this table, and he has the chips now, too.
Philip Tom raises it up to 60. And Phil's going to win the pot.
A little bit of golf clap in the background. Nice putt. And as you can see, Greg Mueller climbing the Grand Canyon where you want to actually visit, I hear, Howard.
Yes. This look right now looks like the track of Yahoo.com if you invested like 5 years ago.
It also looks like the staircase that I fell down 5 years ago at my friend's house. When I fell down, they laughed at me for 2 minutes, but I laughed too. It was painfully funny and painful.
Still bringing back bad memories, huh?
No, it was a good memory. Every time I think about it, I laugh. Because halfway down, I held onto the rail, and I knew I was going to fall, and I didn't want to rip apart their staircase, so I finished it out, and I fell.
Tom Roop with a raise to 60,000, and then a re-raise by Philip Tom. Everybody else gets out of the way. Back to Tom.
The Toms are re-raising each other.
Tom lays it down, and Philip Tom will win the pot.
About 2.5 times his raise. Coming from a tight opponent, generally a sign of huge, huge strength if it's 2.5 times their raise. Queens, kings, aces, etc. Tim West and Leo are... Actually, Leo is not in that bad shape, but Tim West is hurting along with Jam Sheedy.
$5,000 shootout, no limit hold'em event. Event number 11 out of 55 events at the World Series of Poker.
He's thinking. He's going to raise. There's no doubt about it. He's got the hand over the skull. Last time he did this, he made a 4-bet re-raise. And he folds. He folds. Oh, I guess I'm wrong.
Wrong read.
Wrong read.
Tom raises it up to 75,000. So he showed deuce 4.
I believe it folded around to a small blind, and he folded. And he showed it. And two things can be gained from that. He's showing for the sake of showing, I have this crap, I wouldn't raise you with that. Or he's showing, I'm only going to raise you if I have a much, much better hand than this.
The left side of the table is starting to tilt a little bit because they have the only two players with over $1 million in chips.
You sure it's not in?
Pass that test, Tyler. That's good.
What's that?
Tyler passed that test. No doubt.
$6 million chips in play.
6 million chips in play.
And two players have almost half of it.
Greg Mueller has almost a third of the chips in play. Bit of a sloppy re-raise, butterfinger, so to speak. Leo attacking the cutoff hair.
So Leo will win the pot. And he joins the Millionaire Club. They all started with $1 million. But only Greg Mueller's made a significant addition to his stack with $774,000 additional, putting him way on top of the heap, and he's been that way since the beginning. He won the first 3 out of the first 4 pots.
You know, it's interesting. He's smiling, he's happy, but if you flip the roll and he had $600,000, would he be smiling and laughing now? It's a very common thing that when somebody wins a pot, they're open to conversation at the table. They're open to how people think.
Here's your new leaderboard.
And you can see that Thomas Rupp and Leo Wolpart have stayed steady, while Tim West and Jamshidi have taken a turn for the worse. No, Leo's such a peaceful guy, such a nice guy. You know, I needed money when I was at Bellagio for a tournament, and he just handed me a marker like it was nothing. Completely trusting me, even though we're like just acquaintances. Very, very stand-up guy.
I'm not sure your friends would lend you that kind of money, but an acquaintance might.
It's true.
So Cirrus will pick up the blinds and the antes. $48,000 in dead money. A lot of posturing going on early on. Greg Mueller, the lone exception to that.
I was actually talking to Leo and his friends after he won his first table, and he told me that he had about a 5-1 chip lead against his opponent heads up on his first table. And he was like, please don't lose, please don't lose. There's no way I can lose with this lead. And the opponent actually doubled up 2 times. But then he came back and he got pocket aces against ace-jack, all in pre-flop. And both opponents can't really fold that because Leo's been so aggressive. And he got it in and he held and he moved on to a second table. Very exciting time for him right now. A sit-and-go single-table format for Leo, which he has a lot of experience in. Tim West, being a very prominent tournament player, opens a pot here. And Rupp seems to be contemplating a re-raise. He's going to re-raise Tim Wester. I like this raise a lot. West has been tight, but he has shown that he's opening a lot of pots in position. He re-raised Leo and folded to the re-raise of Greg Mueller, so he knows that even though he may have had a decent hand, he's somewhat weak.
Of the action. Is that just how it's supposed to be at the live streaming table?
And Tim West,
have any earplugs?
A little frustrated there.
Timothy is distracted a little bit.
King, queen of spades. I need some earplugs or something, man. This is brutal.
He's distracted because of the announcements being made at the table by the tournament official, Robbie Thompson. And he says, is this normal the way the announcement has to come? I'm going to have to go get me some earplugs.
I was actually just curious because I thought he was talking about how we're discussing the strategy. I'm like, wow, they've really been listening to all of our analysis.
Can't hear us.
Yeah.
Can't hear us. No, he's talking about the tournament official at the table.
Wow.
And I'm wondering why he's preoccupied with that instead of on the game.
You know, he's been losing a couple of pots, but I don't blame him. I think he's actually being genuine here. He's a very serious player, not exactly the most energetic about the situation, but he's here for the money. He's a very good online winning player. He's final tabled a WPT before. I believe he wants as much focus as he can get, you know?
Well, when he's online, he's not hearing any announcements.
Or maybe he's hearing rock and roll music. Let's play some rock and roll for him. Get out there with the Guitar Hero, Howard. Let's hear it.
You like rock and roll?
No.
No.
I like alternative. No, some rock and roll is okay.
Well, here we have the flop, Jack 4, 10, 2 spades.
Will Part going for the bet.
Leo bet 30,000.
A 30,000 bet from
Tom
Leo.
The decision here. He's going to throw it away.
I'd have called 100.
Nah, he wouldn't have called 100 Leo. This is Leo. You don't know who you're messing with.
So Leo takes down the pot.
It's almost scary that Roop and Tom aren't aware of the amount of skill and talent at the table. And it's a good thing that they don't know because it might hurt their focus. We have two online phenoms and FBT at the table. This is a stacked table. This is a hard table, Howard. Very hard table. And Greg Mueller, of course, drawing arguably the best seat he could.
It's working out so far.
The reason why it's not is also really good is not only because he's separated from Leo and West. Leo and West are next to each other, forcing them to conflict with each other more to eliminate them, eliminating the sharks from the table, making Mueller and his chip lead a much higher chance of success. It's so significant on the seat on this table. I'm giddy. I'm giddy right now over his seat.
Well, Greg Mueller, our chip leader, has re-raised to 75,000.
He's opened the hijack here. Attacking West blind. West is short. He's hurting. He's a little bit tilted. And he's folded.
So Greg picks up the chips and goes over 1.8 million.
I wouldn't be surprised if Greg Mueller had a big hand there, simply because even though he's been opening a lot of pots, he's attacking Tim West blind, who just requested the sound to be turned down.
He's won 31% of the first 29 hands, and it's reflective in his chip stack. He has 1.8 million. Number 2 would be Tom Roop with 1,128,000.
Roop has been showing a lot of focus, a lot of aggression on the table. He raised the ace-5. He showed it. Greg Mueller showed the better ace. I still don't understand why Roop showed the ace-5, though. Perhaps he's setting up a trap that I raise these junk hands, and now he's only going to play good hands. Perhaps he may get full-blown to tilt.
You think every player's got an ulterior motive, huh?
Absolutely. You think you know somebody, but you really don't. Much like in poker, as an analogy to life, until they stab you in the back.
We're getting philosophical now.
Everything's philosophical. It's life. We're breathing right now, aren't we? And they're breathing too. Tim West especially.
You're starting to tread now into the areas that I'm unfamiliar with.
Maybe you might know better.
But I'll get the read eventually.
When you hit the Grand Canyon, you will.
Philip Tom picks up the pot. It's got the same problem I had. 2 first names.
You know, sitting at the table, the feature table, the fella is so big, and you kind of have to dive your arms into the table to reach the cards. Maybe that might be uncomfortable for Tim West.
Well, only one is proving, as you can see by the yellow line, Greg Mueller's progression since the beginning of the day. And then by the same token, you're looking at Timothy West, and he's going south and seems to be preoccupied.
You know, I like running downhill too, but not when it's my chips. Serious in the small blind. And he limps into Greg Mueller's big blind. A mistake. Greg Mueller could raise here with anything. And he does. And it doesn't matter what he has, because Jamshidi is going to call and check fold every flop. Oh.
He re-raises to go all in.
A limp re-raise all in. The common kind of hands he could have here are any kind of an ace in his hand. He's limping to bait Greg Mueller to inflate the pot with anything, so simply he can take his limped pot, the antes, and the amount of money that Greg Mueller's put in the pot. And he's totally correct to do it, because he's been limping before.
I see those are stacks of 100. It's okay. I see it. I see it.
I'm feeling Greg Mueller for a king 9 suited, pocket 4s, pocket 5s. He really wants to get in the hand, and he hopes that Jamshidi has a lot less than he actually has. Jamshidi limp re-raising all in.
Well, we get the split screen, and therefore you get a look at the 2 players.
Over 100,000 raised.
Who's telling the truth now?
can see Jamshidi breathing slightly heavily. He knows Greg Mueller isn't looking at him. He's moving his head around, trying to get a little bit more comfortable, looking around. His fists are clenched, though. I feel Jamshidi for a bit of weakness, although he may have picked a good time to play this because Greg Mueller has found himself in a pickle.
Needs over $500,000 to call.
Trying to get more comfortable. I really don't think Jamshidi is very strong here. I really don't feel him for a limp raise. Unless he was strong. I feel if he was strong, he would raise into Greg Mueller. He would want to inflate the pot. He wouldn't want to risk the chance of limping and Greg Mueller checking behind if he has a big hand. Sort of a strong ace.
So Cirrus now elevates to $775,000 with a $110,000 chip win. Mueller drops to $1 million, not quite $1.7 million. In the meantime, Timothy West has fallen to $515,000 in chips.
It's very shocking that Tim West has had his chip stack cut in half. I really want to see him come back here. He's a great player, and I'd like to see a lot of excellent strategy being displayed. Philip Tom taking a look at his cards.
We're still playing 10 and 20,000 blinds. Next level's not going to go up appreciably much to 12 and 24.
12-24. What was the ante now? What's it going to be increased to?
It'll remain the same at 3,000. So Greg makes the call. Tom folds, and it's going to be Timothy West and Greg Mueller going head-to-head.
Mueller defending a small blind, West opening the cutoff.
Interesting flop. 9, 10 of diamonds surrounding the queen of clubs.
This board hits many, many hands that Greg Mueller could have.
There's another diamond. The 8 of diamonds comes up, and now a straight draw staring the two players.
Straight as possible, a flush as possible. It's likely that West could have been checking behind a flush draw here, like a naked one, simply because he does not want to bet call all in. Mueller could have been checking a flush draw with the intention to check raise Tim West, because Tim West has been aggressive. There's no bet here by Mueller. He doesn't have a flush. He could have a jack. And he could also have any pair in his hand, because a pair should never bet here, because if it gets called or raised, it has to give up on the river.
A 10 of hearts comes out on the board as both players have checked. And this now becomes pretty interesting.
He didn't re-raise pre-flop. I feel Greg can have a queen here, and I think he can have nothing.
Hey, pair. Probably good. I got one pair that you got to beat.
Greg has a pair of threes in the hole, so that gives him 10s and 3s and enables him to win the pot.
A pair of threes is good. Based on the board of a 10, queen, 9, 8, 10, you can deduce that Tim West had ace king. Or ace X.
You had deuces?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, Greg has just asked what he had, and Timothy West indicated he had a pair of deuces. Howard David, and you can just call him Khan.
That's right. Khan, name is Rain Khan online at PokerStars. You can come play with me. I was actually playing a couple tournaments today online, and I punted my stack, much like the field goals that the Giants kick. If you want to enter the main event, it's also a good chance to come play at PokerStars. They have a step format, which is very good. One of my buddies already won 23 packages to the main event already.
Wow.
Can you imagine? I mean, if you could 23 table the main event, would you 23 table the main event if you could? I mean, you'd have 23 times the amount of chance of winning it. Or you can get, 23rd all the way down to 10th and not final table.
Or you could scalp 22 chances.
Well, yeah, and then you could just take the money and just travel the world.
Instead of 10,000 apiece, I'll tell you what, I'll let you in for 5. You can still make a nice payday.
Take the money and run. Who are these suckers that are playing this poker game?
In the meantime, Cirrus collects the antes in the blinds, and he wins the pot. Greg Mueller, our chip leader, by over 700,000 in chips, $1,786,000.
Tim West a bit frustrated here. He's like, I want to go play online. Screw this final table stuff.
Well, he's under $500,000 in chips now. Each player started with $1 million in chips.
If the blinds jump, Tim West will be under 20 big blinds. His option will then be to re-raise all in if somebody raises the pot. a strategy he is used to, playing a lot of online. Online tournament formats begin with less chips, and the blinds escalate a bit quicker.
Seats 3 and 4 going head to head. Philip and Leo. The flop comes out with a 2-3 jack, 2 diamonds.
Tom leading out the pot here. 50,000 pot-sized bet. I'd be very afraid if I were Leo here, unless I had a hand. Generally, from a more inexperienced player, if he's weak, he would bet something like 30,000 or less, or half the pot or less. But he's defining the hand. He's telling him, I have a huge hand here.
Well, Leo is going to raise it, raising it up to 135,000. Philip Tom now needing 85,000 to make the call, and he lays it down. Good play by Leo Wolpert.
Twice, Tom has been faced against Leo. Once opening the pot and Leo re-raising 3.5 times his raise. Actually, 4 times his raise, and Tom had a fold. And now, blind versus blind, betting the pot on a Jack 3-2 board with 2 diamonds and facing a raise of 2.5 times his bet and having to fold again. We can see that Leo is establishing that don't mess with my blind, and next time you do, even though you're not aware of it, I'm going to have the nuts.
Chip count now taking on a little bit of shape with Mueller at the top and West at the bottom.
Roop has been very quiet. He's the silent killer. You know, I may change my pick if I'm allowed to Roop. He's like, I can foreclose homes. I can foreclose you guys.
West now in the big blind. Sirius first to act, and he lays down the cards.
Folding not so serious this time. Phil lays down the button. Perhaps a bit rattled from his internet phenom friends on his left. And we have Wolpert versus West. Online versus online. Who has bigger E-wrists?
Well, it is Leo who will pull down the pot. And Timothy West continues to sink a little bit, literally and figuratively.
There's no room for red shirts on this table, Howard.
Only red shirt you wear on Sunday is Tiger Woods. You know, I admire Tiger. I admire anybody who has talent, regardless of what walk of life they're in. I admire Tiger Woods for the way he plays the game and so on. But the man just came off knee surgery, and he hasn't played in a long time. And I pull for him to win every time he steps out on the golf course. I don't like his chances this week. I really don't.
Are you a bit of a golfer yourself,
Oh,
Howard?
yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I love to play.
Perhaps me and you should go at it. Me and Greg Raymer actually played around the Bahamas during the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, and he kicked my tail.
Well, it depends on what kind of handicap you're playing with.
I shoot about 48 for 9 holes. Part 36.
Might be able to give you a shot or two.
Sweet.
You got 100,000 raise. That is Leo, who's raised it up 100,000. So Leo's going to win the pot as Leo has stepped it up a little bit.
That's right. He's feeling the table up. Tim West, being aggressive, being pushed out of pots, is tightening up. He knows on his left he's not dealing with much. He's not going to deal with Jamshidi. Jamshidi will call or he'll fold, and he'll get to play position on him because every time Leo has the button, Jamshidi has the big blind, and he'll defend and he'll lose the pot. West is tightening up. He's now forced to re-raise all if he plays the pot. So he gets the button, and he can take it down every time he has it. He could still attack Mueller too because they're both the top 2 stacks. So why would they fight versus each other? He has a very good situation right now. And like I said, I expect Leo to win this.
You expect him to win this event?
Yes.
Do you?
The man's, in my eyes, he's a champion. He's a top cash game player online. He's a winning tournament player online. And he's proven that he can cash in events, in live events.
He's cashed 4 times at the World Series. Speaking about Leo Wolpert.
And $2,000 no limit hold'em and a $1,500 pot limit hold'em, both very huge fields. So it's a good accomplishment.
Tom raises it up to 60,000. 3 players to the flop, including our chip leader, Greg Mueller. 8 king of hearts, 6 of clubs is the flop.
Wolpart, Leo with 1.2 million. Tom with 700,000. If there is a bet here, Tom's option is to re-raise all in.
Leo bet 135.
135 is Leo's bet with 2 hearts on the table, king 8 and a 6 of clubs.
A 340,000 chip pot. Tom with 750,000 would have to re-raise all in if he has a hand or a flush draw. Simply because if he has a hand, he must protect himself from the 7-9 straight draw, the flush draw, and the king, if he has a better king. He needs to protect himself here if he has a hand. And Greg reaching for chips.
135 to call.
What is Greg thinking? He's thinking it's my pot. A re-raise.
300,000.
Roughly about 2.4 times the bet.
Philip folds. Now it's up to Leo. And he lays it down. So our chip leader is making a score on more than one occasion, and he is now over 2 million in chips.
He has doubled his chips, and there are still 6 people left. He has 1/3 of the chips in play.
Just picked up 280,000 in that pot.
Update on the scoreboard here.
And here you see the division between the have, one have, 2 guys pretty close, and everybody else the have-nots, including Timothy West, who's been out of sorts ever since I think the announcer calling was bothering him, and maybe you combine that with his inability to win, and it kind of grades on him a little bit.
I'm confident that Tim West is getting the short straw on every draw here. He's a big winning online tournament player. He's very smart. He's a very tight player. And I'm sure the worst possible things that are happening and that could happen have been happening to him.
Well, Leo is raised it up to 55,000. That chases Timothy West. Leo will take down the pot.
Leo attacking again. Despite Greg Mueller's rampage, he is still keeping up. He's letting Greg know it's not over. I can still win this. I will win this. And I believe in him.
Well, there's no question about can. Only time will tell if he will. And watching last night in a no-limit event, a 6-handed event, Rep Porter jumped out to an enormous lead, got passed late in the proceedings, and then made a big bounce back with a couple of big hands and wound up winning the bracelet.
That's incredible. I actually played with Rep Porter day 6 of the main event. He's a very, very aggressive player. I played with him on day 4 as well. Humble guy, very humble.
And once again, Leo has raised it up.
A re-raise.
Re-raised.
He has 20 times the big line, and he's re-raising here. There is almost no chance that Tim West will fold, even if everybody goes all in behind him. He has about half of his stack committed here. Oh, 400K. I'm pretty sure West just left himself 1 chip or something. He left himself 9,000 in chips.
Maybe not even that much. And Greg stands up to assess the situation, our chip leader.
$9,000 chips. Perhaps a few yellows. Perhaps some lemons.
Stick around. This could get really interesting in 1 second.
It could get sour. Lemons are sour, Howard.
That doesn't pop up in the slot machines anymore.
No.
Back in the day, they had lemons. No more.
Yeah, no more. Now it's like mangoes and crap.
With an emphasis and the crap.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, I'm utterly mad. I came down this morning at 7 o'clock to get a cup of coffee. There were people there from last night, beer in hand, cigarette in hand, playing the slot machines.
Well, it's once a year. You come here for the World Series of Poker at the Rio. A great experience. It's the energy. It's a zoo in here. I swear to God, you have to play some of these tournaments. If you don't even play poker, play a satellite here. Play a satellite on Poker Stars. Just do it. Get out here and play with me. I want to play some poker too.
There's 1 minute left at this level, and then the price of poker will go up to 12 and 24,000.
Now,
but in the meantime, Greg Mueller is staring down Timothy West across the table.
I mean, is he really getting that many hands? The guy's running so good. Or is he calls.
He makes the call.
Now, this worries me. He's committing almost half of what Leo would have to shove over here. I think he might have aces or kings.
Leo gets out of the way.
Would he not re-raise all in if he had ace-queen or something?
It's a gamble, but it's a coin flip.
A coin flip, so they say.
They are all in the dark.
Mueller must have ace-king.
Shows ace-king of spades.
Yep.
Greg shows 2 nines.
Oh, wow.
Greg does have 10 covered.
We have a classic race situation here. Pocket nines versus ace-king. I'm feeling the nines.
Oh, well, there's a big daddy has just come up in the middle of that flop.
I never win races. Why do I never win races?
He never wins races, but he's commanding chip leader.
So the pair of nines now has gone by the boards unless another one comes up. And it's a 5 of clubs. No help.
Tim West walking away here. A standard to prevent the 9 from coming.
Wait, he's now got a flush draw or a 9. And it's a 6 of diamonds. So Timothy West, who has been completely gone for the beginning of the day, now has doubled up, and he's doubled up through the chip leader in the process.
Very unfortunate. Wins 2 tables to get here, but things did not go his way. Turned for the worse. But you know what? You'll see him in many future tournaments, and I can't wait to congratulate him on his finish next time I see him.
Well, Timothy West has gone from the outhouse to the penthouse in one hand. He's now up to $915,000 in chips. Greg Mueller, our chip leader, has dropped to $1.6 million. He still has a sizable lead, but now he's brought Timothy West back into the fold. The players are going to take a 20-minute break, and then the price of poker is going to go up to $12,000 and $24,000 with $3,000 in antes. So far, Greg Mueller, even though he lost that pot, still has a sizable lead. But this is anybody's game. It's way too soon to call.
Oh, I mean, like we said, Rhett Porter won his tournament yesterday when he was short stack, and he came back and he won a couple key pots. Tim West has just doubled up, and I'm pretty sure Greg Mueller, even though making that call was very upset, he's also upset that he just doubled up a very good online winning player. He much rather would have doubled up either Tom, Roop, or Jamshidi instead of West or Leo.
You got to pick your spots, and right now Greg Mueller still has the lead, but Timothy West, the reports of his demise grossly exaggerated. We're going to take a break here and come on back to the World Series of Poker.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Day 4, just busted out of event 6 of the World Series, and I'm on fire tilt right now. I can't even tell you how frustrating this is. You know, it's one thing to be card dead. It's another thing to run bad, get bad beats. Today, I got hand after hand after hand. I'm talking big, big hands. It was an Omaha high-low split tournament. Ace, ace, deuce, ace, ace, 4, ace, deuce, 3, king. I mean, hand after hand after hand. And it seems like every single time I'd flop a flush draw, nut wrap, nut draw, and somehow miss again and again and again. I mean, I busted out of a limit tournament in less than an hour and 15 minutes maybe. And it was incredible. I mean, all the way from the very first hand, you know, I flop top 2 pairs, turn full house, the guy rivers a bigger full house on me, gets the check raising on the, I mean, it was just incredible, the shit that just happened. I'm so frustrated right now. One of the most frustrating things in poker is when you are card dead, you can't get a hand. Today I got every single hand. Big hands, I was excited about the hands I was seeing, but man, river, bam, river. Some days it's going to happen like that, but man, I just can't stand it. So right now, I just got to get the heck out of here, and you know, we'll talk about this some more tomorrow. But you know, That's it for me today. Not a good day. Day 4. I'm out.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
So, today's day 6 of the World Series. Last night I stormed out of here in a complete frenzy. Not because I ran bad, because I just caught cards forever and just couldn't get a hand to hold up. You know, there's different types of frustration. But my night got a little bit better last night. My new, I got an article that came out in the New Bluff. Just came out this week on page 102. And it's interesting because in this article, which I wrote maybe a month and a half ago, the first line I said, recently I found myself feeling like the stars have aligned just to screw me. And right now I'm kind of feeling that way. And I'll give you an example. Last night I said my night got a little better after I went home. I was planning on playing the 2K event at noon. $2,000 tournaments are well within my budget. There was a $10,000 mixed event that I really, really wanted to play that started at 5, but you know, I can't afford $10,000 buy-ins. And last night I was out with one of my wealthy buddies, and he says, you know what, John Rivera, I want to put you in that mixed championship, and we worked out the terms of our agreement. And after we talked and we hung out at this nightclub Pure, we went to Mandalay Bay where he started out in the pit, and I know he was going to hand me $10,000 right there. He's betting $40,000 a hand, $20,000 on each hand, and right away just goes into a losing frenzy. Loses like $300,000 straight. I'm not about to ask him for my $10,000 buy-in, but at the same time I'm like, man, with the double downs and everything, sometimes it was $100,000 in one hand. Anyways, this guy shoots off $600,000, and I decide, you know what, I better go and try and get some rest. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and you know, I'm not going to ask him for any money until he's at least gotten even. So I go home, and now, of course, by the time I get to sleep, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and too tired to play the $2,000 event at noon. I get a text message at 11:30 from this guy's assistant saying, hey, you know what, such and such went really bad at the tables last night, and asked if we can do a buy-in some other time. So not only am I out of the 10K tonight, I was out of the 2K at noon, and a little bit brutal. So here I am, and all my friends are out there playing right now, and I'm just like, man, to have to sit out. I'm on the bench. I'm at the World Series, day 6, and I'm on the bench. Anyways, we'll hopefully tomorrow will go a little bit better. And anyways, for now, I guess I'll just read the other articles in the New Bluff magazine just came out today. All right, I'm out.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
It's Sunday, 1st of June, and not playing in the series today. This is what we do on our day off. Thanks, boss. All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna massage your shoulders and whatever you want on there.
Is that right? Oh, wow. Most poker players, when they show up at rehab, you know, we wear our shirts, you know. But it's unusual when a poker player is like fit like that. We usually sit down, eat, drink, and just be lazy all day. That was Eric Cash show spinning right now? You guys like the show?
Yes, we love it.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
What is your life about, baby? Is this about poker and all the girls and the money, or is it just competition?
I can't get myself in trouble and you're hot.
Vince Vaughn. You look like Vince Vaughn.
I look like Vince Vaughn.
Oh my God, you look like Vince Vaughn, doesn't he? I looked at him, I was like, that looks like Vince Vaughn.
He's good looking.
He's so hot. He is so hot. He's like the dark of me.
What's your name?
Holly Michelle.
Holly Michelle, damn. What's going on here? My camera guy's getting dizzy. Yo, this show is my show. It's not. What? Camera guy, dude, what the hell? You heard of the World Series of Poker? Yeah. Really? Yeah, we're here playing in the World Series right now. Yeah. Today's our day off. Really? She watches all the time on ESPN. She has no idea who I am, though. Rehab was good for me today. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
I'll see you at the table. Bye, baby.
It's tough being surviving the World Series. John Rivera. This is how we do it.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Yeah, so anyways, this show basically is called Surviving the Series with Jean Robert. Don't really know exactly what we're going to be talking about, but basically we're going to be following me and my survival through the World Series. As you know, last year I missed most of the World Series because I was in China on this little show called Survivor, and I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Good job, Chuck. My buddy Chuck. He owns the hottest club in Hollywood called Villa. You got to go check it out sometime. Chuck Pacheco. Anyways, yeah, the other thing to consider is, where was I? Anyways, what's that? Be honest with you, I looked around. This field is really, really tough today. There's like 350 players, but I mean, the best of the best are all out here, so this was no easy pickings like I thought it might be. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the tournament. Well, first of all, I got in the tournament. For $10,000, you get double the amount of chips in any World Series event. So they give you $20,000 in chips, which is a pretty good amount. But this year, they're starting the blinds much bigger. The increases are going smaller, but last year, this event would have started with 25, 50 blinds. This year, it started with 100, 200 blinds, but they're doing that because they're actually adding, you know, the 153 level. They're doing 4, 800, 6, 612. The structure's actually better, but more people are going to be getting eliminated early because the blinds are so big early on. And I get sent to the rail. And, you know, if it was a $1,500 or $2,000 tournament, it wouldn't be so bad. But a 10K event, you know, right now I'm a little frustrated with myself. Opening day, you know, let's get the bad play all out of my system. One of the things that I'll try to do is be honest with you when I feel like I haven't played really well. You know, that's like a thing of, if you want to improve your game, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do is, Ace Jack wasn't the right hand to make the stand with. I screwed up. All right, we'll talk about it. Done. Won't happen again. So we'll be back here.
Realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
so hard to survive these short stack tournaments. Maybe I should wear my Survivor buff.
Outlast,
Outwit, outplay, yeah. I guess that don't really need to outwit in poker. But, outlast and outplay for sure. Yeah. This is actually the first time I've done anything with this. They call it a buff since Survivor. Yeah, they wouldn't let us take it with us.
How long ago was that?
That was just the last season, Survivor China.
I don't know how to watch it.
Yeah, this last season. I tell you what, just the feeling of being in this room right now, it's just great. World Series of Poker in full swing. They've got day 2 from the weekend's tournament. That was the one where I had 27,000 in chips. By the way, I didn't make the dinner break, but I played really, really well. So, I mean, some of the hands were just coolers. I lost a couple 50-50s, but real happy with the way I played event 2, unlike event 1, where I wasn't happy. And now they're just playing down to the money. I think they have about 350 people left. Yeah. I think they had almost 700 people in today's event. This is I don't really like the small buy-in events because you don't get much chips. But, once you double up, it's pretty good because the field is never going to be as tough as the big buy-ins. And this afternoon, there's another tournament. There's a $5,000 mixed limit hold'em and no limit hold'em tournament that I really, really wanted to play. But hopefully I won't be able to because I'll still be in this tournament. If I happen to get knocked out, if I'm not feeling really upset, then I'll go ahead and play that. Otherwise, well, hopefully I'm still in this.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dembski here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker, and once again the Amazon room is packed. Now there can be over 2,000 players in here at any given time, and of course that means a whole lot of thirsty palates to be quenched, and the Rio is more than willing to help. You'll see servers flying around here with trays full of drinks for about the next month and a half. I'm out here with Angela, who is a banquet server here at the World Series of Poker. And Angela, this is your first year. What's it been like so far?
It's been pretty crazy, but everybody's really nice and very excited to be here.
And there are a ton of people out here who are obviously very thirsty and flagging you down. How many trips do you make back and forth?
About 20 an hour.
Really?
So you get a lot of footwork in, but good exercise.
And how are the players? Are they nice to you?
Oh, they're very nice. They're very happy to be here. A lot of them are winning, so it's good.
And if they're not winning, are they mean?
No. They're just like, I'll see you next time. They're pretty nice.
And good tips?
Oh, definitely. Very nice tippers.
And are they excited to see you when you come?
Well, yeah, depends what they order. But yeah, they are really nice people. It's nice to have it here. I hope they're coming back.
I'm here with Summer Gay, who is the assistant banquet manager. And Summer, this is a huge undertaking. How do you put something like this together?
A lot of meetings. We start in January with weekly meetings, and as it gets closer and closer, we try to work together with all the departments, make sure everybody's on task and we know who's doing what, and kind of a wing and a prayer.
You've got to have a lot of supplies here. How much are you bringing in here?
We bring in quite a bit. We go through about 5,000 waters a day, about 1,000 energy drinks, and then close to a couple thousand cocktails a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of alcohol. Are there ever people that you have to cut off?
Sometimes we do. We try to be very discreet about it. We, usually the cocktail servers will let me know, and one of the managers will go over and, we'll ask the guest how they're feeling, offer them some water, some coffee, assess the situation, and sort of decide what to do from there.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened with somebody who had a little bit too much to drink?
A lot. We've had people fall over. We have people who fall asleep under tables. Yeah, they do quite a bit. We've had to call EMTs before, so it kind of just depends.
So alcohol may not be the most popular beverage of choice with so much money on the line. In fact, when all is said and done, this is just one of about 250,000 bottles of water that will be served over the entire event. For ESPN and the World Series of Poker, I'm Danielle Dembski.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Back we come to the 5,000 no-limit shootout, and by that we mean they all started with the same amount of chips, $1 million apiece. There have been some changes. We have one player that's taken over the table, taken control of the table from the beginning. That would be Greg Mueller, who's at $1,615,000 in chips. But it's far from over. We got a ways to go here.
Oh, it's far from over. And like we talked about how Rep Porter came back from a win in the last event, Tim West just doubled up with ace-king against the pocket nines of Greg Mueller. And now the chips before, when we had a couple shorties, have turned back into everybody being almost even. And Greg Mueller, a little bit less chips than he had before.
So let's go on back to the table, where the cost of poker has gone up to 12 and 24,000 blinds with a $3,000 ante. Greg Mueller has won 11 of the first 40 hands, but he only went to a showdown twice.
And like I said before, if you sit with somebody that does not go to showdown, it's a very scary thing. They're not even showing you their cards and they're winning. How do you know they even have anything?
Well, Timothy West has won 2 pots and has got himself at 915,000, so he's close to even as the players now back in position and ready to go.
Action's going to start with Tim West. Leo Wolpart with the big blind.
Greg started out the day getting aggressive. See if he resumes that tactic after his break.
Some chips. He might eat the chips if he doesn't raise them.
Raises it up to 70,000.
Philip Tom will muck. And Leo will fold his big blind despite showing massive aggression. As Leo said, online he's part of a team called the Bad Beats Crew, and as the Bad Beats Crew says, what it do?
English majors.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a hat on and sunglasses. He can't be that serious, right?
What it do? Okay. If that gets you to another level in your life, so be it. Philip Tom with the button. And Sirius will be the first act in seat 6. He lays him down.
Mueller in the hijack folds. Roop electing to raise. He had been relatively quiet in the last hour, but still aggressive. Re-raising Tim West previously in a hand.
I really think Tom is thrilled to death to be here. In talking to him, he just seemed like this was, wow. And I'm wondering if that's an act or he really feels that way.
Well, I'd be impressed if it's an act. He's playing very well, too. A lot of authenticity coming from the guy. He's serious. He means business. And Leo will re-raise her. What it do, he says. What it do.
A big re-raise for Leo Wolpert.
Roop wasting no time counting out the exact raise.
Needs $175,000 to call. Well, he might want to get a read, and now goes back to the cards. And there they go.
He pitches it.
So Leo Wolpert takes down the pot of $114,000. And now moves to $1,087,000 in second place.
Tim West and Roop tied roughly about $900,000. And Philip Tom and Jamshidi are chip losers. Chip losers, a term you don't normally hear as opposed to chip leaders. There are chip losers.
Well, in this game, it's certainly accurate. Started out with $1 million, and if you now it's 645 where Tom is, you are a chip loser. But the good news is it lasts maybe a hand.
That's right. I mean, he just got to realize opening a pot, unless you have aces, is going to get you burned. If Leo doesn't re-raise you, Tim will re-raise you. If Tim doesn't re-raise you, Greg will re-raise you. Why even play aces? You're still going to fold it. Jamshidi looking serious here. Jamshidi defending his big blind here against Tom's cutoff raise.
Got a 10 and a pair of threes, 10 of hearts.
186,000 pot. Jamshidi has defended his big blind without re-raising maybe 5 times now. I hope for his sake and our sake that he has a hand here. We may be looking at an all-in pot here, Howard.
120,000 is Sirius's bet.
He is bet out of position, a front bet, so to speak, into Philip Tom.
He just might push here.
There isn't much that Jamshidi is representing here other than a 3, and I don't think it's likely he would call with a 3 in his hand in the big blind unless he had pocket 3s. A 10 would never bet in here in the flop unless he had the intention of bet and calling a raise all in. I put Jamshidi here on some sort of Miss Broadway. Pocket 2s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s. Ace high. He just wants to steal the pot. A 10 would never play like this, and he would have re-raised with an overpair.
Well, if he had pocket 3s, then he'd have quads, and it wouldn't even be a discussion. And he lays him down.
And a very good raise by Tom. Faced with that action, I would probably move in with anything I have in my hand.
Well, that's Philip Tom's biggest pot so far as he picks up $227,000 and gets him right back into the fray and puts Sirius now at the bottom of the pile with $564,000 in chips.
The only thing serious about that hand were Philip's sunglasses.
Nothing out of the drugstore. This the real deal is what you're saying here?
Yeah, the real deal.
All right. There you see what the blinds are, 12 and 24,000. Leo Wolpert has raised about 25% of the hands that he has participated in. He folds here, though.
Roop has elected to limp under the gun here. Tim West has limped behind on the button.
So we have 4 to the flop.
A 4-way family pot here, 120,000.
9, 4, 5, 2 clubs.
This board hits a decent amount of the limping range that West and Roop could have here. I would not be surprised if West elects to bet in a limp pot in position, as opposed to in the 4-way raised pot where West checked behind in the cutoff. He may elect to bet here.
Cirrus bets, Greg folds, and it goes around to Tim. He pushes all in.
West elects to move all in here. The likelihood of hands I think that he would chip here would be ace, X, flush draw and overcard, 6, 7 of clubs, a gutter and a flush draw.
I stand corrected. Timothy West did not go all in. He made it 100,000. Well, now I hear he says he has moved all in. And Cirrus makes the call, so here we go. Cirrus 5-4, 2 pair. Pocket jacks for Tim.
He limped behind the limper with jacks on the button, and now he's caught himself in trouble from the big blind special of Jamshidi. In order for West to come here from his 29% deficit in the hand, he would need to counterfeit the board, catch running clubs, or hit a jack.
Well, it's an 8 of diamonds, so now it's a jack and a jack only.
A jack, a 9, or an 8, because the 9 and the 8 would counterfeit the bottom 2 pair.
It is the 7 of clubs.
7 of clubs. So Cirrus doubles up and now puts him at 1,192,000 on a 628,000 pot. And Timothy West has dropped all the way down to 305,000 and now finds himself the short stack.
A bit of fancy play syndrome there. In a vacuum and in any other situation, I'm very, very sure that Timothy West would have isolated the button there with pocket jacks to get into a heads-up pot in position against Roop's limp.
So the biggest collection, the biggest pot so far is won by Cirrus Jamshidi, who moves into second place in chip count. Once upon a time, he had 500,000 in chips, and that particular pot has changed his whole standing.
He may walk home with a bracelet today, Howard.
Well, now you've picked 4 or 5 different guys.
Oh, I know. I mean,
you got to stick with your own guy. You got to stick with Leo. Here's the chip count as we speak. Cirrus moves into second position, and Timothy West, you see, falling way to the bottom with 305,000. He called with a good hand. He raised with a good hand, I should say. But Cirrus just fortunate to match the flop 4-5 on the table.
I'm sure if Timothy West does not win, he's going to look back at this hand and say, I should have raised jacks, because he would almost always raise jacks in that spot.
I thought he had 4 out there. 3 out there and the extra one coming out. I thought it was it's all good. Sorry about that.
Cirrus will start this hand with a button. Phil will be first to act.
Greg Mueller remains our chip leader with over $1.6 million.
Fold it over to Cirrus on the button. He folds over to Greg from the small blind. He makes a raise, makes an additional 55,000.
Greg raises it up to an additional 55,000.
We're looking at call here. Oh, he folded.
Do you have a dealer change? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to these dealers. They work very hard.
So you can see this chip tracker of Timothy West showed some promise, and then like the market plunge on the last hand.
Yes, it looks like a very jagged blade.
Did you deal that coin flip I lost too, or no?
Greg Mueller winning the last pot of 44,000 takes him at 1,675,000.
You know what, though? Tim West is used to the swings. As an online player, he plays high volume. He's used to ups and downs. This is just like a walk in the park for him.
Dealt two hands, back comes the cooler. I mean, got it good.
The antes are just massive. 3,000 ante, 12,000, and 24,000 blinds.
54,000 in dead money.
West with 300,000 in chips. Sitting with about 13 big blinds. He would be correct to shove on the button with any pair and any decent ace just to pick up the blinds and antes. We will be seeing action very soon.
Cirrus raises it up to 77,000. So Cirrus will take home the antes and the blinds and pick up 56,000.
Roop now with the button. Mueller in the cutoff. Mueller's been a bit quiet in the last 4 to 5 hands. Perhaps he's picked up on the fact of his aggression and his deficit in chips and decided to change gears and allow his loose image to play into the fact that if he gets hands, he'll get paid off on them.
He is indeed our chip leader as we speak.
Jamshidi with the double up to 1.2 million recently. Leo steady at 1 million. And Roop, the two Toms, Philip Tom and Roop, both at 8 million, roughly. 8.3 million, 8.8 million, or 8.3 thousand.
6 million chips in play.
Mueller opens the cutoff, as predicted. We may see a bit of resistance here from Leo, but it might be mistimed resistance.
So Leo makes the call. It will be heads up to the flop between Greg and Leo. King, Jack 4. Got 2 clubs on the board. Both players have checked as we go to the turn. And it's another Jack of spades.
If Leo checked a king, he would check a king on the turn as well. We saw before Mueller raised an ace and he had ace-7. He checked behind on an ace-high board. So maybe he's checking behind with a weak king.
Bets 115,000 for Wolpert to call. So he does make the call, which will take us to the river.
Not that quick of a call.
9 of clubs. Now 3 clubs on the board. Leo checks once again. Leo's got that expression right now as if to say, no matter what you put out, I'm calling you. Which is probably inaccurate.
It could be the case. I believe if Leo had a flush draw on the flop, he would have bet it on the turn after checking. Simply because clubs that are unpaired don't have much showdown value. He would have check raised if he had a jack in his hand. I think it's fair to assume Leo has king X in his hand, roughly king queen or king 10 suited, or he has a medium-sized pair. He could have 9s full, very likely.
Greg checks. See the hand, please. Leo shows pocket 8.
A medium pocket 8s, and that's going to be enough to win. Leo takes down the pot.
A very big pot, bumping him up to 1.28 million in chips.
Picks up 217,000 in chips, as Mueller's lead has been reduced to just under 200,000.
Roughly an 18 big blind pot that just happened right there. 9 big blind profit for Leo.
Leo Wolpert now moves into second position with 1,288,000 in chips. Cyrus Jamshidi in third, 1,240,000. Then the two Toms, Roop and Philip Tom, with over 800,000, and then Timothy West bringing up the rear with 293,000 in chips.
So this is your money. Regular sugar.
Philip Tom with a button.
Regular sugar.
Jamshidi under the gun.
This is yours anyway.
Mueller in the hijack. If anyone were to open the pot, they have to keep in mind that if West shoves all in, they're going to be committed to call. So we may see our players tightening up the hands that they're going to raise because they're not ready to call an all in for Tim West.
Over the field, on the button. He lays it down. Actions on Leo.
Thanks. I got it. I'm okay, thank you.
Everybody seems to be taking a drink right now. I took a sip of water just myself. The all-in energy drink. Not energy, water. And Leo attacking the small blind into Tim West with 13 big blinds.
So Leo's raise is going to bring home the antes in the blinds.
About 2.75 times the raise. I'm confident in saying that when Leo raises there, he's going to call the all-in from Tim West.
Leo now inching ever so close to Greg Mueller, as he now only trails him by 146,000 in chips.
Wow. And like you said, even though Greg Mueller, with 1/3 of the chips, he is now almost tied with Leo Wolpert and Cyrus Jamshidi.
Leo will press his hand with the button. Greg will be first to act.
Tom Roop and Philip Tom content right now to just sit and watch the action go by.
The payout's significant at the top three. Even though Mueller, Wolpert, and Jamshidi are at the top three right now, Roop and Philip Tom still are in good shape to place in the top three.
Mueller raises, making it 70,000.
Over the field from the cutoff. He makes the call.
Philip Tom cold calling from the cutoff.
Leo folds from the button. Tim folds. Cyrus folds. We will be heads up.
So heads up to the flop. Philip Tom, Greg Mueller.
Flop is 4 of spades.
2 fours at a tray. 4 spades, 3 of hearts, 4 clubs.
A very dry board. Betting here would be instantaneous for Greg Mueller. There's no decision here. Unless Tom is paired, he's going to have to give up on this flop because there's not much he can represent if he raises Greg.
80,000 is Greg Mueller's bet.
Looks like a cold call.
Phil makes the call. We will see a turn.
So the turn card now, the pot already at 360,000. The turn's a queen of clubs.
A great card for Mueller if he started the hand and the flop with nothing.
Phil checks. See the river.
Both players check to take us to the river.
River card is the 6 of clubs.
And the 6 of clubs on the river.
I'm feeling Greg right now for a queen or a flush.
Greg bets
275,000 is Mueller's bet.
The reason why I feel it would be a queen or a flush is there's no reason to bluff the river if your opponent called the flop and checked behind the turn. If you had a queen in your hand, there's 2 clubs coming in the turn. Wouldn't you bet it to protect it? So why would he bet it? He has to have it. If Tom were to raise here, I would feel him for 3s full or 6s full.
Bill makes the call. Through the hands, please.
Ace queen?
Greg shows queen 10.
Queen 10, queens and 4s for Greg.
Bill up. Greg will win this hand.
Greg's going to win the pot. And a nice pot it was. Takes down 481,000 and
Nice
now
turn.
moves his chip count to almost 2 million where he once was.
Judging from the tone of voice of
At
Philip
ace
Thomas.
six.
Oh, he had ace 6.
6 was a killer for me.
So he called the flop with ace high correctly, checked behind on the queen turn, and called when he paired on the river. Pretty
Well,
reasonable line.
Now take a look at where that leaves Philip Tom. It drops him all the way under 400,000 in chips, joining Timothy West down near the bottom of the pile. And Greg Mueller, who was being challenged by Leo Wolpert, now gives himself a little bit of a cushion.
We may see 2 bust outs very soon.
Tim will start his hand with the buck. Tom will be first back. He folds. Bill folds. Leo lays it down. Tim folds from the buck. Serious folds. Greg will get a walk.
So Greg is going to get a walk.
He's just on top of his game right now. Back to his 2 million, back in his groove. He wanted to be back where he is. 1/3 of the chips in play, and there's 2 short stacks. Right now, you can't really ask for much more, Howard.
Well, Greg has dictated the play early on and continues where he was about an hour or so ago. And he's in a very enviable position.
Starting the hand with Tom Phillip under the gun. Roughly about 16 big blinds. If he's going to open here, he has to have a very strong hand. It'd leave him in a bad spot if he's going to raise some sort of hand he can't call a raise with. But his stack is good enough to move all in front of somebody who's raising a bunch of hands.
Well, Phillip raises it to 125,000. Next 2 players let it down. Cirrus lets it down. And Philip Tom is going to take down the pot, which he needed. They're playing for 478,000, top prize. Second prize, just under 300,000. And then the numbers go all the way down to 38,000 for the first to be eliminated. You've gotten this far. And even if you don't win the bracelet, you still want to make it count.
Yeah. To come this far and get the 33,000 payout would be upsetting, but the experience of being at the final table I still think is great.
Joe and Karen are receiving congratulations and hellos from somebody on a cell phone.
Wearing the sunglasses on top of the visor, a new style breeding these days.
It's the golfer's look.
Yeah. We can appreciate that coming from some links ourselves.
How's Sean doing? How's Sean doing?
How is Sean doing?
Who is Sean? Could it be the Sheik?
It might be the guy with the sunglasses.
I don't think so.
I played a hand kind of bad. I should have ISO'd the button.
2 people in
Greg
the
has
background.
raised it up.
Scott Freeman and Aaron Bin and JC Alvarado, 3 internet players.
So Greg Mueller is back over 2 million and 31,000, leading Leo Wolpert with 1,316,000.
We noticed from the beginning, Leo starting at 1 million has continuously over time averaged a consistent chip growth, 1.3 million.
Our chip leader, Greg Mueller from Vancouver, British Columbia. His
Tim
third
West.
appearance at a World Series of Poker final table. He got second last year in No Limit mixed hold'em. Took home about $300,000. He's looking for a bigger bag today.
Jamshidi opening the pot.
So Cirrus will take down the pot at $56,000 of dead money.
And you look at the progression of the way the table flow is going. Roop has been kind of quiet. Thomas played some pots and he's hurting. Mueller is starting to pick up the aggression, and Jamshidi remains steady. So we're going to see West make a move pretty soon. I think Mueller is going to continue to open a lot of pots, and Leo may make a turn for the aggression against Mueller and re-raise him, play more pots with him. He already won one pot. He feels confident. We may see more action.
Bill will start his hand with the button. Cirrus will be first to act. Eagle, Greg Polk, Tom Polk, over to Bill on the button. He lays it down.
Oh, is Leo going to let Tim take a walk?
Leo would be correct to shove all in with anything here.
He's going
But he
to
doesn't.
feel a little compassion.
No. Ah, it was bad.
So Tim picks up the antes in the blinds. First time that he's been in the winner's circle in a while.
It's the last time I look. I can't believe you talked me into it right there.
Theo Tran, who was disappointed a couple of nights ago on Friday night in a no-limit game when at once he was the chip leader, and then it all came apart for him, and he went on a little bit of a tilt and was visibly distraught at the end of that night during the exit interview, very upset. And right now, I believe in points for Player of the Year, he is number 2.
That's very interesting. You know, every tournament so far in the series, I've seen his name at the top. He's having a great series, and I think he deserves it. He's a very, very good player. Started online, and he made a very great transition to live. I think a very thinking player, very focused, and I hope he can make it happen.
Tom Root raised it up to $75,000. That's not going to be called, so he'll take home the antes in the blinds. The banker, Smokey Root from Houston, Texas, actually grew up in San Francisco.
I actually spent 4 months of my life in the San Francisco Bay Area. Very nice.
Love the Bay Area. Here's your updated chip count, and Mueller's still on top of the pack. And Timothy West still at the bottom.
Tim West will have the button here. If it's folded around to him, we're going to see action. I am positive he's going to ship it.
If you get in your car in San Francisco and drive due south for about 2 hours to the Monterey Peninsula, there isn't a more beautiful piece of landscape in the world, in my judgment.
Really? What city is that near?
Monterey.
Monterey.
Carmel, Monterey. Pebble Beach. Nothing like it. Since you like to play golf, there isn't a more scenic and historic golf course than Pebble Beach.
My friend lives in Monterey, and he's told me how beautiful it is.
So we've got 2 heads up, Mueller and Cirrus. The community cards, a couple of clubs, 4 queen of clubs, 8 of diamonds.
You know, it shocks me that Tim West did not ship that button right there. Jamshidi is not going to call unless he has a really good hand, and Greg Mueller will not call him too light. So it's a winning shove, but maybe Tim West opted that he feels he can outlast Philip Tom because he feels he's better than him, and he's not that much behind him. I mean, the payouts are significant, and you have to outlast your opponents at a final table. Every chip counts.
Makes the call, and the 10 of hearts comes out on top. Both players check as we go to the river. And a 4 diamond. $175,000 is the bet.
They're arguing whether or not the chip slipped over or not the line. And the ruling that it did, so it's $175,000 for Jamshidi to call.
Well, he's getting to his feet, maybe to stretch his legs, to kind of look at the situation from a different angle.
He's like, wait, you're betting the river?
Could be your possibilities.
4 or straight to beat you.
I got a queen. Cirrus makes the call.
Cirrus makes the call and says he has a queen.
Will be a split pot.
So it is a chop pot. Queens, it was queen 4, queen 9. So the 10 stands up on the board, and the two players will split the pot.
It's interesting because even if Greg knows his opponent has a queen, if he can bet big enough and he's sure he only has a queen, he may be able to bluff the opponent out, representing a better hand. And even if the opponent calls, he'll chop it. So he can push the opponent out of a chop.
Well, you see the chip tracker here, and Mueller's chip tracker rarely shows a downward spiral. Every once in a while, but Jamshidi now showing some more consistency. And in the meantime, Timothy West showing the dreaded purple line headed south.
We will be seeing him moving all in soon. Very, very soon. He's got 10 big blinds. I'm pretty confident that he is going to, if he doesn't shove all in the next 3 hands, after the blinds go through him, if he doesn't pick a hand again, he will definitely shove under the gun. So within the next, I'm going to say 8 hands, he will be all in. That's a guarantee.
7 hands left.
Yeah, 7 hands left. He has to.
Greg in the small blind.
It's very hard to play with the short stack.
Raises it to 72,000 and Tom folds. So Greg will collect the pot as he steamrolls.
Easy game for Greg Mueller. But Leopold and Jamshidi right behind.
It can change, as we know. It can change in one hand. So right now, Greg Mueller's enjoying life. He has 2,071,000 in chips and a margin of 700 and almost 800,000 chips over Leo.
32% of his hands.
Well, you know, in baseball, that'd be hitting 320, and you'd be right near the top of the heap in batting.
Oh, wow. So he's a home runner now.
So Greg again comes out and raise.
He's going to attack this button. I like the raise a lot. It's against the 2 tightest players at the table.
And Greg will win the antes and the blinds again. He'll keep pushing this button until somebody says no. And nobody's saying no. Greg over 2.1 million in chips.
Okay, and Tim West under the gun. It looks like he leaving himself 2,000 in chips. That'd be 2 yellow chips. An analogy to online poker, if you move almost all of your chips in, the purpose is so that you can chat. Because online, if you leave yourself 1 chip, you can chat. But if you're all in, you cannot chat anymore. A bit of a joke about online poker. Inside joke.
So Tim will win the antes and the blinds.
I mean, that's an easy game for him. When he gets short, he knows exactly how to play it. And if he gets chips, he knows how to play it well, too. How can this game be tough for him? But it's been very unfortunate for him so far. Running into Greg Mueller's big hand when he re-raised Leo Wolpar on the button. And Greg Mueller had re-raised to 420,000. Tim West had to fold his big hand.
Just increased his chip stack by about 25%.
That's right. He won a race with Ace-King, but then he lost it right back when he limped jacks on the button to the under-the-gun limp of group.
Here's what they're playing for. Top prize, almost $478,000, and the World Series of Poker bracelet.
It's scary how you can go from 6 people from 30,000 to 470,000. because that amount of money to almost all of these players is insignificant. They all deal with high-stakes poker. I know Jamshidi actually plays high-stakes Omaha. So Mueller, Jamshidi, Wolpart, and West are all experienced with that kind of money.
Osiris Jamshidi will take home the pot. The ante's in the blinds. They're playing in the 5,000 no-limit hold'em shootout. 6 players each began with $1 million in chips. It cost $5,000 to enter, and they each had to win 2 tables. So they won a table, moved to another table, won that, and now here they are, the final 6.
A triple shootout format. It's actually interesting. When you watch it in live, it doesn't seem to be very fast, and it can sometimes seem to be very unentertaining at times, but what you need to appreciate is all the raising and just taking down the blinds isn't just for the fact that you're picking up the blinds. You're building an image. You're trying to tell your opponents exactly a certain way that you're playing, and then when they catch onto it, you counter it. And that's how you trap your opponents. There's a lot of strategy going on here.
Wow, what the chip count they had. The difference was huge.
He had 11-1 chip lead.
11-1. Unbelievable. He didn't make it.
But it's possible. I had a big chip lead. My opponents, they came back 4 times too. Like,
Tim lays it down. Actions over to Sirius from the large blind.
So Sirius in the big blind. He makes the call, so it'll be 2 heads up to the flop. Couple of deuces surrounding a king. 2 clubs.
7th time Jamshidi's defended his blind out of position.
Both players check, and now the jack of spades on the turn. Bill bets 125,000.
2/3 a pot.
And he'll collect it. There's been an absence of action for the most part, but I sense that when we lose one player, we'll lose another one very quickly after that.
And it's like I said, they know when they raise the pot, they're going to have to deal with an all-in, maybe half the time. So they're not going to raise a lot of the hands they normally raise because they can't play post-flop poker. It's going to be all in pre-flop.
Yeah, for sure.
Once West and Tom go out, or if they get more chips, the game will open up more, just like you said.
You don't have a lot of chips left, and you have the most chips.
We played heads up for a long time.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Right now, West and Philip Tom are looking to get their chips in with pretty decent hand all-in, and everybody else is hoping they pick up a good hand when they do that.
So announces the raise up to 100,000. Our chip leader, Greg Mueller. He makes the call. So heads up to the flop, Philip Tom and Greg Mueller. The Jack-9 tray. Rainbow, 3 different suits. Both players check. We go to the turn. Ace of clubs. Greg checks. And now Philip Tom announces all in.
Man, calls a raise out of position. They both check, and he open shoves a turn with an ace.
I don't think I can fold, Tom.
Pretty sure that means he has an ace.
Well, he's
probably not a strong
Tom,
ace.
which is by his last name. His name is Philip. You have to watch guys with 2 first names and 2 last names.
346,000.
How much?
346,000. Greg says, I don't think I can fold. We'll see if he's true to his word.
I don't know what I'm calling for to hit the ace and then fold. I mean,
did he hit the ace, or is that a feeler? He makes the call.
you got it. You got it.
Ace queen. Greg shows ace 10.
Good hand.
Ace queen to ace 10.
Phil does have the best hand.
Phil's got the best hand, and he needs a 10. Greg needs a 10 and only a 10. The 5 of clubs, so Philip Tom with his big win to date at the expense of our chip leader.
Bill's back, baby.
Our chip leader loses 438,000 of his stack, taking him down 1,677,000. And Philip Tom has added 466,000 to his stack and doubled up.
4th in chips. And it looks like now that the chips have leveled out a bit, we're going to have more post-flop play. Tim West, the short stack, and everybody else is pretty much defined between 900,000 and 1.2 million, despite neither being the chip leader.
Here's the update on the chips. You see Greg Mueller has lost a little of his chip count, but still has a 473,000 chip lead over Leo Wolford.
Sirius will start this hand with the button. Phil will be first to act.
Well, Phil folds to give him a chance to reassemble his newly found chips.
Action on Leo. I think we might be see 60K raise here. He likes 62,000 though.
He raises, makes it 62,000.
Good call. 62,000.
Teammate, were you rooting for a 10?
So Leo will win the antes and the blinds.
I mean, can't you bring it in one time? Like, you know?
Mueller saying T-May, the online name of Tim West, T-May 420.
Yeah, it looked like I caught him bluffing. I mean, you know?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
I mean, I know this guy's a nice guy. He's not slow rolling me intentionally, but like in my mind when I called, it took him so long to turn it over. I'm like, oh, baby, ship it, you know? Ace, queen, like, where'd this come from?
Greg Mueller saying ship it, a lot of the online terminology. He actually plays a good amount of online himself at Full Tilt Poker.
$240.
He raises,
Makes it 240. Not everything all in. He still has another 5,000. Oh, I don't see it. Do you?
I don't see it either. We're both aware that the yellow chips are 1K. The oranges, orange reddish, I should say, are 5Ks. And the other ones are much bigger.
10,000.
10K blue chips.
Either blue or green.
Well, it's not salmon.
Green's at 25,000.
Sirius makes the call.
Sirius makes the call.
They have an all-in and a call. Sirius calling in the cutoff position. Everybody else folding.
2 4s, ace 10.
So now Tim is all in. Pocket fours for Tim. Ace 10 for Sirius.
A race coin flip situation.
Here comes the flop. No ace or 10, but a queen
it's
of
interesting.
diamonds.
Even though he missed his ace and 10 in the flop, he's still almost, oh, it's 32%.
There's the jack, so now a straight draw for Sirius. Either a king, an ace, or a 10 is what he needs.
Or an 8.
Ace, king, or 10 for Sirius.
Or an 8.
He gets neither. Tim will double up. Nobody wants to go away here.
Wow.
Tim West on the brink of elimination stays alive and raises his kick to 544,000.
Nobody will die, huh?
And that is the 3rd time Tim West has been
Is this
all in.
graveyard shift? I mean, everyone just keeps coming back from the dead. You know?
First, ace king against 9s, then jacks all in against 5-4 and a 9-4.
Why do they got to put up the jack?
And a 9-5-4 flop with 2 clubs. And
Go
now
from like 6
all in
outs
with
to
pocket
like
fours,
30.
holding against ace 10
You know?
offsuit.
From 6 to 30, just instantly.
And I like James Sheedy's call with the ace-10.
Oh, don't worry, they got it.
Over to Pierce. He lays it down. Greg Cole. Tom Cole. Over to Phil. From the small blind.
Philip Tom announces raise.
He announces a raise.
Philip will get frisky here and pop it up a bit.
Leo Cole. He'll win this top.
So Philip Tom collects the chips. Moves him to 916,000.
A little bit of blind versus blind aggression. Last time he did that against Leo Wolpart, it went for the worst, and he wants his chips back. Players awaiting their cards for the next action. What will happen this hand? Who is going to raise? James Sheedy, off his last deficit, elects to fold. Mueller, again, is going to raise the pot.
Greg raises it to 75,000.
That's a rather large raise, over 3 times the big blind. We've watched that Leo has raised much less to 62 and had the same effectiveness of getting his opponents to fold. So I ask why? Why raise so much? Maybe it's just how he likes to do it.
Well, whatever it did, it worked. And it takes him back over 1.7 million in chips. He's got almost a 500,000 chip lead over Leo.
If you look around the table, you notice how people stack their chips too. James Sheedy taking the tower effect. Mueller, kind of a stone hedge kind of thing, you know, a couple things here and there. And the other people with not so many can only have one stack. Maybe soon they'll have a castle.
Philip Tom raises it to 75,000. I stand corrected. Tom Root raised it up to 75,000.
I almost went for it, dude.
So heads up to the flop. Sirius and Tom Root.
I think you've done it to me before.
3-5 queen. A
James
rainbow,
Sheedy
3 different
defends
suits.
his big blind for the 9th time. He always defends the big blind, and he folds.
So Tom will win the pot, one of the few he has collected, but still very much in it with 860,000.
If you were to graph James Sheedy's results, calling from the big blind, he probably lost close to 900,000 chips. So if he didn't call, he would actually have as much, if not more, than Greg Mueller.
Good point. Here's the update chip count, and Greg still maintains his lead of almost 500,000. Timothy Wester was in the 200,000 range a little while ago, doubled up.
Tim will start his hand with the button. Tom will be first back. He folds. Phil lays it down. Action's over to Leo.
Leo's been quiet for quite a while.
He raises.
But he does raise.
62,000. Tim folds. Sirius folds. Over to Greg.
He'll pass it.
He lays it down. Leo wins.
So Leo's going to win the pot. And met with favorable response. Must be some more Met fans. Leo's got to have some New York roots somewhere. His hometown right now is listed as Fairfax, Virginia.
Scott, it got so much louder when Scott got here.
Here's
What's that, Terry? Got louder way? When Scott got here.
here's Philip Tom and Tim West. West with the purple line and Philip Tom with the yellow line.
We see in the back all of Leo's friends, some bad beats crew and some just avid friends of his, avid professional poker players, online players. And they're all here rooting on Leo and they're rooting on Tim West. For one of them to win, it would be a big score for the online community.
And Sheedy will win the pot.
It's live poker versus online poker, Howard. It's Greg Mueller versus Tim West and Leo Wolpart for the community. That's what we're seeing right now. But, you know, there really isn't online and live. There's just poker players. We're all the same. So hopefully they all play the best they can.
It's so far, with a couple of exceptions, it's been comatose. That's a good word.
It's been very quiet, with the occasional joke here and there. I think Greg mentioned something about being an 11-1 deficit heads up in his first or second table, and he came back to win. Now that's gotta suck for the guy with the 11-1 chip lead.
So Greg raises it to 70,000. So once again, a pot goes to Greg Mueller.
Now he wants the $2 million back. If he can just scoop 3 or 4 more pots to get his nice $2 million. Roop seems to be chipping down a few blinds, but still between 800,000 and $1 million. Philip Tom chipping up a bit, and Tim West, after his double up, is chipping back down a little bit, a few blinds. When the blinds escalate, he's going to have to go back into a mode where he needs to move all in on top of somebody's raise, and I see nobody else better to do that than other than Greg Mueller, since he is opening most of the pots at the table. I don't think Leo's going to open a bunch of junk when he has West with a short stack on his left. He knows West is very smart and he's capable of moving with a wide range of hands. So his best shot is to wait for Mueller to open when he's getting out of hand, out of line, and just ship it on him. Profit off of the blinds and antes in the raise pot.
So Timothy West will win the pot.
An under the gun raise by Tim West will win the pot.
$5,000 was the entry in this low limit hold'em shootout event. 360 players began, 354 are gone, and a healthy prize pool of under 1.7 million, with 478,000 going to the winner.
And it's on West's blind. We may see some action here. We may see some fireworks. We have a re-raise here.
Philip Tom with a re-raise. Raises it up to 210,000. And
No.
Leo announces all in.
All in played by Leo. 50 big blind re-raise roughly. Monster all in.
Oh, the guy that laid out a pretty good re-raise, Philip Tom, now is being challenged by Leo Wolpert.
If you notice, his raise was really quick. Ace King is going to be in his range very often. I think you would think more with Ace Queen, but because of his quickness, I'm thinking Ace King. I don't think Philip Tom is going to re-raise here with a bunch of hands. I think he's very tight, and he's actually thinking right now with pocket jacks and pocket queens.
He lays down the pocket nines and yields the pot to Leo Wolpert. So Leo picks up 324,000 in chips and goes over $1.5 million with that one hand.
Increases his stack by 25% chips.
And moves ever so close, under 100,000 behind our chip leader, Greg Mueller.
I'm not sure if I like Tom's re-raise, simply because if Greg Mueller were to re-raise all in, it's going to be very hard for Philip to call there. It's much better if he just calls the raise and plays a flop in position.
Timing's everything, and Leo found the right time to make his move.
Or the right hand.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, with the right hand.
A little bit of steaming here.
Phil again active.
80,000. Man is opening up what seems to be 3.3 times the big blind. 3 1/3 times the big blind. Very, very big raise. And Jim Sheedy will defend his big blind again. but it looks like he wants to raise.
No, he folds. So Philip Tom will win the pot. The antes and the blinds. Doesn't make up for what he just lost, but a win's a win.
Okay. And I'm clapping for Jamshidi for folding his big blind.
Last two hands have not been kind to Philip Tom. Well, he did win the antes and the blinds just a little while ago. Leo raises it up to 62.
A re-raise. Now you notice, Series has played a lot of hands, and he's flatted most of them when he's been out of position, small blind or big blind. But now he's re-raising. I don't think he's being too coy here. I think he actually has a big hand. He's making it transparent when he calls. He's medium strength, and when he re-raises and raises, he's strong.
Raises it up over 200,000, 272.
On top of a 62,000 raise, that's over 4 times his raise.
And Leo folds. So the re-raise working for Cirrus, and he collects a sizable pot. 106,000 goes into his stack, brings him to 934, and in third position. Chip leader remains Greg Mueller with 1,607,000. Leo Wolpert right behind in second at 1,482,000. And then the rest.
Mueller and Leo very close to each other. We're going to see magic soon.
Between Leo and
Mueller. Jamshidi seems to be holding half his buttons. And he'll scoop the blinds and antes.
So he's going to scoop the antes and the blinds. Jamshidi at 990,000 in chips.
Leo's going to start with under the gun here.
It's last hand. 30 seconds? Okay.
The last hand at this level, and then the price of poker will go up to 15 and 30.
With an ante increase. Tim will raise the action to 75,000. Slightly over 3 times the big blind. And he'll scoop the blinds and antes.
So Tim will win the antes and the blinds, and that'll take us to a 5-minute break as the players, like all of you out there, every once in a while you got to have a little potty break.
Absolutely.
And it's time now for the players to do that. Greg Mueller still with a lead, but not exactly on solid ground. He's got Leo Wolpert chasing him. We'll come back after this 5-minute break and resume.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dembski here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker, and once again the Amazon room is packed. Now there can be over 2,000 players in here at any given time, and of course that means a whole lot of thirsty palates to be quenched. And the Rio is more than willing to help. You'll see servers flying around here with trays full of drinks for about the next month and a half. I'm out here with Angela, who is a banquet server here at the World Series of Poker. And Angela, this is your first year. What's it been like so far?
It's been pretty crazy, but everybody's really nice and very excited to be here.
And there are a ton of people out here who are obviously very thirsty and flagging you down. How many trips do you make back and forth?
About 20 an hour.
Really?
So you get a lot of footwork in, but good exercise.
And how are the players? Are they nice to you?
Oh, they're very nice. They're very happy to be here. A lot of them are winning, so it's good.
And if they're not winning, are they mean?
No. They're just like, I'll see you next time. They're pretty nice.
And good tips?
Oh, definitely. Very nice tippers.
And are they excited to see you when you come?
Well, yeah, depends what they order. But yeah, they are really nice people. It's nice to have it here. I hope they're coming back.
I'm here with Summer Gay, who is the assistant banquet manager. And Summer, this is a huge undertaking. How do you put something like this together?
A lot of meetings. We start in January with weekly meetings, and as it gets closer and closer, we try to work together with all the departments, make sure everybody's on task and we know who's doing what, and kind of a wing and a prayer.
You've got to have a lot of supplies here. How much are you bringing in here?
We bring in quite a bit. We go through about 5,000 waters a day, about 1,000 energy drinks, and then close to a couple thousand cocktails a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of alcohol. Are there ever people that you have to cut off?
Sometimes we do. We try to be very discreet about it. We, usually the cocktail servers will let me know, and one of the managers will go over and, we'll ask the guests how they're feeling, offer them some water, some coffee, assess the situation, and sort of decide what to do from there.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened with somebody who had a little bit too much to drink?
A lot. We've had people fall over. We have people who fall asleep under tables. Yeah, they do quite a bit. We've had to call EMTs before, so it kind of just depends.
So alcohol may not be the most popular beverage of choice with so much money on the line. In fact, when all is said and done, this is just one of about 250,000 bottles of water that will be served over the entire event. For ESPN and the World Series of Poker, I'm Danielle Dembski.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hey guys, Aaron Coscarelli here from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. In the world of poker, there are many different styles of play, aggressive, passive, but today we caught up with a few players you might call fashionably aggressive.
This is a site that a couple of my friends are involved with. It's called Ghana Wisdom.
Okay.
If you can, GhanaWisdom.org. It's a not-for-profit charity site that basically goes to Ghana and builds a bunch of schools for a bunch of Ghanaian kids. And, it's a good cause. They asked me to wear it, and I was like, yeah, absolutely, I would love to.
So there you have it. Poker players are in their own world of fashion here at the World Series of Poker 2008. For ESPN, I'm Aaron Coscarelli.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA. A member of the PPA.
Hey guys, Aaron Coscarelli here, coming to you from the Poker Kitchen here at the Rio. If you're a player on break and looking to grab a quick bite, this is the place to come. In years past, heart attack and stroke seem to be the only menu options. Changes have been made, though, this year by adding some healthier options. The menu now contains fresh salads, fruit plates, and sushi. And if you weren't lucky enough to cash in your last event, there are options for players on a budget. Prices in the kitchen start at just $4 for salads and nachos, and sushi will set you back to $6. And as always, the Poker Kitchen offers the traditional fare of burgers, french fries, and Pizza Hut. Even Las Vegas staple Capriotti's Sandwich Shop is here, more than living up their title of the official sandwich of the World Series of Poker. Just as in previous years, the Poker Kitchen is making sure players can feed those empty stomachs and focus on those cards. For ESPN at the World Series of Poker, I'm Aaron Coscarelli.
It remains Greg Mueller with 1,587,000 in chips. Number 2, Leo Wolpert, 1,474,000 in chips. And then Jamshidi with 986,000 in chips. He's in third position. And then comes everybody else. Once Greg Mueller got started early, he set a particular tone. Leo then got involved in the one big pot, which helped him immeasurably. Right now, it's still anybody's game. We're still early in it. West had a chance to go home and doubled up, and that kept him very much alive in this event.
That was his third time he was all in. Ace-King against nines, Jacks against 5-4 and 9-4-4 flop with 2 clubs. And then finally, he got it all in with pocket fours against Ace-10.
Let's head back to the table and pick it up at the 5,000 no-limit shootout.
Contemplation here by Philip Tom.
Tom Roop has raised it up to 88,000. May get a little something going here. He announces a raise.
A re-raise.
300,000, and Tom leaves the hand.
And keeping in mind, the blinds have escalated 15,000, 30,000 with an increased ante. What is that ante, Howard?
4,000.
4,000 ante. So per round, we are looking at about
69,000.
69,000. Over 2 big blinds per orbit.
That is not the earthquake tracker. That is the chip tracker. And Greg Mueller at the top in the yellow line. Leo has shown the best progress of the 3 shown. So Philip Tom, who was down near the bottom of the pile there for quite a while, is now up to 800,000. You got Tom Roop racing it up to 100,000.
1/7 of his stack.
Tom is going to win the pot. Very little contesting. The last guy raises, the last guy
always
standing.
deals the breaks. I mean, seriously. He comes in for the break, and then, you know.
West, Philip, and Roop are all in a situation where they're looking to get their money in all in pre-flop versus a raise.
It's just funny. He's always here on the break. I mean. The guy sweating here, his wife's in the crowd, right? The guy who has the beard. What's his name? Is it you that was sweating? Huh? That couple there.
The next level being 20,000, 40,000 with an increased ante of 5,000 would be insane.
Okay, yeah, no.
Even Greg Mueller with his stack right now would be in danger to people who pop in for a raise because they're looking at an all-in pot.
Oh, you're from Houston? Do you know Ray Hansen? You know him, yeah? Dave Baker?
Tom, a rare observation of a sport jacket at a final table or any poker table. You don't see it too frequently. You might be angling for a clothing deal. Leo raises it up to 75,000.
Leo opening the button, Tim West folding, and Jamshidi with his big blind syndrome.
He makes the call, so heads up to the flop. Leo and Cirrus flop, couple of deuces, adding up to a 4. 2 clubs.
Ever so slightly.
105,000 is Leo's bet.
Roughly
and he'll
over
not
half
get a
a
call.
That is the Bad Beats crew. What it do?
Leo's crew very vocal, and it's taken their favorite to within 44,000 of the chip lead.
Group's going to start here under the gun. West will have the button.
I don't remember the event, but Greg Mueller went heads up
Against Steve Bellarakis, it was a mixed Hold'em event, limit / Hold'em.
Right.
I believe it was 1,500 mixed.
I believe that's correct.
Bellarakis, a very good friend of mine, a very prominent online player by the name of Mr. Smokey One on PokerStars. Follows a similar style as Tim West, tight aggressive. I played a lot with him on the circuit, and I could say he's nobody to mess with. Neither is Tim West.
My bad. See, I put 12 out again. Sorry.
My bad, meaning my mistake.
Yeah, 100%. You're 100% right.
So Leo takes down the pot, and that will push him over the top of Greg Mueller. So Leo Wolpert now the chip leader with 1,596,000 in chips. Mueller at 1,541,000. So here is our new chip leader, Leo Wolpert, from Fairfax, Virginia, sporting the New York Mets hat. Leo, probably one of the few people not applying for Willie Randolph's job as the manager. Seems like everybody's applying for that job.
Well, the Mets have made a good comeback, though. They used to be bad, but now they're really good. Much like the LA Clippers in basketball.
Are you a Mets fan?
Yes, I am a Mets fan.
Okay.
He did throw me 1,000. I just thought I put my 4 out and my 15. I might be wrong.
Both you guys are confused about the lines.
That's right.
No, it's... Yeah, okay, you're right, yeah. It's all good.
Very interesting, the whole ante theory where everybody has to post it before the hand begins. I can count so many times where the table forgets and I throw in an extra ante just because I don't care. I feel that by slowing down the pace of the game, it hurts the people who are actually trying to set real goals of realistically winning.
Leo is raised it to 75,000.
They were stacks of 400. That's what it was.
I think he got a re-raise from Tim. Tom moves all in.
Oh, wow.
And here we go.
Teammate hated it.
Pocket eights.
Teammate hated it. How'd you like that hand?
Pocket, what is it? Pocket sevens for Tom, and what? Pocket eights? How about this?
Flop is 9 of hearts, tray of hearts, tray of spades.
Group will need a 7.
They'll need a 7.
Tom will need to catch a 7.
Holy shit.
6. That scared Timothy a little bit.
One below the 7. Very close.
Tom will have to catch a 7.
It's only a 7. He's got 2 outs and only 2 outs.
Let's see the river, please.
On the river. It's a 4. So Timothy West, who was down at the bottom of the barrel, now doubles up and has gone over $1 million and drops Tom Root down to $234,000 in chips.
You beat either of them, Leo?
Not on that board.
It's amazing how Tim West's demeanor has changed.
Much like whenever anybody wins a pot at a poker table, they're much more open to casual conversation and what the other person cares and thinks about.
That's not considered excessive celebration, is it?
No, not at all. You might want to refer to my friend Kavad Han for that.
He counted out stacks of 400. Oh, so it looked like 2,000, but it was 1,600, yeah.
Oh, okay. I figured you'd be on top of it, but it just looked like 28 for some reason.
It was the effort on the karma.
Okay.
Last Tuesday, Tim cashed in the no-limit hold'em tournament.
Like 28. I was just wanting to make sure.
Effort, you know?
He's already gotten 17 cashes at the World Series.
Wow. 17 cashes.
This is number 18, no matter which direction it goes, and he's just rerouted his destiny.
There you go, it's all good.
All right.
Here, do you want some for the green? 5 only?
Tim has made over $600,000 in his career. So he can add to that by coming up with a big win here today. Cirrus raises. He raises it up to $87,000. Greg's been pretty quiet for a long time.
I would say so too. But to be fair, I mean, there were just a couple big pots and all-in pots. He's picking his spots very well.
Cirrus and Greg Mueller will go heads up.
Sirius raises the cutoff, and Mueller defends by flatting the button.
We got a 3-5 king rainbow, 3 different suits.
This is Mueller's favorite flop to pay back on. He's going to call, he'll raise, but he will not give up on the king because he feels Sirius will bet every single flop.
A 20,000 bet is called by Greg. And now to the turn. 5 of hearts. Cirrus checks.
James Sheedy is breathing rather heavily. Perhaps the check is a check induced, a check shove. If Mueller is going to bet here, he would have to bet at least 300,000 to represent a king.
That's double.
Well, it's 250 enough to represent the king.
Well, maybe he has the king now.
I'm all in.
Cirrus has just pushed all in.
Check to check shove. He has the king.
Or maybe he was breathing hard because he was anticipating what was going to happen.
A very well-timed play by James Sheedy. Well played by James Sheedy. He gets maximum value. Mueller was betting calling the flop with the intention of bluffing the turn, and James Sheedy picked up on that.
Well, Cirrus James Sheedy picks up $522,000 in chips and moves into second place behind Leo Wolford. Greg Mueller now falls to 4th from 2nd.
And like you said, it can all change in the hand.
You've seen it often enough.
At the hands of James Sheedy, the one who called every blind, cost himself almost $1 million by losing pots out of position, is now moving himself into second place in chips. All the effort by Greg Mueller in one pot. Very scary game.
So Greg Mueller takes a 461,000 chip hit.
Series on the hijack here, one off the cutoff.
Eagle. Greg lays it down.
Group on the button.
On the button. He makes the raise, makes it 100,000.
Tom raises it up to 100,000. He
Half of
doesn't
the
have a
stack.
lot of play here.
Still full.
Trying to look as committed as possible.
In the large blind. He gives it up.
So Tom will win the antes in the blinds, 69,000 of dead money. But to Tom, it's like an infusion, like getting a transfusion.
About 35% increase to his stack. Magnificent increase.
Keep in mind, these players started with $1 million in chips each, and 4 out of 6.
Eric Lindgren winning his first bracelet in the 2007 World Series of Poker. Oh, job well done. I never got a chance to play with him, but I hear many good things. And I believe he's in some sort of a prop bet race to see if he can catch 1 or 2 bracelets and such. Very competitive player.
To win 1 bracelet is noticeable. To win a second bracelet takes you to another level. Anything more than that, you're considered an immortal.
Absolutely. I guess that means if you're an immortal for doing that, then players like Phil Hemmings and Johnny Chan are super gods.
No, they're going up on Rushmore. Just see it now. Hellmuth, Doyle Brunson, Johnny Chan etched into Mount Rushmore. Because Phil would want to be the one in the middle.
Of course. Mount Chip it more.
Or here at the Rio, Mount Chippendale. Here's your new chip lead, and it is occupied at the top by Leo Wolpert. Short stack is Thomas Roop, who once upon a time was second. So Cirrus checks his options. We'll have Greg and Cirrus going heads up to the flop. 7, 8, 9, 2 spades.
A limped pot, blind versus blind.
Turn card is a 2 of clubs.
Not exactly blind versus blind. Mueller had limped under the gun. Check behind on the flop. What is he limping that he's checking behind the flop? I think he'd raise most aces in his hand.
Greg folds and Cirrus picks up the pot. Greg Mueller kind of losing his grip. The one big hand he lost over 400,000, and he hasn't had a big win in a long time.
Sirius stacking up his chips in a very divine tower.
Well, Cirrus right now is 70,000 chips behind our chip leader, Leo Wolpert.
It's actually funny. I stack my chips the exact same way that James Sheedy does. It's pretty cool.
I think one of the subjects you need to take in school these days is architecture, to design your chip stack. So again, we have 2 to the flop, Greg and Cirrus. 6, King Jack. A rainbow hand, 3 different suits. Both players check to the turn. Another Jack. Greg bets 100,000. That play didn't work the last time. We'll see if it works this time. This time he makes it count.
Mueller is going back for the chips. Players posting their antes, getting ready for the next hand. Philip Tom will start under the gun. Group in the big blind with about 9 big blinds, and he's looking to get it all in really soon.
Sirius will start this hand with the button. Phil will be first to act. He goes. Leo lays it down. Jim folds. Over to Sirius on the button. He raises.
Sirius raises it up to 87,000 and gets no takers. The shifting of the blinds and the antes for the most part here today.
A lot of strategy going on. Sometimes they just want to do it for the sake of picking up the chips and to show people they're aggressive. Sometimes they do it because they're just that tight and they want to make sure they get paid off on their big hands. But at this stage of the blinds, I don't think they have the luxury of, you know, throwing away a couple chips to let people know that they're crazy. They really just have to pick up a hand and just go with it.
Leo will be first to act. Leo folds.
Leo folds. Jamshidi on a cutoff. He's going to go for a raise. Looks like about 77,000.
87,000. Greg makes the call, and Tom is going to go all in.
From the small blind. Philip Tom elects to fold. Oh wait, he hasn't looked yet. He pitches it. Both players are probably going to just flat call, if not re-raise. There's no way anybody's going to fold here, though. 458,000 in the pot. 143K to call. We're looking at 3-1 a call each. The real question is whether or not somebody will re-raise isolate all in. And Mueller has to call. Looks like Sirius was calling with some sort of a weaker hand, and he doesn't want to get it to showdown.
So Greg will make the call. Pocket kings for Tom. Ace-9 for Greg.
He's actually better that
Do you have an ace, Sirius?
Group showed kings instead of ace-king. Because ace-9 is actually in better shape against kings than ace-9 is against ace-king. See, he's almost a 30% underdog.
Here's the flop. Ooh. No ace. 2, 5, 6. Pocket king still very much in command.
No catching ace. If it's the ace of hearts, Roop can still catch a flush or a king.
The 10 of diamonds. And now Greg Mueller looking for one of 3 aces. And the river. There's an 8 of diamonds, so Tom Roop has doubled up at the expense of Greg Mueller. Tom goes from 230 some odd thousand in chips to 601, and Greg Mueller, who once upon a time had 2 million in chips, now falls to 816,000.
Opposite of a Cinderella story. It's just a tragedy, Howard. I mean, Mueller can make a comeback, but at this point, he's in just as bad a shape as Roop and Philip are. But Tim West on an upswing, a 999, 100,000.
And he went all in on 3 occasions.
Yeah.
And survived.
Actually, 4 occasions now.
What?
Yeah. And he's back to where he started. That's pretty cool. You get to have the roller coaster of your lifetime. World Series final table, all in 4 times, and you had the same chips, and you're still ahead of 3 people.
Tom will start his hand with the button. Tim will be first back. He holds.
Wheeler going on full-blown tilt now, as predicted.
He raises. 80,000.
This could be towels, this could be napkins, this could be anything. It could be deuce 7 off. He just wants his chips back.
So Greg picks up the antes in the blinds.
Full-blown tilt. An eruption coming soon.
$5,000 no limit shootout, and there hasn't been very many shootouts at the OK Corral. There's been a lot of collection of antes and blinds, and the 6 players still remain seated where they were at the beginning of the day.
Tom attacks the button here into Leo and West.
Tom Roop raises it up to 75,000.
600.
Tim lays it down, and Tom will collect the antes in the blinds.
After the last 2 pots, Tom brings his chip count up to about 615,000.
Tom's actual collection here now is 662,000 in chips after collecting 65 more.
Mueller's going to start here under the gun.
Stay on time.
225,000 less. I'm begging.
So 3 levels and no elimination.
I was so weak. I figured
It's
you had to
magnificent.
call me. I really thought you
Did not what we expected.
Because he was there too.
Yeah.
So I couldn't
Well,
take a
my
second.
pick, Leo, is the chip leader. All you need is faith.
We're in the 4th level of the day, which is, I stand corrected, the 3rd level of the day. 4,000 antes, 15 and 30,000 blinds.
No, it'll be the 4th level. Next level will be the 4th, yeah.
Next one will be very interesting, 20 and 40 and 5,000 antes.
Looking at 90,000 a round, as opposed to this round, which is 69,000.
So Greg collects the antes in the blinds.
So you go from 69,000 to 90,000, about 21,000 upswing. But the previous level of the 1224
was 54,000.
54,000. So 15,000. We're increasing by an extra 6,000 in the next level per orbit.
Winner collects $478,000.
Coming out.
Nobody wants to be the first one out. The payout is only $38,000.
Despite Leo's group, the bad beats crew, he didn't deliver many bad beats to be where he is, and he seems to be playing very solid. Tim will open here on the button.
300,000 we go now.
If Tim could pick up this pot, he could change the momentum in his favor. He hasn't been opening successfully and gotten people to fold.
Tim's going to win the pot. 140,000 in the process takes him over $1 million. And from where he was to where he is now is a quantum leap.
The stack sizes were very good for a re-steal there. Even if he re-steals here and Leo shoves, he will still have a significant amount of chips to where he can keep opening pots, trying to attack lines. He can move all in on people with good hands, and he can open with good hands. His options are still the same, just as if when he has 999,000 as opposed to 650,000. So it's a great spot for him to re-steal. And Leo has been changing gears and opening his game up a lot more, so it's good. I like it. Mueller going to attack again. Roop, small blind versus big blind. Roop, after just doubling up, is in a position where he can move all in.
Boy, Tom couldn't even wait. He re-raised in the drop of a hat.
Half of a stack in the pot. He's not folding to a shove.
I mean, he was just sitting there waiting to spring on him. Like a cat in the jungle. Everybody picking on Greg these days.
Oh. Full-blown tilt. You can see the frustration on his face. What's going through Greg's mind is he re-raised me very quickly. It's not the re-raise itself, but the timing of it. And he's trying to figure out if his ace-10 is good, if his king-jack is good, if his pocket fives are good.
Greg folds, and the quick re-raise by Tom Roop pays dividends. Mueller dropping another 94,000 in chips down to 814. And look at Greg Mueller's track. Not anything that's making him happy. Trust me. Tim West, by contrast,
it looks like the Batman symbol.
Well, either that or the bottom part of the state of Texas.
We're looking at Leo Wolpart under the gun.
Leo will be first back. He folds. Tim folds. Sirius lays it down. Over to Greg on the button.
I mean, will he ever fold a button?
He raises.
When will his opponents adjust? Time will tell.
Well, this time he'll collect the antes in the blinds. Greg's third final table.
I want to make a prop bet with you, Howard. In an unopened pot on Greg Mueller's next button, do you think he'll raise or not? $10, I bet you he will raise. Unopened pot.
I'm not going to go against you because I know you're right. Based on...
I'll give you odds. I'll give you 1.5 to 1.
Wow. What a guy. Became a creature of habit.
Now we'll start this hand with the button. Tim will be first to act.
Who was it that took the prop bet? Was it last year or the year before? Was it Eric Lindgren who took it? Playing, was it 4 rounds of golf?
Yes. That's
They
right.
bet he could shoot under 100 for 4 rounds of golf carrying his own clubs on 4 different golf courses.
For 36 holes?
No, it's 72 holes. 4 rounds of golf.
Oh, wow.
Carrying his own bag. And breaking 100 each time, and he did it.
That's amazing.
This guy's a bet on anything. I gave a guy 8 to 5 this morning that it would not rain. He wouldn't take the bet. So Sirius wins the pot and picks up 65,000, and that moves him into the chip lead with $1,391,000 in seat number 6. Leo Wolpert in seat 4 with $1,335,000.
Jam Sheedy will open under the gun here. He'll be beginning the pot.
Phil will start his hand with the button. Sirius will be first to act.
Philip Tom on the button, the short stack now with 593,000 in chips. The amount of times that Tim West has been in trouble, and he has fought his way out each and every time. Jam Sheedy raises it up to 85,000.
Over to Phil on the button.
Bill has announced a raise. And we'll see what this re-raise is.
20 times the big blind to an under-the-gun raiser from Jam Sheedy. This has to be a huge hand. Jam Sheedy has been very, very tight under the gun.
Philip making his first appearance at a final table, and he raises it up to $300,000. Leo folds. Tim folds, and Jamshidi is not hesitating. He's re-raised all in.
So we're going to have our first possible chance of an elimination.
I knew this guy was fucking loaded. I just had
And
queen jack
we
of
got a
clubs.
call.
I never fold that for a raise.
Mueller with a bit of profanity in the background.
Pocket aces for Cirrus, pocket kings for Phil.
That is so disgusting.
The ultimate showdown.
That is such a cooler on so many levels.
But you know what? I'm focused.
You can only feel the most sympathy for Tom right now. He's begging for a call, and he gets called by the only hand that beats him.
It's the first time we've seen pocket aces today. And now here's the flop, and oh, baby, look at that.
Oh, my God.
A king flops for Philip Tom.
Somebody call 911.
Just hold up.
Oh, my. And now the all-important turn.
ace.
Oh, that's great news for Philip Tom. And unless an ace comes out on the board, Philip Tom's going to double up. No ace.
So sick. So sick.
Oh, man. How many times do you see that? You see a guy with pocket aces lose a hand.
It always seems to happen because you only notice it when it happens against you. When you have the aces, they have the kings, you don't remember. But, oh.
Philip Tom went from complete despair to exhilaration in about a minute.
Despite Jamshidi losing that pot to a horrible, horrible bad beat, he still has 800,000.
Yeah.
And he's not last. Roop is still behind him.
Yeah, but a big grin on Philip Tom's face as he has taken his stack to second place with $1,247,000. And he was this close to being eliminated, and now he is still not only in it, he's second.
I wouldn't say he picked a bad spot to go on, though.
No, not at all. There you see the updated chip count. And any one of these guys can double up, and all of a sudden they're right in it.
I mean, you know,
Yeah. It's almost as the only thing that's changed is the blinds.
What's the record for nobody bitten brush?
legitimate on
3 days.
Here's Jamshidi looking at pocket aces and couldn't help but twitch in his seat, and it winds up to be a losing hand. Hard to deal with. Hard to take.
And Mueller just has to be hating that. All the short stackers keep doubling up, and the only thing that's happened to him after being at $2 million is losing more than half his chips.
No good.
So Philip Tom re-raised and forces Greg to lay his cards down, and Philip Tom is showing cards, just grinning from ear to ear and collecting chips.
I had diamonds too.
It's an easy game.
I had ace five of diamonds.
Not easy on your nerves, but it's not an easy game.
Well, before he was quiet, now he's opened up to conversation, shooting it around with Mr. Roop, laughing, everything's good. Then he turned the camera over to Jamshidi, and he's very mad.
He's right now, Philip Tom is a happy man. He's on top of the leaderboard, but this euphoria that he's going through right now is short-lived. We've seen it so many times today.
You? What about me?
Yeah, but I mean, I run good on full tilt too, man. That's true. I run pretty bad on stones.
Phil folds. Leo lays it down.
West on the button.
Over to Tim on the button. He folds.
He elects to fold, and a good choice at that. Jamshidi just lost a pot. He may be angry. And Mueller has been losing a lot of chips, so he'll be angry too.
Greg checks the top.
Not a good spot for you to open with a lot of hands.
Keep it long, please.
So we got 3 to the flop.
Jack of clubs.
5, Jack, 7.
Check.
Go. Serious check.
2 clubs.
Tom check. Let's
All 3 players check to the turn.
turn card is the queen of
And the lady, a queen of diamonds.
Check.
Serious checks. Greg checks. Tom bets 100.
Tom bets 100,000.
Folds. Greg folds.
And the other 2 players fold, so Tom steals the pot. Picks up 80,000 on the way. That takes him to 813,000 in chips. But he is in fourth place, and you know, as far away as you think you are, you're not very far away.
Even though Tom took the turn for the better and is the chip leader, he's in the exact same shoes that Mueller was and got into, so he can lose too.
Cirrus will start this hand with the button. Phil will be first for that.
Old Phil down to 300,000. Now he's dominating.
Chip leader. Chip leader. Jim Bull. Action on Cirrus. Run the button. Cirrus raises. Makes it 85,000.
Cirrus raises it up to 85,000.
Changing his raise from 87 to 85.
Greg Bolt, Tom Bolt, Cirrus will win this round.
And everybody else walks away, so the Indies and the Blinds go to Cirrus Jamshidi, living now in Philadelphia.
This table seems to be playing very, very tight. We haven't seen a lot of re-raising, and it seems like when it happens, we're getting aces against kings, Howard.
Well, that one time. Here's your updated chip count. Philip Tom with a marginal lead over Leo Wolpert.
And Tim West sandwiched right in the middle. A tight player with the same chips he started with.
He raises, makes it 75,000.
Leo raises it to 75,000.
Cirrus Bull,
That chases everybody up to Philip Tom.
Tom Bolt. Over to Phil from the large blind. He makes the call.
So the flat call is made by Philip Tom. It'll be 2 to the flop.
Flop is 7 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 8 of
7, 5, 8. Rainbow, 3 different suits.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna float this fucker. I'm like, nah, why get cute? Oh, 6-4 diamonds. High.
Leo bets 135,000.
135,000 is Leo's bet.
Kings just beat aces. The low guy was all in. Lost this fucker.
135,000 for Leo to call.
5 flat call.
A little bit over half the pot.
5 flat call and button. I would have if I had like 1.5. Oh, I got it.
He does make the call.
Phil makes the call. We will get
So this pot building a little bit. And out of the turn, Deuce of Cubs.
2 chip leaders going at it.
He's gonna check behind. Don't worry. Don't worry. He's gonna check. Well, actually, he looked like it.
Well, you get the idea that Leo's not going to check this one.
Tom called the raise on that flop without check raising. I'm putting Tom here on 9s, 10s, or jacks. Not exactly the best turn for Leo to bluff at. Perhaps it might be pair over pair again.
He bet 325,000.
But maybe Tom has something like an 8-9 or an 8-10 suited. Pocket sixes.
I love to see him go all in right now.
Here's your chip leaders, 1 and 2 going head to head.
You can see Leo breathing a little bit heavily, more than normal, and he keeps the same stare down on him.
He must be a cardiologist. I don't see any heavy breathing going on here.
I can see it.
I'm saying that you must have a physician's eye.
Just keep watching people when you play live.
$325 to call for Philip Tom.
Leo, Tom is sitting with 9s, I think. He wants to play it. I don't think he's going to check raise, though. He's going to call again or fold.
No, he lays him down, and Leo will pick up a substantial pot. Leo picks up 245,000, moves him to over $1.5 million, and drops Philip Tom to 1.1 in second place.
And that's the power of position. He raised under the gun. Tom only called out of the big blind. He bet the flop, he checked in him again, and he bet again. He represents a big hand. What can you do? You have to fold. Or get it in and hope the guy folds and hope he calls with worse, which is very, 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 very slim thinking.
Nice win for Leo Wolpert.
Pumps him up to a $1.5 million in chip lead.
Well, Greg Mueller once upon a time was at $2 million plus, and now he's fallen to $780. Fame is a fleeting thing, isn't it? At the risk of being cliche-driven.
Tom and Tim West around the same. And Leo at the top. Jim Cheaty's been opening a lot of pots.
And Philip Tom announces a raise, a re-raise.
He seems a lot more aggressive than I thought. Perhaps they're going to cooler each other again.
300 more.
The same re-raise that he made when he had pocket kings, except at that time it was half of Philip Tom's stack. Now it's about 25%.
Put 3 greens out, take a red back. Pink or whatever they are.
Oh, to 385,000. Over 4 times his raise. Actually, almost 5 times his raise.
Cirrus decides to fold, and so Philip Tom, who lost 200,000 chips a little while ago to Leo Wolpert, now brings back 135 to his side of the table. Three players over $1 million, 3 players in the 700,000 range.
And when the next blinds jump, it will be hectic. For all 3 short stackers, their option will be to move all in on top of a raise. $15 minutes left in this level.
So Tom picks up the pot, takes him over 800,000 with 65,000 more in chips. When I asked him before, I said, are you a full-time banker? He said, yeah, Monday through Friday. When do you find time to play poker? He said, just on the weekends.
After he plays Halo.
After he what?
After he plays Halo.
Yeah. Here's our upcoming schedule of broadcasts tomorrow. No Limit Hold'em 2,500 entry, and then the Ladies Championship comes up on Tuesday. Tom announcing a re-raise. Mueller made a raise to 85, and then Tom Roop challenging Mueller once again with a re-raise.
About 3.5 times his raise.
Everybody else gets out of the way.
Mueller having opened under the gun here. He's thinking.
This is really unusual in that nobody's busted out. Yesterday they had tables that they were down to hands in 1 hour. Am I breathing okay?
A cold call.
Huh. Wow. They go heads up to the flop.
I mean, Roop has less than a pot-sized bet left.
Got a couple of threes surrounding a 3.
Only thing I can think of here is that Mueller is sitting there with 9s, 10s, or jacks, and he wants the flop to miss an ace, a king, or a queen and get it in.
All in for Tom Roop.
I don't see why Mueller would fold here on that board now. He's going to think that he's going to call, is my analysis on the hand. I mean, he's very competent, very aggressive player. I think he knows that if he plays ace, king, or queen, ace, king, ace, queen aggressively, he has to get it all in pre-flop. At the same time, he wouldn't want to get nines, tens, or jacks in because he doesn't want to be called by kings, queens, or aces. However, he knows that Roop won't fold, so he wants to at least let the flop miss an ace, a king, or a queen so that the opponent will be forced to fold so he doesn't have to gamble. And if he gets it inverse and overpaired, then he just considers it's a cooler. They both started the hand with roughly 26 big blinds.
Greg Mueller looking around the room as if he needs some help.
And Roop standing up with a bottle of water. Just smiling, trying to bait Mueller into a call here. This seems to be smaller than Roop's normal re-raises. I think he's stronger than Mueller here.
My overpair is no good, you don't think?
You noticed before when he held ace, king, ace, queen, he would re-raise half a stack.
All right, I call.
And Greg calls. Pocket eights to pocket nines, advantage Mueller. You know what? He's been due for a break.
And as my analysis put, nines through jacks was right. If the board threw out a queen, a king, or an ace, Mueller would have check folded.
Pocket nines for Greg Mueller, pocket eights with Tom Roop. And both players all in. And now the turn card.
Well, even if Roop loses, he has chips.
Deuce doesn't help.
No help to Tom. He will need an 8 and an 8 only. Or Greg will double up.
2 outs for Tom Roop. And the river. It's a king.
FBT taking a turn for the positive.
So Tom Roop falls with pocket eights. And if the Greg Mueller has seen his chip stack go south from $2 million, he now goes back up to the chip lead with $1.6 million, and Tom Roop is left with $49,000.
Kid picked up a little read there. Wow, that was tough.
$833,000 goes to Greg Mueller.
Tim Wist and Leo having a bit of chatter over the hand.
60.
We have 1 minute to go before break.
Thanks, buddy. You put the heat on. You played it well.
Good call.
Played it well. Really put the heat on the kid.
The kid rallied money.
Greg being very noble, saying you played it well.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost with the nines. I figured maybe the nines were due, you know? Old Gretzky.
I mean, in all honesty, when Mueller plays the hand like that and a flop like that comes out, if anything, I'm shocked that he would spend even 2 to 3 minutes thinking about it. He's investing over a third of his stack to think on that flop. It seems like a snap call. I'm actually shocked that Roop showed eights instead of like missed ace, king, ace, queen, or a higher pair. That's actually kind of weird.
Well, here's your new leaderboard, and Greg Mueller, who spent a lot of time at the top of the leaderboard until recently, now finds a familiar spot. This game has taken many turns.
It's actually interesting if the board came out like ace, queen, 4, then Roop could have shoved his eights, turning it into a bluff, and Mueller would have check folded. It's very funny how a hand can change.
Sirius raises it up to 100,000, and he'll get no call, so he'll pick up the pot.
Despite his bad beat with aces to kings, he's holding on strong.
Something challengeable. Talk about it. Flop.
Tom Roop left with 45,000 in chips.
Now, are we going on break soon, or I don't think so. Was this the last hand?
I'm just a hired help, man. I wait
They
for
wanna go
somebody
on
to
break.
say something.
If they want to go on a break, I'll jump in and I'll play instead.
I'm sure you would.
Yeah. I'll just play against 5 clones against myself, and I would always win.
What do they call that? The bad beats? Aces against kings? Oh, not yet.
And Mueller, the new chip leader.
Tom goes all in for his 45,000.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's
We're all in here.
graveyard. I mean, he's-
Group throws in his last ante, his last blind. Against Leo Wolpart.
So Tom in for his tournament life with 7-10
Robbie, we need a breakout.
to Ace King
You know what?
suited.
Nine of hearts, 4 of diamonds, deuce of clubs. No help to Tom.
No help to Tom.
Ace King still in the lead. See the turn.
And now the turn card.
It is the 5 of diamonds. Once again,
He will need a 10 or 7.
He needs either a 10 or a 7 to keep the pulse beating.
see the river, please. It is the 9 of clubs.
9 of clubs. So Tom Root is our first casualty. He's our 6th place finisher. So the banker from Houston, Texas, by way of San Francisco, pockets $38,070 and is our 6th place finisher. And it's taken us very nearly 4 hours to see our first casualty.
And it'll go much quicker at the next level.
It's the end of the 3rd level.
The next jump is very significant, an increase of 21,000 extra per orbit. We have one shorty, Jamshidi.
I think there's 4 minutes left at this level.
4 minutes. 4 great minutes.
One large blind. Leo will be first back. He goes. Chance Bolt. Over to Sirius. From the cutoff.
No shame, Greg. No shame.
Over to Greg on the button.
There's no shame at all.
I know, I know.
Careful.
Each player now guaranteed $63,450.
What do you mean? I let the last one go by.
Did you? Not on the button.
I did.
About
I had deuce, 10, and
12 and a half times the bind. So if you play this tournament 12 more times than you lose, you're still up money.
Greg raises it up to 85,000. He gets a call from Philip Tom.
I don't have that kind of cash.
It's his option. He can fold.
Well, the players are having a good time at the table anyway.
I like that. That's a good thing, you know. That's what's important. Because at the end of the day, when you lose, you don't want negative thoughts. You want to know you have a good life, a good family, good fun.
Pair of 6s on the flop, rainbow. And the 75,000 bet by Greg Mueller does not get called, so he'll collect the pot.
Tom saying he wishes he had a 6. I say, I wish I was at that table.
Yeah. Everybody has different desires, right?
Yeah.
So Greg Mueller now with $1,653,000 in chips. Leo Wolpert's in 2nd place at $1,560,000, and then Philip Tom with $1,150,000, followed by Tim West, who's been quiet for a long time since he doubled up that time, and then Cyrus Jamshidi with 706,000 chips.
Almost. 1.5.
Well, Tim West is not shy to the all-in. 5 times, I believe, he's been all-in now. Almost catching up to Jamshidi's flattening out of the big blind record.
Greg raises it up to 85,000. So Greg will take down another pot.
Mr. Mueller.
Greg from Vancouver in British Columbia.
It only seems like Greg is in his rhythm if he has a lot of chips. Greg isn't Greg unless he has a lot of chips. He's Reg or something.
Leo's got a 1.5
I understand Greg used to be a professional hockey player before poker.
Yes, but not at the level of the NHL.
No.
Played in the Western League, I believe.
But he'd still check us.
Oh, no, he's a guy you don't want him to check into the boards.
Yeah. I don't mind if he
He's-
checks into me in poker, though.
Yeah, he's a pretty big guy.
I don't know what's bigger, his head or that full tilt logo.
Cirrus makes it 85,000. Greg folds.
Tim West.
And Tim with the spinning flip.
Jamshidi has opened so many pots now. On the next level, if he continues to do that, I can see Leo and Tim West punishing him heavily. They're just waiting. They're waiting for his stack to be the perfect size.
Or do you guys want to wait an hour? I can wait indefinitely. For sure he's having a dinner break, so you want it now or in an hour? It's a question.
And Mueller, from the
There's
beginning
five
to
of us,
the
so let's
end, has
make a
increased his
decision,
stack.
three versus two.
What it looks like to be about 600,000 chips.
Are you guys cool with that?
This is the last hand, and we're going on break.
If it's mandatory, now makes sense more than wasting 20 minutes and then don't need an hour.
Right.
Might as well save 20 minutes.
I'm good with whatever these guys want to do.
They don't know if they want a dinner break or not. I think they should keep going. Why delay it? Keep going. Keep your momentum.
I would agree.
Keep your fire.
I would agree.
I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
Philip Tom raised it up to 85,000.
He does make the call. He heads up to the call.
Jamshidi defends the big blind.
So now it's 2 to the flop. 6, 8, 7. 2 clubs. Both players check to the turn. And an ace of diamond.
It could be a new drama hit show. Everybody loves Jamshidi's big blind. $150,000 Philip Tom's bet.
I do have my happy pants going right now. That could change in like 20 minutes. I'll be blown.
Cirrus makes the call. We will see.
Well, Cirrus makes the call in making this pot now over $500,000 as we go to the river card. 6 of diamonds. So we have a pair of sixes on the table.
I'm not sure what Tom would check that. He would bet that turn.
Cirrus checks. Tom turns over. Ace 9 for Philip Tom. Ace 5 for Cirrus, and the ace 9 will play for Philip Tom.
Yeah, just a 5-minute piss break and then keep going.
Either way, it's fine. It doesn't absolutely.
Let's take a 5-minute pee break and then play, and then we'll take it in. Is that cool?
Sir, is you have an opinion?
5-minute break.
So the players apparently are discussing taking a 5-minute break now and then play for another hour and then take a dinner break if they're still playing in this game. Greg Mueller now has taken over not only the chip lead but the decision making at the table about whether or not there's a pee break now and a dinner break later.
Well, it only seems like Greg Mueller is in his current state if he is the chip leader. If he has chips, but he's not in chips, maybe a bit more submissive.
Well, is that any different than many other players?
No, not at all. No. When you're winning, you're happy.
Yeah. Well, either when you're winning, you're happy, or you feel like you're not that far away. And right now, he's on top of the heap by a couple of 100,000 in chips. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then come on back to this 5,000 no-limit hold'em shootout. 5 players left out of the 6 that began.
Hey guys, Aaron Coscarelli here from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. In the world of poker, there are many different styles of play. Hey guys, Erin Coscarelli here, coming to you from the Poker Kitchen here at the Rio. If you're a player on break and looking to grab a quick bite, this is the place to come. In years past, heart attack and stroke seem to be the only menu options. Changes have been made, though, this year by adding some healthier options. The menu now contains fresh salads, fruit plates, and sushi. And if you weren't lucky enough to cash in your last event, there are options for players on a budget. Prices in the kitchen start at just $4 for salads and nachos, and sushi will set you back to $6. And as always, the Poker Kitchen offers the traditional fare of burgers, french fries, and Pizza Hut. Even Las Vegas staple Capriotti's Sandwich Shop is here, more than living up their title of the official sandwich of the World Series of Poker. Just as in previous years, the Poker Kitchen is making sure players can feed those empty stomachs and focus on those cards. For ESPN at the World Series of Poker, I'm Erin Coscarelli.
Millions of people around the world might say, "I'm better than you." But are they bluffing? Play for real. xvid, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Millions of people around the world might say, "I'm better than you." But are they bluffing? Play for real. xvid, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Yeah, so anyways, this show basically is called Surviving the Series with Sean Robert. Don't really know exactly what we're going to be talking about, but basically we're going to be following me and my survival through the World Series. As you know, last year I missed most of the World Series because I was in China on this little show called Survivor, and I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Good job, Chuck. My buddy Chuck. He owns the hottest club in Hollywood called Villa. You got to go check it out sometime. Chuck Pacheco. Anyways, yeah, the other thing to consider is, now, where was I? Anyways, what's that? Be honest with you, I looked around. This field is really, really tough today. There's like 350 players, but I mean, the best of the best are all out here. So this was no easy pickings like I thought it might be. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the tournament. Well, first of all, I got in the tournament. For $10,000, you get double the amount of chips in any World Series event. So they give you 20,000 in chips, which is a pretty good amount. But this year, they're starting the blinds much bigger. The increases are going smaller, but last year, this event would have started with 25, 50 blinds. This year, it started with 100, 200 blinds, but they're doing that because they're actually adding, you know, the 153 level. They're doing 4, 800, 6, 612. The structure is actually better, but more people are going to be getting eliminated early because the blinds are so big early on. And I get sent to the rail. And, you know, if it was a $1,500 or $2,000 tournament, it wouldn't be so bad. But a 10K event, you know, right now I'm a little frustrated with myself. Opening day, you know, let's get the bad play all out of my system. One of the things that I'll try to do is be honest with you when I feel like I haven't played really well. You know, that's like a thing of, if you want to improve your game, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do is, Ace Jack wasn't the right hand to make a stand with. I screwed up. All right, we'll talk about it. Done. Won't happen again. So we'll be back here.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Don't we realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Ordered mind and
Chip leader Greg Mueller, who's been there for most of the day with over $1.7 million. But that doesn't guarantee anything. We have seen, Con, something that's been like a regular occurrence. Players going up and down like an elevator.
Tim West has been all in 5 times. Jamshidi got sucked out with aces against kings. Leo Wolpart consistently chips up. And Tom is the one who sucked out the kings. And Mueller up and down, and finally the chip leader again. And he's happy. He's running the rules. Who wins a dinner, breaking a brie? Let's make sure we ask Greg Mueller. FBT used to be full-blown tilt. Now it's just full-blown.
Let's go to the table because we have a player that's gone all in.
Oh, we have action.
We got West and Wolpert going heads up.
Oh, my God. And we have a raise by Wolpart and a shove by Tim West. Perfectly, awesomely great shove with 9s.
We got Leo with pocket kings.
There with his frequency and your stack.
And West with pocket 9s.
Greg Mueller trying to justify why it's an easy call, even though it's an obvious easy shove and call.
2, 4, 7. And Tim is playing for his tournament life, but he has dodged the bullet several times.
The bright red shirt. We'll need the mighty red 9.
A jack of hearts, so he's got 2 outs, and 2 outs only.
A little on the salty side.
Leo just loving life right now. Consistently chips up, then he gets his running good moment.
The river, is it a 9? It's a 10, and so close.
And Tim West would be
so Tim West
place finisher.
Is our 5th place finisher. He'll pick up $63,450.
Now they have to be happy. They're all making at least $118,000 now.
That's right. That play there, 37, about $55,000. Everybody just made $55,000 more at least.
The way you got to look about it too is like if you enter a preliminary event in any of these tournaments, $118,000 is like the average payout for a $3,000 buy-in. So they're making good money already. They've already won a small tournament in some casino. Now they're ready to make some more money.
So the next on the chopping block will be Cyrus Jamshidi. He has $505,000. He is the small stack. Everybody else has got at least $1.3 million.
I'm pretty sure Tim wishes they went on dinner break so that, hey, it wouldn't have happened. I'm not hungry anymore.
Well, Tim was was just about ready to get busted out 4 or 5 times, and he survived each and every time. This time he did not. And now there are 4 players left. And at risk is Jamshidi.
Howard and I placed a small wager that at this level we would lose at least 2 people. And if 2 people get eliminated at least, I win the $5. If only 1 gets eliminated, he wins. Right now I'm feeling pretty good because
it was actually $5 in soda crackers.
And Indian rub burns too.
So we got heads up to the flop. Phil and Leo. By the way, lost in the translation, Leo Wolpert now with $2.4 million and our chip leader. Leo was your pick right from the beginning, so right now you look pretty good.
I know. I should have put all my earnings on it.
Should have doubled your $5 bet. Leo asking Phil about how many chips he has left, and that's probably a facade.
Leo asked for a count.
He lays him down.
He votes. Phil wins his spot.
Philip picks up 127,000.
So we've got Greg Mueller, who's been the chip leader twice. Leo Wolpert, second time he has been the chip leader, or last time was only about 30,000.
My eyes are bad.
And now we have Leo Wolpert, who's in very good position with 2.3 million in chips.
This one, bad economy.
Now.
Gold on blinds and everything.
Sirius under the gun. A surprising fold. He's been opening a lot. But he does have 500,000 in chips. Moving all in would be correct with the wide range of hands. He's increasing his stack by roughly 20%. But I don't think Jamshidi is aware of that. He would rather wait for a real hand, which is perfectly fine. Everybody has their own style.
So again, it is Phil and Leo heads up to the flop.
Have a limp pot. We noticed before that Tom will bet the flop if he has nothing. So if he checks, he might have it.
We got ace, queen, 8, 2 clubs on the board. Leo bet 60,000.
We're looking at least a call here.
I mean, this cocktail's like, where are they?
Greg's very impatient. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I mean,
he just asked for the cocktails like 90 seconds ago.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's very clear that Greg needs to be trashed because he's just doing too well and winning too many pots. He just has to go back on the downswing.
What does he think he is, Tom Cruise in cocktail?
Maybe the Canadian Tom Cruise, like Tom Bruce or something.
4 of spade comes up on the turn.
Check calls the flop as opposed to check raising or bet folding.
Both players check. And then the ace of spades come up.
Notice that Tom thought, then called. I see as a weak queen.
8 is good, Phil. Don't worry. It's good. Don't worry.
Aces and 8s is not a dead man's hand except to Leo as Philip Tom picks up the pot.
You see my cards?
He called him with bottom pair after thinking for a long time.
You need 3 waters. And then whatever they're having, that whole group there, I'm buying, okay?
Thomas coming to the booth to say his goodbyes. As a well played match.
I'm surprised they didn't give us his card. If he's a banker.
Tell them whatever they want.
He'll probably quit his day job.
Well, he only picked up $38,000. It's not like he got rich here.
Yeah. He could be a superhero for a week in Vegas.
Damn, Phil.
Depends on who you're hanging with.
Okay.
Our chip leader, Leo Wolpert, with 2.2 million. And then you have 2 players, Greg Mueller, Philip Tom with $1.6 million apiece.
You can put that.
And Cyrus Jamshidi with 496,000 in chips.
So
That can change. We've seen it before. Phil makes an announcement of a raise.
Philip Tom with 1.6 million, roughly 40 big blinds, is going to raise the pot.
Raises it up to 130. Leo folds. Cyrus folds. And Phil will win the antes and the blinds. That's 90,000, and actually less now. It's 80,000 in dead money now. $478,000 to the winner. $298,000 to the runner-up. Third place pays just about $188,000, and the next one to be eliminated will collect $118,000. So nobody's going home terribly upset, but one person's going to go home with money and jewelry. So Greg gets a walk. Wonder if Greg got his cocktail yet. Tim West didn't look too thrilled as he just walked by our broadcast position. He picked up $63,450.
That's right.
But I kind of had a feeling that once he made that one big move and doubled up, he thought he was going places. And why not? If you don't feel that way, then why are you playing?
Exactly. And his all-in shove was perfectly correct.
Meanwhile, at this table for 5,000, no limit. A shootout where each player started with 1 million in chips. So Cirrus makes a raise to 120,000, and he's not going to get called. Updated chip count, you see Leo Wolpert still on top with 2.2 million. And then Phil and Greg with over 1.6. Cirrus at 494.
Greg will start this hand with the button. Cirrus will be first to act. He folds over to Greg on the button.
Well, Greg has bet from the button just about every time. And actually, is raised from the button, then he does it again. Raises it up to 130,000. And he's going to take a walk.
Mueller's going to start here under the gun. Mueller is going to start under the gun.
Well, there's not much to choose between the top three players chip-wise. You know, a hand here, a hand there, and all of a sudden everything changes.
We're just waiting for James Sheedy to lose.
Phil will start this hand with the button. Greg will be first to act. He folds.
To raise here, would commit yourself against James Sheedy if he moves all in.
Oh, Philip Tom has announced a raise. 125,000 to go. Not from Leo, but is Cirrus going to push all in?
Receiving all in.
He has pushed all in.
And I would not be surprised if we have a call.
He does call.
We're all in.
Pocket aces to pocket jacks.
Four-handed when you're short.
Well, now we have seen a hand lost with pocket aces once today.
That's right.
I mean, it took him 10 seconds to say.
And usually pocket aces fall about once every 220 hands. And it's happened more frequently here today. So Philip Tom has had Lady Luck smile on him. This hand for the moment. Now we'll see if it's long term. Now, since I said there would only be one guy eliminated in the next hour, I stand to lose a couple of bucks here.
Yeah.
But you know what? For the good of the game, let's see what happens. Let's see. So,
and it runs.
Cirrus needs a J. He's got a face card, but it's a king.
I saw a pink.
Well, they are all diamonds, but Philip Tom has got the killer.
Turn queen diamonds, river 9 of diamonds. Straight flush with the jacks.
Well, if a queen comes up now, this could be interesting. Not in diamonds, anything but a diamond. Oh, it's a deuce of hearts. So now it's jack or jack only for Cirrus.
Black jack, so to speak.
only, or it will be our fourth place finisher. Let's see the river, please.
And the river is...
It's a 7 of clubs, so Cyrus Jamshidi has busted out. He is our fourth place finisher and collects a sizable sum of $118,440.
$187,000 guaranteed to top 3 now. In my eyes, if I get third, I feel like I've won. But the majority of the prize pool's in the top 3. You did your job. You entered the field with a bunch of people, 360 people on ESPN 360, and you're about to receive $187,000.
So Cyrus Jamshidi, living now in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, has now gone over $1 million in tournament winnings.
Oh. He accomplished his goal.
And now they are playing for one big payday of $478,000, the second payday of $298,000, and the third place finisher will collect $187,000.
Feeling pretty happy about my $5, Howard. Life is good.
You don't need much.
It's true.
Who do you want to help out? These guys or you? They can see.
The Bad Beats crew. What it do?
Now Philip Tom has moved, with that win, has moved to the chip lead with $2,157,000. And he knows, like the other two guys at the table, that this is going to shift hand to hand.
Mm-hmm.
You got 3 players whacking up $6 million in chips, and it isn't too far apart where they're almost equal.
Tom and Leo are neck and neck here, and Mueller's right behind him. But they're sitting very deep now. We're going to see a lot of poker.
Philip raises it up to $100,000. Man, has he gotten active and aggressive.
These stacks are perfect for Leo, though.
You have change of 10?
I think I do, yeah.
Then you don't need my 5.
Gotcha. Good bet, sir.
Greg Cole, actions back over to Phil. Will be additional $175,000. He does make the call.
So Phil
how many
raises it up to $175,000. This pot just got very interesting.
Come here, boss.
We have a re-raise pot,
3, 6, jack.
Do me a favor. Bring them exactly
2 clubs.
what they had. Bring them another round, okay?
Both players check to the turn. 8 of diamonds. Phil checks. Our chip leaders going head to head. And meanwhile, Greg Mueller's an innocent bystander.
We have a continuation bet here.
$350,000 from Leo.
A little bit over half the pot.
Jesus, yeah. Jesus.
And not this time for Phil. Well, Leo wins a very nice pot, just under $1 million.
And the crowd goes wild.
Leo now with almost $2.5 million in chips. Tom drops to $1,877,000, and Greg Mueller with $1,661,000. And here is the chip leader for the moment, and it's going to shift from hand to hand to hand, unless somebody gets on a roll here.
From what I can tell, this tournament's Leo's.
This tournament's Leo's.
It's Leo's.
No, you've been saying it from the beginning.
What would a Mets player do right now in the button? He would raise.
A Mets
Leo
player?
raises.
Mets player would probably drop the ball, commit an error. So
But
Greg
he would-
makes the call of Leo's raise. So we go heads up to the flop, 2 players, Leo and Greg. 4, king, 8, all red, all hearts. Both players check to the turn. 7 of hearts. Greg checks. Now Leo Is he holding a heart? And the question is, how high? If it's 300 and something thousand or more, he believes. It's only 160,000. What are you able to tell from that?
I don't think he would bet the turn with the king, so it's a bluff or it's a heart. I don't think he would either bet a low heart either, so it's a big heart or it's nothing. Maybe something like ace queen with the ace of hearts.
Greg just makes the call as we go to the river. And the three of spades comes out. No effect. Leo checks. Both players check. Anybody got a heart? Paris. Nobody had the flush.
So Leo decided to turn his 4 into a bluff.
So Greg Mueller picks up a pretty nice pot. 4 hearts on the table, and nobody could complete the flush. Greg picks up 310,000 on the pot, takes him to 1.9.
Greg's thinking behind the hand was probably that. I feel that Leo would bet a heart on the flop. So if he doesn't bet it on the flop, and he's not going to bet a king on the turn, it has to be a bluff. If he's calling the turn, he's going to call the river too. So he could have called a really huge bluff on the river.
And now the updated count, which changes from hand to hand, as we have alluded to. Leo on top with 2.2 million, but Greg now moves in as second.
Everybody is neck and neck. 2 million versus 1.8 million versus 2.2 million. Chip leader is still Leo Wolpart.
Greg does have the button and the action. He goes over to Phil from the small blind. Right. He announces a raise.
Phil has announced a raise.
Makes it
220 to go. Leo lets it down.
What? 220,000? Was that a re-raise?
No, it was a raise. Not a re-raise, it was a raise.
A raise to 220,000, over 5 times the big blind.
This looks like the interstate highway connection somewhere about Topeka. And you can see Greg Mueller with the yellow line is now starting to rise again after he fell just a little bit. And Leo has dropped a little bit, although he's now the chip leader.
First place, 477,990. Second place, 298,638. Third place, 187.
Everybody's walking away with a chunk of change, but as long as you're here and you're playing the final 3, you'd like to win the bracelet and the $478,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is why you play the game, is it not?
It's all about the competition. You can ask Greg too. The bracelet means more to him. It's become a sport. Poker's grown a lot. You can see the look and the attitude everybody has. You know, the intensity, how much they care about getting their money in good.
We've got 4, 4, 2, 2 hearts. Both players check. Deuce of diamonds, so 2 pair on the board.
Greg checks. Phil checks.
Both players check again, and we go to the river. And the river's a tray of clubs, so it's small ball we're playing here. Both players check. Phil has a king, and that looks like it's enough. So Phil wins the pot of 160,000. He pushes over 2 million. We need another pocket aces, pocket kings to get something really exciting, apparently. Although one time it was pocket aces, pocket jacks.
That's right. I would say Leo and Mueller don't even need close to that to get all in. They're both very aggressive players. You give Mueller like a pocket 5s. You give Leo Jack 10 suited, they'll get it in. Not pre-flop, but etc.
There was a thought that we would watch some of the action of Eric Lindgren going for a second bracelet, but It has not worked out that way. Last time I looked, Eric was down to about 12 to 15,000 in chips and was on his way out.
Mueller and Wolpart
All
at it
three
again.
players in now. Jack 4, 8. Rainbow. Nobody giving an inch. They all check. And we go to the turn, and it's a trade.
Three-way pot. Mueller in the small blind. He's going to bet into the pot. The first one to bluff at it, or the first one to get value out of his hand.
Looks like 150.
Half the pot.
175,000. He's going to get called, it looks like, from Phil, or maybe raised. No, he just gets called. Leo gets out of the way. And now heads up to the river. 6 of clubs.
I got an ace.
Phil checks. Show the hands, please. Phil shows queen jack for a pair of jacks.
Pair of jacks for Philip Tom, and that's good enough to win the pot. He had top pair.
Mueller checked to him on the river, and Tom checked back with top pair.
I know, but we're all
He
even
should have
right now,
definitely
so when
value
you
bet
work
the
on it,
river.
might-
I don't
things
see
might
why he
change.
checked behind.
Philip
should have definitely checked behind. I don't know
I
what he
understand. All we
thought
want
Greg
is the
had.
total prize between
It
the top
takes
three.
him to the chip lead, however, 2.4 million. That gives him a 400,000 chip lead over Leo Wolpert.
There it is. He's
And
got
a
it.
900,000 chip lead over Greg Mueller.
That's it.
Greg did play some hockey professionally. I believe it was in the Western
7,
League.
8, 9. It's almost a million. It's like shy.
I asked him what position he plays at defenseman. So I said, well, I'm not
like
looking for
9,
anything to get checked into the boards
6.
here, so just easy
We
up.
could lock up like 300 each and play for 60. I mean, huh?
He is first jack.
You interested in doing something like that?
Possibly. Yeah, 300 each and then play for the 60.
It's a roughly around that. It's like 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like a million.
Whatever's above 900.
Yeah.
First play, whatever that is.
Just leave that for 1 second. Can we stop the clock? Just for a second. Just for like a second. After this hand.
Looking for clock time on some situation here.
Phil makes the call. Leo checks. We heads up to the top.
With a limped pot.
Flop is deuce of clubs.
Pair of deuces and an 8 in between.
I'm the low guy. They want to. The total prize pool is like 960. We could save 300 G's each right now and play for 60. Second is.
Phil has overbet the pot to 150,000 when the pot was
But I'm
100,000.
saying third is only 187.
They may be discussing a deal, actually.
Hold on a second.
Deal or no deal? We need Howie Mandel. You ever watch that show?
He busted. Fuck, do you know where
You got some of the dumbest people in the world that appear on that show. I mean, I'll finish the thought in between hands, and I'll tell you exactly what I mean. We got Wolpert and Tom in the middle of a hand here.
I don't know. I mean, it's probably financial. So the last year in the spot we didn't do it. Again, with
Phil puts down a bet.
He overbet the flop. The pot is now 400,000. The jack has peeled. No flush is possible. No flush draw is out there.
I can lock up 300,000 right now.
Phil bets 300,000.
300,000. Leo lays it down, so Philip Tom will take home the bet. I'm watching that show one night. Deal or no deal? Girl comes on and says she makes $37,000 on salary. Okay. She gets up to where she's offered $190,000 at one point. There's like, I forget what the odds were and how it was all shaking out, but it was a 50-50 deal is the way I looked at it. She said she makes $37,000. She's offered basically 5.5 times that money and turns it down, winds up winning 20 grand. And I'm thinking to myself, well, at what point in time do you not realize what your situation is? You know, you sit there and you watch it and you get frustrated. So, I mean, I'm thinking to myself,
So basically all that
apparently
means
you
is
don't
whoever
have a
wins
full grasp of your situation. If you make $37,000 and you pass on 190-something thousand.
She probably just got into the moment of the gambling.
Yeah, just take the moment, you know, take the money and run. But anyway, we got three players now have locked horns. Philip Tom with $2.6 million in chips, 1.8 for Leo Wolpert, and 1.5 for Greg Mueller.
The last few pots were very, very good for Tom. He overbet the pot, and Leo paid him off. He picked up blinds, the antes, and the overbet on the flop.
Well, they're
Then
back
now
and
he's the chip
playing
leader.
again at the table, so let's go back to the table.
Back to the table.
Well, we
It's
got
very
a little
interesting
bit.
how it
We
works
got a
out,
little
though.
bit of a technical problem here that is
Bit of
unable to get us
technical
back to the
difficulties.
table. So you'll have to look at Khan's handsome face.
And my guns that are coming soon. My
The guns.
chest. Don't forget it's Poker Stars.
All right, let's go back to the table.
Greg Mueller's plan is to mug and stab them in the bathroom.
They must have a bladder problem. Here's the flop was a 4-8-6 2 hearts, and then the ace of diamonds came up on the turn. And Greg Mueller is making a concerted effort here to grab this pot.
We could be looking at an all-in pot here. The
Might
next
be.
action is a raise. It has to be an all-in pot. To call here again would be suicidal with any kind of a made hand. The draws are out there, straight draw, flush draw, the ace is there. Like,
Phil
just
makes
calls.
the call. Now this pot just got to over $1 million.
We're looking at an all-in pot right here, Howard. Absolutely.
King of hearts.
Got a king.
And apparently he paired up the kings, Philip Tom did.
Oh,
I was looking for a 5. I was looking for a 5, okay.
King 7. So he called with the gut shot.
So Philip Tom will drag down over $500,000, take him over $3 million, and he's got more than half the chips in play.
He calls two streets with a gut shot. And Greg Mueller is now on full-blown tilt after that. I would too. He knew he didn't have the ace. That's painful, Howard. You get all the money in there, and he rivers a pair of kings. What can you do, though?
And he bought it on the river. So Philip Tom with $3.1 million in chips, more than half the chips in play. Greg Mueller drops to $1 million. So he's, after all this time, which is roughly, 4.5 hours since we began, Greg Mueller has made $11,000.
That's true.
Which in real money is very nice, except in poker, when you started with $1 million, no, it isn't.
But it's also nice to know that you didn't even chip up and you made all that money.
So now Phil and Leo will hook up.
Leo
For
just has a
Jack
commanding
9.
chip lead now.
A rainbow, 3 different suits. Philip Tom bets $250,000. And Leo folds, so Phil trying to grab control of this table and take it home. He's up to $3.3 million, or more than the other two players combined.
A very interesting situation. Mueller is third in chips, and Wolpert is in second. Tom can effectively pick on Leo to the point where he puts him in a decision to let him know, I'm ready to knock you out now. So, in turn, Leo is going to want to be tighter and preserve at least second place money. Very interesting bubble dynamic. He's got way more than Greg Mueller, and he can easily coast to second.
So Greg raises it up to $130,000.
On the flip side, Greg needs to accumulate chips, so it's not a good idea to push him off hands.
Well, Greg will take home the pot.
Takes down the pot. $187,000. Just the thought of that must make them all so happy right now. At least $187,000.
Well, you invested $5,000 to get in it. And so you've basically improved your lot by what? At this point, by
37 times that.
Almost 37 times that, huh? That's good. Good quick math.
We've just always been dealing with 40 big blind stacks. So I just think whatever it is times 40, and that'd be 200,000, minus a couple binds, you got 37.
Phil has raised it up to 175.
We have a call.
He's going to get a call from Leo, and Greg gets out of the way.
Pot is brewing. It's big. 400,000 chip pot.
We've got an 8, deuce, 7, 2 diamonds. Both players check. We go to the turn, and it's a jack of clubs.
A great card for Leo to bet here. And he's going to go for it.
He's going to bet it.
Pot is 400,000. How big must he make this bet to price his opponent out of calling with a gut shot? What does Tom have that he would not bet the flop? He doesn't look like a believer.
That's 250,000. Now, if Phil's sitting there with connectors 9-10, then he's just playing a nice game.
We have a call. Pot is 900,000 chips.
So he does make the call, and we go to the river.
Leo has about 1.2 million behind.
And it's a bullet. An ace of clubs. No
I still
flush.
think Leo should bet.
No flush, a possibility. Still, with the connectors is a straight possibility, but I don't sense that's the issue here.
If I were Leo, I would definitely bluff again at this river.
He makes a huge bet, 525,000.
Value bet, half the pot. I just don't understand what.
Phil folds, and Leo will take home a huge pot of 475,000 clear, so that puts him at 2.1, brings Phil down to 2.8.
Phil assessing that he believes Leo had missed his diamond, but he does not call anyway on the river. If you really don't think he has it, you should call. I think his assessment was right, though. I'm pretty sure Leo was bluffing there. Doesn't make much sense for him to bet the ace for value.
There's good times to bluff, and there's not good times to bluff. That was a good one. Phil gets a walk here.
What happened? I had no hand. Oh, really? Seriously? You've had a hand, 99% of the time before.
75,000 in dead money on the table.
A walk? You must have had 2-4 off. What do you mean? Or you have to make a phone call or something. Greg will start the hand with the button. And the action. A raise.
Phil announces a raise.
150 total.
Raises it up to 150.
150,000 at 20K, 40K with a 5K ante. Almost 4 times the big blind.
Well, he doesn't get a caller.
Full-blown tilt may be moving all in pretty soon.
You're not. You're Canadian.
I get all the money. I got European passport. I just want to make sure you're not Canadian, because Canadians they withhold money.
They what?
They withhold like 30. I'm Canadian. For being paid out, I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the action. Equal.
You still live up there?
Over to Leo.
Vancouver.
What part?
Leo in the small blind.
Where at?
And he's going to fold it. Greg Miller gets another walk. And these walks are expensive. Greg Miller now up over $1 million.
I just always love going to Vancouver. Just going through that border. Pain in the ass.
What is the game plan for Leo? What is the game plan for Tom? What is the game plan for Mueller? Tom is going to continue to call out of position in front bet. Leo's going to continue to raise and re-raise, and Mueller's going to continue to go on tilt.
Leo raises it up to 100,000.
I mean, the man's playing King 7 offsuit twice.
So Phil makes the call and heads up to the flop.
I think we have a new Jamshidi here. Somebody that just does not give up his big blind.
King 5 deuce. Kings have been good to Phil. Both players check. We go to the turn and we find a 7 of hearts.
Interesting, Leo checked. Because I think he would check behind a king for value, to bait value from the turn and river.
Jack of clubs on the board. 125,000 is Phil's bet.
Half the pot.
He makes the call.
Wow.
Hey, a pair of deuces is going to be enough.
And what an amazing call by Leo. Bottom pair. Checks behind a king high flop, checks behind a 5, and calls a jack on the river with bottom pair, top kicker. And it's good.
Bottom pair picks up 255,000.
And Leo catching up to the chip lead of Philip Tom. And Greg ever so slightly diminishing the stack. I could just see the full-blown tilt just blowing up right now. Jack 4 offsuit.
Phil has announced a raise. This is Philip Tom's first appearance at a final table at the World Series. He raises it up to 175,000.
Very, very unnecessarily large raise. And a call.
Leo's going to call it.
Blind versus blind. Seems to favor Leo. Plays position very well. He's a very high stakes winning cash game player. Leo Wolpart goes by the online name of Pichorin on PokerStars.
Pair of 5s and a lady.
Will the bad beats crew ship the queen or the 5? He's checked the option. Last time he checked the option, he check folded.
250,000 from Leo Wolpert's stack. Keep in mind that Philip had raised.
I'm not so sure Philip would raise so big and check on a dry board like this. I think he's trapping. Aces, kings, or a queen. Such a large raise.
He announces a raise.
He's going for a raise.
Going for the throat.
A min raise. So he's check min raising a 5-5 queen board. He's never done this before. And we've assessed that if he does this, he has a queen, kings, or aces. And Leo was bet folding. He fell for it. He got extra value. He knew if Leo has it, he'll get paid off by trapping. And if he doesn't, you know, if he bets out, Leo will just fold. So he elected to check. And it was awesome.
That was a nice collection for Philip Tom, who collects 435,000. Takes him over 3.1 million. And where Leo won the 400 and some odd thousand last hand, he just gave it back.
Mm-hmm.
Phil will have the button. Should we get this hand? He will also be first to act.
Greg has first option on the button. No, he doesn't. Tom does. And he's, after stacking his chips, he's going to raise it again. He's just relentless. He's feeling it. You know, he probably doesn't play much poker, but he's feeling it. Don't quit your day job. Oh, and Tom actually had limped on the button, a flat call on the button, and Mueller is isolating just over 4 times the big blind from the small blind. An isolation raise to price out Leo. Actually, no, Leo folded the small blind.
And Phil folds too, and so Greg will collect the pot.
A little bit of momentum swing. Greg is chipped up by 1 big blind. He's now sitting with 21 big blinds. Everybody else, Tom with a commanding chip lead of 3.09 million chips. About 77 big blinds.
He's got slightly more than half the chips in play.
Leo going for the button. Let's see if he pops it up. He's going to raise this pot. And look how quick. He looks at his hand, grabs chips, and throws it in. Looks like Mueller's going to go in for a re-raise. And it would be correct for him to move all in, actually. I'm not a fan of flat calling, but I guess he did. With a stack like his, if I'm flat calling there, I'm looking to do that as a trap. I mean, you can't afford to lose those chips because you're going to drop down to like 23 big blinds before you know you're a short stack. Because if you miss, you check fold, right? But maybe Mueller has a plan besides that. Maybe he plans to move in on any kind of a flop. Maybe he'll have king 10, the board will be 4, 5, 6 with 3 clubs, and he'll check shove.
Well, it's 4, 5, 8, not 4, 5, 6. That's pretty good.
We'll see some action.
All 3 players in this pot.
He's going to check.
250,000 from Leo. And so Leo's going to win the pot with a bold raise, a bold bet. Leo goes back over 2 million.
And Mueller is under 1 million.
The biggest increase has been Philip Tom, as you can see on the chip tracker.
And look at this guy.
This is from the beginning of the tournament to now. Look at the blue line. That's Philip Tom's and how it's gone skyrocketing right around hand number 90, 95, somewhere around in there.
It's funny how you look at Mueller's graph with the journey he's been on in this tournament, chip-wise. Everybody winds up back home in the end stages of life.
So Greg makes 130,000 raise, and both
Just
players
over 3
fold.
times the big blind.
The blinds in the Andes bring in 75,000 of dead money. Originally, 360 players began this play. 3 are left.
Tom's going to raise the button.
He raises it up to 250. That gets the other players running for the hills. Just the movement of chips from side to side to side, and right now Philip Tom with over 3 million, better than half the chips in play.
Leo will have the button on this hand, confidently ready to attack. 2 million in chips versus Philip Tom's 3 million versus Greg Mueller's 1 million. 20K, 40K, 5K ante, 75K dead money in the pot, and he elects to fold. Mueller's going to pop up the small blind.
So Greg takes down the pot, moving him to over 1 million. So it's basically 1, 2, 3 million is the way it's falling out now. Give or take a few $1,000 bucks.
1, 2, 3. Top 3 played. 3, 2, 1, and it's done.
How about make it 90, and if we get back earlier, then we'll start. Just in case of the restaurant scenarios.
Greg will start his hand with the button and the action. He raises, makes a 130,000. Still folds for the small blind. Actions over to Leo from the
Leo in the big blind facing a raise from Greg Mueller.
Start again at 8:15.
And we have a call. We have a raise pot, 260K plus 275. So we have 295K pot. Yep, that's right.
Jack 8-6. Got 2 hearts on the board. Jack 8 and a 6 of spade.
Many, many draws hit the flatting range of Pechorin, a.k.a. Leo Wolpart, a.k.a. Bad Beats Crew. What it do? What will he do to Greg Mueller's flop bet?
You need a little musical background here. With a do-rag. Make it complete.
Ah, he folded. The flop of all flops to hit things. People shouting FBT for full-blown tilt. I would be on tilt too with that chip stack.
What's that stand for again?
Full-blown tilt.
That might be a nickname deserved, huh?
Philip Tom laughing and talking about the nickname of FBT while he remains the chip leader. Why not laugh? Why not conversate as we talked before? You're winning. Life is good. Phil pumps it up again from the button.
Phil raises it up to 100,000. Not getting a lot of play now since the 3 of them have gone.
Well, FTP just ready. He's fired up.
And a re-raise from Greg.
Much like the Giants, he's ready to punt his stack. He's thinking. I know the look. He's giving action on this hand. A cold call of a re-raise from a 30 big blind stack.
Got a pot now over 600,000. Here comes the flop. Oh, a lot of face cards there. A couple of kings and a jack. This should bring some excitement.
FBT, sizing up the bet. What is the right bet to bait the opponent if I have a king? What's the right bet to bet the opponent off a jack if I don't have anything? What do I do to win the pot?
They count out Greg's raise, or his opening bid here. 265,000 is his bet. And Bill's not going to take the call.
He folds. A mistake to cold call the 3-bet from Greg Mueller. He has now given the monster the chips he needs to swing around momentum. I would not call the raise. I would move them all in and I'd fold. If I'm calling with kings or aces to trap. You don't want to give somebody like him chips, but, you know, Tom got here because he plays the way he plays and he got the cards and he got the luck he needed. So I don't think he is necessarily adapting to any situation. He's just playing the cards that come his way. And that's how Greg Mueller is taking advantage of it.
Tom with 2.6 million in chips, Wolpert 1.8, and Mueller 1.5.
Leo attacks the button 2.5 times the big blind. I like Leo's bet sizing here. It's enough to get the people to fold. I mean, Mueller just doesn't fold, but it's enough though.
We got a deuce, a 5, and a 10. Both players check. 10 of clubs.
FBT taking the aggressive approach of things, betting the turn.
275,000 for Greg. There's 3 diamonds on the board and a pair of 10s, and he's going to get called.
A big pot now. 800,000, and they're both second and third in chips.
8 of hearts comes out on the river.
What would Leo check on the flop that he would call the turn with? Medium pair or a 10.
Here's a 600,000 bet for Greg Mueller.
Leo contemplating a raise. definitely at least a call. The situation here is, if he's calling when the 10 is out there, the flush missed the river, and the 8 is lower than a 10. What is he possibly afraid of, that he wouldn't bet the flop as a bluff? He does not know what to do, raise or call, but he's giving action on the river. And this pot will be a very, very course-changing pot.
I got a flush.
You got a flush. He's
Flush is
sitting
good.
there with a pair of diamonds in the hole.
It was an excellent river for Greg Mueller there. If any paint, a queen, a king, or an ace peels, maybe he doesn't get paid off there. But because the 8 came and he called the turn, he's not possibly afraid of what the river could have brought.
Not too long ago, Greg Mueller had about 800,000 in chips, and now he's gone to $2.5 million, less than 100,000 behind Philip Tom, who is the chip leader. And Leo Wolpert has dropped down to 852,000. This flow between these guys from the beginning of the day has been constant.
Greg Mueller used to have 21 big blinds. Now it's switched. Now Leo has 21 big blinds. And I still believe in Leo. I still think he's going to win.
Here's the new chip count. It changes about as frequently as you change in your socks. Hopefully you're doing it at least that much. 2.6 million for Philip.
I think FBT should change his name to FBS for full-blown swings. The man has been up and down the entire match.
Greg's sitting with 2.5 million. Phil's sitting with 2.7 million. Leo rounds it out with 800,000.
We'd give Greg Raymer a set of headphones if we had one, but we broke one.
Greg Raymer.
Con getting challenged by Raymer.
Final table.
Whoever you're betting on, he's going the other way. What is he saying? You're the mush?
Okay. I'll still take Leo if you take Mueller, but you got to give me some odds. He has 800,000, and Mueller has 2.5 million. Come on in, Greg.
Is that headset working?
Let me see.
Let's find out if this headset is working. We'll get Greg Raymer to come in here. We might as well do this on the air rather than just do it long distance. Yeah, just make sure his microphone is, just put his microphone on.
Why so much? Huh? We're sick.
And he's got to get rid of the lid.
And I'm back.
Is that working now? I guess it is.
You tell me.
Yeah, it is. Just pull the microphone down
We
a
are
little
in
bit.
with Mr. Greg Raymer.
Greg Raymer,
So you want to bet on Wolpert, who's got 800,000.
I'll take Wolpart with 800,000. You could take Mueller, but give me 2.5 to 1. Whoever lasts longer.
Well, you're so confident. I'm only going to give you 2 to 1.
Fine, I'll take it 2 to 1.
2 to 1, but must win. If Tom wins, no bet.
Okay.
How much?
100.
$100 or 100,000?
$100, 100,000. Would I look like I won the main event? Come on, man.
I want to make sure you're not free rolling me. You're going to pay me 100 when you lose and ask for 100,000 when you win.
100 when I win, or 200 when I win, 100 when you win.
That's fine. We can bet more if you like.
I already won $5 off Howard.
5.
He went for 5. The guy you see on the corner of your screen on the opposite side, the winner of the 2004 World Series of Poker main event, Greg Raymer.
I just want to bet against Havad. I don't care what the bet is. I don't even care if I'm making a bad bet.
Now, we've just called him now Khan because we want if Pele can have one name and Cher and Madonna, we're just going to call him Khan.
Well, if you're going to give him one name, you got to call him Havad, though, because that's less common.
No, this is what
less
he
likely
wants.
to confuse him with other players.
Or people on Star Trek.
This is what he wants. This is what he wants. We got to go with the
Yeah,
man's
but what I
request.
get, right?
I would do the Khan thing from Star Trek, but I'm sure that's really, really old, beaten to death.
Me and Greg actually
Now
played a
you're
round of
dating
golf
yourself.
in the Bahamas, and he beat me badly, and we placed a wager on it. But we will go again.
I think you beat yourself more than I beat you because I didn't play that well.
All right, let's go back to the table. We've got all 3 players involved in this hand. 125,000 is the bet from Philip Tom, and it's called by Mueller. And here you see the board of King, Queen, 4, now 5 of hearts.
Tom and Mueller, something I like to see. Please bust Mueller so I can get paid.
Now, let me understand this now. You're going to stick with Leo.
I'm sticking with Leo, and he has Mueller. But
he has Mueller, but you have to win. Leo's got to win outright. He can't finish
If Tom
second.
wins, neither of us
Yeah,
wins
but
or
his guy
loses
has to
the
win
bet.
too.
It's a must-win bet.
Right.
I want to make sure. This is not one of those Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth bets.
No. If our man loses, then we're cheering for Tom.
Yeah.
If our man loses, we cheer for Tom because then we still don't have to pay.
Right.
But like if Wolpert gets knocked out next, then I'm free rolling. For $100.
Unless like a comet flies into the Rio and they both die.
So Philip Thomas just collected the pot with a king deuce in the hole.
And Mueller drops down from 2.6 to 2 million. I would say those odds now favor me, as opposed to taking the minus CD bet previously.
I have no idea who Leo is.
Figure it out after this hand.
I presume he's one of your online friends who plays really good.
Of the bad
he
beats crew.
promotes his pals like since 2 o'clock. He's been promoting his pals.
Make it an hour.
Greg, I made a statement early on that this was the era of the pro.
Either or, like
Ingrid has already won a bracelet. David Singer's won a bracelet. And all of the infusion of the young talent the last couple of years may not be that way this year. What's your feeling?
Well, it depends what you mean when you say pro. I mean, if
well, when I
Leo
mean pro,
is a
let's
top
just
winner,
say name pro. Let me use name pro.
So well-known, say celebrity pro.
Yes.
Well, it could be, but, there's lots of these. There's hundreds now of these Leo Wolperts, young kids who have learned how to play really, really well from playing online, who I have never heard of, but that doesn't mean they haven't played 10 times as many hands of No Limit Hold'em in their career than I have.
All right, apparently the players are going to take a little bit of a dinner break. Let me ask you one more question, Greg, before we go to our dinner break. We were talking, Con and I, earlier today about the main event and the change of the main event from the final table being at the end in July now to go to November.
Yeah.
The pluses and the minuses we talked about. What's your feeling about it?
Well, I think almost everything about it is negative unless the ratings get a huge rebound. In other words, the whole point of doing this is to stir up public interest, to get the TV ratings back up to the kind of numbers we enjoyed in 2004 when I won, which is kind of the peak year for audience of the World Series of Poker. So maybe they should just give me a bye to the final table because maybe it was my charming face that got people to watch.
That was the face and the personality.
So maybe that was it. But
and the glasses.
If we get the ratings back up, if we get a huge increase in ratings, then I'll say it was all worth it. But if we don't get that big increase in ratings, then I'm going to say, all these negative things still exist and it was a bad decision. So I agree with the idea that you got to judge a decision at the time it's made. Was it a smart decision when it was made? But unfortunately for Harrah's, this decision is going to get judged by the result.
I look at it the other way. You got to. It's like the draft in basketball or football. You can't judge the draft the day of the draft. You only judge it by the results down the road, and whether or not this is a success will be judged after it happens. If it does produce ratings,
but
then
that's not fair, of course.
Well, but
it's not fair to me to judge your talent based on the hindsight of your decision. I should be judging it whether it was a smart decision the moment you made it, when you had to make it.
But how do you know it's a good decision until you see how it turns out?
That's why companies are so short-sighted with their employees, because they judge you on the results instead of the quality of your thinking. And I worked for a big company for many years, and that was what happened. You could make a great decision, but if it didn't pan out, then you were on the line. Your job was on the line. That's why companies don't like to take any chances. They never take any risks, the employees, because the risk isn't worth it. They don't get the reward when it works out well, but they do get the punishment when it works out badly. And that's what's going to happen to Harrah's in this spot, unfortunately. If this doesn't get us an increase in ratings, people are going to say, look at all these negative things we put up with.
All right. Appreciate you coming by. You're welcome back after the dinner break if you so choose, to protect your investment, of course.
I had a really tough day. I got a tiny pot in the day 2 of the stud tournament and lost everything else. And then I entered the Omaha tournament, was out in 50 minutes in a limit tournament. I flopped the nuts 3 times and didn't get a single chip back. So it's the fastest I've ever been knocked out of a limit tournament. So I'm done with the Rio today. I'm going to leave it to Con to finish it out with you, Howard.
All right.
But I appreciate you having me on for a moment.
Anytime.
I'll enjoy your $100.
Hey, believe me, I'm going to use all my karma energy to make sure my guy wins.
2004 World Series of Poker main event champion Greg Raymer, maybe 2008 main event champion Con over here.
Wait,
I'm just the guy.
2008 also.
That could be too.
Hey, almost final table there 2 times in a row.
I'm just the hired help. We're going to take a break here now and then come back after about an hour, probably about 8:15 Eastern time, 8:15 Pacific time after this dinner break. So we'll say goodbye to you now and come on back.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
It's Sunday, 1st of June, and not playing in the series today. This is what we do on our day off. Thanks, boss. All right. Yeah.
Massage your shoulders and whatever you want on there.
Is that right? Oh, wow. Most poker players, when they show up at rehab, we wear our shirts, But it's unusual when a poker player fit like that, immediately sit down, eat, drink, and just be lazy all day. And, that was Eric Caslay, another poker superstar, coming down from Canada. Yeah. Anyways, Camera, this way. What was your name again? My buddy Dave, big-time cash game player. Yesterday, Dave was actually winning $120,000, and an hour later, he was stuck $80,000. Crazy. You guys know my buddy Greg, FCT Mueller. What's going on, dog? Danny Views. That's another thing. Tiesto's spinning right now. You gonna play Tiesto? I look like Vince.
Oh my God, you look like Vince Vaughn, doesn't he? I looked at him and I was like, that looks like Vince Vaughn.
He's not that good looking.
He's so hot. He is so hot. He's like the dark of age.
What's your name?
Holly Michelle, I guess.
Holly Michelle, damn. What's going on here? My camera guy's getting dizzy. Yo, this show is my show. It's not. What? Camera guy, dude, what the hell? You heard of the World Series of Poker? Yeah. Really? Yeah, we're here playing in the World Series right now. Yeah. Today's our day off. Really? She watches all the time on ESPN. She has no idea who I am, though. Rehab was good for me today. All right, ladies, let me get it. All right.
I'll see you at the table. Bye, baby.
It's tough being surviving the World Series. John Rivera, this is how we do it.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dembski here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker, and once again the Amazon room is packed. Now there can be over 2,000 players in here at any given time, and of course that means a whole lot of thirsty palates to be quenched. And the Rio is more than willing to help. You'll see servers flying around here with trays full of drinks for about the next month and a half. I'm out here with Angela, who is a banquet server here at the World Series of Poker. And Angela, this is your first year. What's it been like so far?
It's been pretty crazy, but everybody's really nice and very excited to be here.
And there are a ton of people out here who are obviously very thirsty and flagging you down. How many trips do you make back and forth?
About 20 an hour.
Really?
So you get a lot of footwork in, but good exercise.
And how are the players? Are they nice to you?
Oh, they're very nice. They're very happy to be here. A lot of them are winning, so it's good.
And if they're not winning, are they mean?
No. They're just like, I'll see you next time. They're pretty nice.
And good tips?
Oh, definitely. Very nice tippers.
And are they excited to see you when you come?
Well, yeah, depends what they order. But yeah, they are really nice people. It's nice to have it here. I hope they're coming back.
I'm here with Summer Gay, who is the assistant banquet manager. And Summer, this is a huge undertaking. How do you put something like this together?
A lot of meetings. We start in January with weekly meetings, and as it gets closer and closer, we try to work together with all the departments, make sure everybody's on task and we know who's doing what, and kind of a wing and a prayer.
You've got to have a lot of supplies here. How much are you bringing in here?
We bring in quite a bit. We go through about 5,000 waters a day, about 1,000 energy drinks, and then close to a couple thousand cocktails a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of alcohol. Are there ever people that you have to cut off?
Sometimes we do. We try to be very discreet about it. We, usually the cocktail servers will let me know, and one of the managers will go over and, we'll ask the guest how they're feeling, offer them some water, some coffee, assess the situation, and sort of decide what to do from there.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened with somebody who had a little bit too much to drink?
A lot. We've had people fall over. We have people who fall asleep under tables. Yeah, they do quite a bit. We've had to call EMTs before, so it kind of just depends.
So alcohol may not be the most popular beverage of choice with so much money on the line. In fact, when all is said and done, this is just one of about 250,000 bottles of water that will be served over the entire event. For ESPN and the World Series of Poker, I'm Danielle Dembski.
Hey guys, Aaron Coscarelli here from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. In the world of poker, there are many different styles of play, aggressive, passive, but today we caught up with a few players you might call fashionably aggressive.
This is a site that a couple of my friends are involved with. It's called Ghana Wisdom.
Okay.
If you can, GhanaWisdom.org. It's a not-for-profit charity site that basically goes to Ghana and builds a bunch of schools for a bunch of Ghanaian kids. And, it's a good cause. They asked me to wear it, and I was like, yeah, absolutely, I would love to.
So there you have it. Poker players are in their own world of fashion here at the World Series of Poker 2008. For ESPN, I'm Aaron Coscarelli.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA. A member of the PPA.
Hey guys, Aaron Coscarelli here, coming to you from the Poker Kitchen here at the Rio. If you're a player on break and looking to grab a quick bite, this is the place to come. In years past, heart attack and stroke seem to be the only menu options. Changes have been made, though, this year by adding some healthier options. The menu now contains fresh salads, fruit plates, and sushi. And if you weren't lucky enough to cash in your last event, there are options for players on a budget. Prices in the kitchen start at just $4 for salads and nachos, and sushi will set you back to $6. And as always, the Poker Kitchen offers the traditional fare of burgers, french fries, and Pizza Hut. Even Las Vegas staple Capriotti's Sandwich Shop is here, more than living up their title of the official sandwich of the World Series of Poker. Just as in previous years, the Poker Kitchen is making sure players can feed those empty stomachs and focus on those cards. For ESPN at the World Series of Poker, I'm Aaron Coscarelli.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. xvid, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Yeah, so anyways, this show basically is called Surviving the Series with Sean Robert. Don't really know exactly what we're going to be talking about, but basically we're going to be following me and my survival through the World Series. As you know, last year I missed most of the World Series because I was in China on this little show called Survivor, and I'm out. I'm out. Good job, Chuck. My buddy Chuck. He owns the hottest club in Hollywood called Villa. You got to go check it out sometime. Chuck Pacheco. Anyways, yeah. The other thing to consider is, where was I? Anyways, what's that? Be honest with you, I looked around. This field is really, really tough today. There's like 350 players, but I mean, the best of the best are all out here. So this was no easy pickings like I thought it might be. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the tournament. Well, first of all, I got in the tournament. For $10,000, you get double the amount of chips in any World Series event. So they give you 20,000 in chips, which is a pretty good amount. But this year, they're starting the blinds much bigger. The increases are going smaller, but last year, this event would have started with 25, 50 blinds. This year, it started with 100, 200 blinds, but they're doing that because they're actually adding, you know, the 153 level. They're doing 4, 800, 6, 612. The structure's actually better, but more people are going to be getting eliminated early because the blinds are so big early on. And I get sent to the rail. And, you know, if it was a $1,500 or $2,000 tournament, it wouldn't be so bad. But a 10K event, you know, right now I'm a little frustrated with myself. Opening day, you know, let's get the bad play all out of my system. One of the things that I'll try to do is be honest with you when I feel like I haven't played really well. You know, that's like a thing of, if you want to improve your game, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do is, Ace Jack wasn't the right hand to make the stand with. I screwed up. All right, we'll talk about it. Done. Won't happen again. So we'll be back here.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. xvid, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Day 4, just busted out of event 6 of the World Series, and I'm on fire tilt right now. I can't even tell you how frustrating this is. You know, it's one thing to be card dead. It's another thing to run bad, get bad beats. Today, I got hand after hand after hand. I'm talking big, big hands. It was an Omaha high-low split tournament, ace, ace, deuce, ace, ace, 4, ace, deuce, 3, king. I mean, hand after hand after hand. And it seems like every single time I'd flop a flush draw, nut wrap, nut draw, and somehow miss again and again and again. I mean, I busted out of a limit tournament in less than an hour and 15 minutes maybe. And it was incredible. I mean, all the way from the very first hand, you know, I flop top 2 pairs, turn full house, the guy rivers a bigger full house on me, gets the check raising on me. I mean, it was just incredible, the shit that just happened. I'm so frustrated right now. One of the most frustrating things in poker is when you are card dead, you can't get a hand. Today I got every single hand. Big hands, I was excited about the hands I was seeing, but man, river, bam, river. Some days it's going to happen like that, but man, I just can't stand it. So right now I just got to get the heck out of here, and you know, we'll talk about this some more tomorrow, but you know, that's it for me today. Not a good day. Day 4, I'm out.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
So, today's day 6 of the World Series. Last night I stormed out of here in a complete frenzy. Not because I ran bad, because I just caught cards forever and just couldn't get a hand to hold up. You know, there's different types of frustration. But my night got a little bit better last night. My new, I got an article that came out in the New Bluff. Just came out this week on page 102. And it's interesting because in this article, which I wrote maybe a month and a half ago, the first line I said, recently I found myself feeling like the stars have aligned just to screw me. And right now I'm kind of feeling that way. And I'll give you an example. Last night I said my night got a little better after I went home. I was planning on playing the 2K event at noon. $2,000 tournaments are well within my budget. There was a $10,000 mixed event that I really, really wanted to play that started at 5, but you know, I can't afford $10,000 buy-ins. And last night I was out with one of my wealthy buddies, and he says, you know what, John Rivera, I want to put you in that mixed championship, and we worked out the terms of our agreement. And after we talked and we hung out at this nightclub Pure, we went to Mandalay Bay where he started out in the pit, and I know he was going to hand me $10,000 right there. He's betting $40,000 a hand, $20,000 on each hand, and right away just goes into a losing frenzy. Loses like $300,000 straight. I'm not about to ask him for my $10,000 buy-in, but at the same time I'm like, man, with the double downs and everything, sometimes it was $100,000 in one hand. Anyways, this guy shoots off $600,000, and I decide, you know what, I better go and try and get some rest. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and you know, I'm not going to ask him for any money until he's at least gotten even. So I go home, and now, of course, by the time I get to sleep, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and too tired to play the $2,000 event at noon. I get a text message at 11:30 from this guy's assistant saying, hey, you know what, such and such went really bad at the tables last night, and asked if we can do a buy-in some other time. So not only am I out of the 10K tonight, I was out of the 2K at noon, and a little bit brutal. So here I am, and all my friends are out there playing right now, and I'm just like, man, to have to sit out. I'm on the bench. I'm at the World Series, day 6, and I'm on the bench. Anyways, we'll hopefully tomorrow will go a little bit better. And anyways, for now, I guess I'll just read the other articles in the New Bluff magazine just came out today. All right, I'm out.
Congress Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
I'm a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
So hard to survive these short stack tournaments. Maybe I should wear my Survivor buff.
Outlast, outplay.
Outwit, outplay, yeah. Guess I don't really need to outwit in poker, but outlast and outplay for sure. Yeah. This is actually the first time I've done anything with this. They call it a buff since Survivor. Yeah, they wouldn't let us take it with us.
How long ago was that?
That was just the last season, Survivor China.
I don't know how to watch it.
Yeah, this last season. I tell you what, just the feeling of being in this room right now, it's just great. World Series of Poker in full swing. They've got day 2 from the weekend's tournament. That was the one where I had 27,000 in chips. By the way, I didn't make the dinner break, but I played really, really well. So, I mean, some of the hands were just coolers. I lost a couple 50-50s, but real happy with the way I played in Event 2, unlike Event 1, where I wasn't happy. And now they're just playing down to the money. I think they have about 350 people left. Yeah. I think they had almost 700 people in today's event. This is I don't really like the small buy-in events because you don't get much chips, but once you double up, it's pretty good because the field is never going to be as tough as the big buy-ins. And this afternoon, there's another tournament. There's a $5,000 mixed limit hold'em and no limit hold'em tournament that I really, really wanted to play, but hopefully I won't be able to because I'll still be in this tournament. If I happen to get knocked out, if I'm not feeling really upset, then I'll go ahead and play that. Otherwise, well, hopefully I'm still in this.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
It's Sunday, 1st of June, and not playing in the series today. This is what we do on our day off. Thanks, boss. All right. Yeah.
Massage your shoulders and whatever you want on there.
Is that right? Oh, wow. Most poker players, when they show up at rehab, we wear our shirt, But it's unusual when poker players that fit like that can immediately sit down, eat, drink, and just be lazy all day. That was Eric Caslay, another poker superstar, coming down from Canada. Yeah. Tiesto spinning right now? You gonna like Tiesto?
Tiesto. We love it.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
What is your life about, baby? Is this about poker and all the girls and the money? Or is it just competition?
I can't get myself in trouble and you're hot.
Vince Vaughn. You look like Vince Vaughn.
I look like Vince Vaughn.
Oh my God, you look like Vince Vaughn. Doesn't he? I looked at him, I was like, that looks like Vince Vaughn.
Not good looking.
He's so hot. He is so hot. He's like the dark of age.
What's your name?
Holly Michelle. And you?
Holly Michelle, damn. What's going on here? My camera guy's getting dizzy. Yo, this show is my show. It's not. What? Camera guy, dude, what the hell? You heard of the World Series of Poker? Yeah. Really? Yeah, we're here playing in the World Series right now.
You're playing it?
Yeah. Today's our day off. Really? She watches all the time on ESPN. She has no idea who I am, though. Rehab was good for me today. All right, ladies, I'm going to get it. All right.
I'll see you at the table. Bye, baby.
It's tough being surviving the World Series. John Rivera, this is how we do it.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dembski here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker, and once again the Amazon room is packed. Now there can be over 2,000 players in here at any given time, and of course that means a whole lot of thirsty palates to be quenched. And the Rio is more than willing to help. You'll see servers flying around here with trays full of drinks for about the next month and a half. I'm out here with Angela, who is a banquet server here at the World Series of Poker. And Angela, this is your first year. What's it been like so far?
It's been pretty crazy, but everybody's really nice and very excited to be here. So,
and there are a ton of people out here who are obviously very thirsty and flagging you down. How many trips do you make back and forth?
About 20 an hour.
Really?
So you get a lot of footwork in, but good exercise.
And how are the players? Are they nice to you?
Oh, they're very nice. They're very happy to be here. A lot of them are winning, so it's good.
And if they're not winning, are they mean?
No. They're just like, I'll see you next time. They're pretty nice.
And good tips?
Oh, definitely. Very nice tippers.
And are they excited to see you when you come?
Well, yeah, depends what they order. But yeah, they are really nice people. It's nice to have it here. I hope they're coming back.
I'm here with Summer Gay, who is the assistant banquet manager. And Summer, this is a huge undertaking. How do you put something like this together?
A lot of meetings. We start in January with weekly meetings, and as it gets closer and closer, we try to work together with all the departments, make sure everybody's on task and we know who's doing what, and kind of a wing and a prayer.
You've got to have a lot of supplies here. How much are you bringing in here?
We bring in quite a bit. We go through about 5,000 waters a day, about 1,000 energy drinks, and then close to a couple thousand cocktails a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of alcohol. Are there ever people that you have to cut off?
Sometimes we do. We try to be very discreet about it. We, usually the cocktail servers will let me know, and one of the managers will go over and, we'll ask the guest how they're feeling, offer them some water, some coffee, assess the situation, and sort of decide what to do from there.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened with somebody who had a little bit too much to drink?
A lot. We've had people fall over. We have people who fall asleep under tables. Yeah, they do quite a bit. We've had to call EMTs before, so it kind of just depends.
So alcohol may not be the most popular beverage of choice with so much money on the line. In fact, when all is said and done, this is just one of about 250,000 bottles of water that will be served over the entire event. For ESPN and the World Series of Poker, I'm Danielle Dembski.
Hey guys, Erin Coscarelli here from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. In the world of poker, there are many different styles of play, aggressive, passive, but today we caught up with a few players you might call fashionably aggressive.
This is a site that a couple of my friends are involved with. It's called Ghana Wisdom.
Okay.
If you can, GhanaWisdom.org. It's a not-for-profit charity site that basically goes to Ghana and builds a bunch of schools for a bunch of Ghanaian kids. And it's a good cause. They asked me to wear it, and I was like, yeah, absolutely, I would love to.
So there you have it. Poker players are in their own world of fashion here at the World Series of Poker 2008. For ESPN, I'm Erin Coscarelli.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Bergson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
I'm a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Hey guys, Erin Coscarelli here, coming to you from the Poker Kitchen here at the Rio. If you're a player on break and looking to grab a quick bite, this is the place to come. In years past, heart attack and stroke seem to be the only menu options. Changes have been made, though, this year by adding some healthier options. The menu now contains fresh salads, fruit plates, and sushi. And if you weren't lucky enough to cash in your last event, there are options for players on a budget. Prices in the kitchen start at just $4 for salads and nachos, and sushi will set you back to $6. And as always, the Poker Kitchen offers the traditional fare of burgers, french fries, and Pizza Hut. Even Las Vegas staple Capriotti's Sandwich Shop is here, more than living up their title of the official sandwich of the World Series of Poker. Just as in previous years, the Poker Kitchen is making sure players can feed those empty stomachs and focus on those cards. For ESPN at the World Series of Poker, I'm Erin Coscarelli.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Yeah, so anyways, this show basically is called Surviving the Series with Sean Robert. Don't really know exactly what we're going to be talking about, but basically we're going to be following me and my survival through the World Series. As you know, last year I missed most of the World Series because I was in China on this little show called Survivor, and I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Good job, Chuck. My buddy Chuck. He owns the hottest club in Hollywood called Villa. You got to go check it out sometime. Chuck Pacheco. Anyways, yeah. The other thing to consider is, where was I? Anyways, what's that? Be honest with you, I looked around. This field is really, really tough today. There's like 350 players, but I mean, the best of the best are all out here. So this was no easy pickings like I thought it might be. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the tournament. Well, first of all, I got in the tournament For $10,000, you get double the amount of chips in any World Series event. So they give you 20,000 in chips, which is a pretty good amount. But this year, they're starting the blinds much bigger. The increases are going smaller, but last year, this event would have started with 25, 50 blinds. This year, it started with 100, 200 blinds, but they're doing that because they're actually adding, the 153 level. They're doing 4, 800, 6, 612. The structure is actually better, but more people are going to be getting eliminated early because the blinds are so big early on. And I get sent to the rail. And, if it was a $1,500 or $2,000 tournament, it wouldn't be so bad. But a 10K event, right now I'm a little frustrated with myself. Opening day, let's get the bad play all out of my system. One of the things that I'll try to do is be honest with you when I feel like I haven't played really well. That's like a thing of, if you want to improve your game, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do is, Ace Jack wasn't the right hand to make the stand with. I screwed up. All right, we'll talk about it. Done. Won't happen again. So we'll be back here.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Day 4, just busted out of event 6 of the World Series, and I'm on fire tilt right now. I can't even tell you how frustrating this is. It's one thing to be card dead. It's another thing to run bad, get bad beats. Today, I got hand after hand after hand. I'm talking big, big hands. It was an Omaha high-low split tournament. Ace, ace, deuce, ace, ace, 4, ace, deuce, 3, king. I mean, hand after hand after hand. And it seems like every single time I'd flop a flush draw, nut wrap, nut draw, and somehow miss again and again and again. I mean, I busted out of a limit tournament in less than an hour and 15 minutes maybe. And it was incredible. I mean, all the way from the very first hand, I flop top 2 pairs, turn full house, the guy rivers a bigger full house on me, gets the check raising on me. I mean, it was just incredible. The shit that just happened. I'm so frustrated right now. One of the most frustrating things in poker is when you are card dead, you can't get a hand. Today, I got every single hand. Big hands. I was excited about the hands I was seeing, but man, river, bam, river. Some days it's going to happen like that, but man, I just can't stand it. So right now, I just got to get the heck out of here, and we'll talk about this some more tomorrow. But that's it for me today. Not a good day. Day 4. I'm out.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
So, today's day 6 of the World Series. Last night I stormed out of here in a complete frenzy. Not because I ran bad, because I just caught cards forever and just couldn't get a hand to hold up. You know, there's different types of frustration. But my night got a little bit better last night. My new, I got an article that came out in the New Bluff, just came out this week on page 102. And it's interesting because in this article, which I wrote maybe a month and a half ago, the first line I said, recently I found myself feeling like the stars have aligned just to screw me. And right now I'm kind of feeling that way. And I'll give you an example. Last night I said my night got a little better after I went home. I was planning on playing the 2K event at noon. $2,000 tournaments are well within my budget. There was a $10,000 mixed event that I really, really wanted to play that started at 5, but you know, I can't afford $10,000 buy-ins. And last night I was out with one of my wealthy buddies, and he says, you know what, John Rivera, I want to put you in that mixed championship, and we worked out the terms of our agreement. And after we talked and we hung out at this nightclub Cure, we went to Mandalay Bay where he started out in the pit, and I know he was going to hand me $10,000 right there. He's betting $40,000 a hand, $20,000 on each hand, and right away just goes into a losing frenzy. Loses like $300,000 straight. I'm not about to ask him for my $10,000 buy-in, but at the same time I'm like, man, with the double downs and everything, sometimes it was $100,000 in one hand. Anyways, this guy shoots off $600,000, and I decide, you know what, I better go and try and get some rest. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and you know, I'm not going to ask him for any money until he's at least gotten even. So I go home, and now, of course, by the time I get to sleep, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and too tired to play the $2,000 event at noon. I get a text message at 11:30 from this guy's assistant saying, hey, you know what, such and such went really bad at the tables last night, and asked if we can do a buy-in some other time. So not only am I out of the 10K tonight, I was out of the 2K at noon, and a little bit brutal. So here I am, and all my friends are out there playing right now, and I'm just like, man, to have to sit out. I'm on the bench. I'm at the World Series, day 6, and I'm on the bench. Anyways, we'll hopefully tomorrow go a little bit better. And anyways, for now, I guess I'll just read the other articles in the New Bluff magazine just came out today. All right, I'm out.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
I'm
a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
So hard to survive these short stack tournaments. Maybe I should wear my Survivor buff. Outwit, outplay, yeah. I guess I don't really need to outwit in poker. To outlast and outplay for sure. Yeah. This is actually the first time I've done anything with this. They call it a buff. Since Survivor. Yeah, they wouldn't let us take it with us.
How long ago was that?
That was just the last season, Survivor China.
I don't know how to watch it.
Yeah, this last season. I tell you what, just the feeling of being in this room right now, it's just great. World Series of Poker in full swing. They've got day 2 from the weekend's tournament. That was the one where I had 27,000 in chips. By the way, I didn't make the dinner break, but I played really, really well. So, I mean, some of the hands were just coolers. I lost a couple 50-50s, but real happy with the way I played in Event 2, unlike Event 1, where I wasn't happy. And now they're just playing down to the money. I think they have about 350 people left. Yeah. I think they had almost 700 people in today's event. This is I don't really like the small buy-in events because you don't get much chips, but once you double up, it's pretty good because the field is never going to be as tough as the big buy-ins. And this afternoon, there's another tournament. There's a $5,000 mixed limit hold'em and no limit hold'em tournament that I really, really wanted to play, but hopefully I won't be able to because I'll still be in this tournament. If I happen to get knocked out, if I'm not feeling really upset, then I'll go ahead and play that. Otherwise, well, hopefully I'm still in this.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
It's Sunday, 1st of June, and not playing in the series today. This is what we do on our day off. Thanks, boss. Go ahead. All right. Yeah.
Massage your shoulders and whatever you want on there.
Is that right? Oh, wow. Most poker players, when they show up at rehab, we wear our shirts, But it's unusual when poker players fit like that. We usually sit down, eat, drink, and just be lazy all day. That was Eric Caslay, another poker superstar, coming down from Canada. Yeah. Anyways, Camera, this way. What was your name again? My buddy Dave, big-time cash game player. Yesterday, Dave was actually winning $120,000, and an hour later, he was stuck $80,000. Crazy. You guys know my buddy Greg, FCT Mueller. Daily views. That's another thing. Tiesto's spinning right now. You gonna play Tiesto? This show is my show. It's not. What camera guy do? What the hell? You heard of the World Series of Poker? Yeah. Really? Yeah, we're here playing in the World Series right now. Yeah. Today's our day off. Really? She watches all the time on ESPN. She has no idea who I am, though. Rehab was good for me today. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, baby.
It's tough being here. Surviving the World Series, John Rivera. This is how we do it.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dembski here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker, and once again the Amazon room is packed. Now there can be over 2,000 players in here at any given time, and of course that means a whole lot of thirsty palates to be quenched. And the Rio is more than willing to help. You'll see servers flying around here with trays full of drinks for about the next month and a half. I'm out here with Angela, who is a banquet server here at the World Series of Poker. And Angela, this is your first year. What's it been like so far?
It's been pretty crazy, but everybody's really nice and very excited to be here.
And there are a ton of people out here who are obviously very thirsty and flagging you down. How many trips do you make back and forth?
About 20 an hour.
Really?
So you get a lot of footwork in, but good exercise.
And how are the players? Are they nice to you?
Oh, they're very nice. They're very happy to be here. A lot of them are winning, so it's good.
And if they're not winning, are they mean?
No. They're just like, I'll see you next time. They're pretty nice.
And good tips?
Oh, definitely. Very nice tippers.
And are they excited to see you when you come?
Well, yeah, depends what they order. But yeah, they are really nice people. It's nice to have it here. I hope they're coming back.
I'm here with Summer Gay, who is the assistant banquet manager. And Summer, this is a huge undertaking. How do you put something like this together?
A lot of meetings. We start in January with weekly meetings, and as it gets closer and closer, we try to work together with all the departments, make sure everybody's on task and we know who's doing what, and kind of a wing and a prayer.
You've got to have a lot of supplies here. How much are you bringing in here?
We bring in quite a bit. We go through about 5,000 waters a day, about 1,000 energy drinks, and then close to a couple thousand cocktails a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of alcohol. Are there ever people that you have to cut off?
Sometimes we do. We try to be very discreet about it. We, usually the cocktail servers will let me know, and one of the managers will go over and, we'll ask the guest how they're feeling, offer them some water, some coffee, assess the situation, and sort of decide what to do from there.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened with somebody who had a little bit too much to drink?
A lot. We've had people fall over. We have people who fall asleep under tables. Yeah, they do quite a bit. We've had to call EMTs before, so it kind of just depends.
So alcohol may not be the most popular beverage of choice with so much money on the line. In fact, when all is said and done, this is just one of about 250,000 bottles of water that will be served over the entire event. For ESPN and the World Series of Poker, I'm Danielle Dembski.
Hey guys, Erin Coscarelli here from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. In the world of poker, there are many different styles of play, aggressive, passive, but today we caught up with a few players you might call fashionably aggressive.
This is a site that a couple of my friends are involved with. It's called Ghana Wisdom.
Okay.
If you can, GhanaWisdom.org. It's a not-for-profit charity site that basically goes to Ghana and builds a bunch of schools for a bunch of Ghanaian kids. And, it's a good cause. They asked me to wear it, and I was like, yeah, absolutely, I would love to.
So there you have it. Poker players are in their own world of fashion here at the World Series of Poker 2008. For ESPN, I'm Erin Coscarelli.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block.
And I'm
I'm a member.
I'm a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Hey guys, Erin Coscarelli here, coming to you from the Poker Kitchen here at the Rio. If you're a player on break and looking to grab a quick bite, this is the place to come. In years past, Heart Attack and Stroke seem to be the only menu options. Changes have been made, though, this year by adding some healthier options. The menu now contains fresh salads, fruit plates, and sushi. And if you weren't lucky enough to cash in your last event, there are options for players on a budget. Prices in the kitchen start at just $4 for salads and nachos, and sushi will set you back to $6. And as always, the Poker Kitchen offers the traditional fare of burgers, french fries, and Pizza Hut. Even Las Vegas staple Capriotti's Sandwich Shop is here, more than living up their title of the official sandwich of the World Series of Poker. Just as in previous years, the Poker Kitchen is making sure players can feed those empty stomachs and focus on those cards. For ESPN at the World Series of Poker, I'm Erin Coscarelli.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. Win, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Don't realize how important testosterone is to the male body. Focus, balance, sex drive, and memory are results of correct levels of testosterone. Recent studies show that pomegranate has been proven to reduce the risk of prostate cancer by up to 80%. If you're a male over 30, these things need your attention. You need Gamma O with pomegranate. Gamma O is a total mind and body enhancer. The all-natural rice bran extract designed to keep men young and healthy. Order Gamma O.
Yeah, so anyways, this show basically is called Surviving the Series with Sean Robert. Don't really know exactly what we're going to be talking about, but basically we're going to be following me and my survival through the World Series. As you know, last year I missed most of the World Series because I was in China on this little show called Survivor, and I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Good job, Chuck. My buddy Chuck. He owns the hottest club in Hollywood called Villa. You got to go check it out sometime. Chuck Pacheco. Anyways, yeah. The other thing to consider is, where was I? Anyways, what's that? Be honest with you, I looked around. This field is really, really tough today. There's like 350 players, but I mean, the best of the best are all out here. So this was no easy pickings like I thought it might be. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the tournament. Well, first of all, I got in the tournament. You get, for $10,000, you get double the amount of chips in any World Series event. So they give you 20,000 in chips, which is a pretty good amount. But this year, they're starting the blinds much bigger. The increases are going smaller, but last year, this event would have started with 25, 50 blinds. This year, it started with 100, 200 blinds, but they're doing that because they're actually adding, you know, the 153 level. They're doing 4, 800, 6, 612. The structure's actually better, but more people are going to be getting eliminated early because the blinds are so big early on. And I get sent to the rail. And, you know, if it was a $1,500 or $2,000 tournament, it wouldn't be so bad. But a 10K event, you know, right now I'm a little frustrated with myself. Opening day, you know, let's get the bad play all out of my system. One of the things that I'll try to do is be honest with you when I feel like I haven't played really well. You know, that's like a thing of, if you want to improve your game, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do is, Ace-Jack wasn't the right hand to make a stand with. I screwed up. All right, we'll talk about it. Done. Won't happen again. So we'll be back here.
Political power comes in voters.
As a voting bloc, we have a lot of power.
Every seat in Congress is up for grabs.
What they need to understand is that the voters have a position on poker.
It's important that our voice is heard. It's important that our rights are protected.
Voter registration is going to be really important.
Go to the website. It's only a couple of clicks.
There's a lot of information there to help you make an informed choice.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
If you play, have a say.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
Day 4, just busted out of event 6 of the World Series, and I'm on fire tilt right now. I can't even tell you how frustrating this is. You know, it's one thing to be card dead. It's another thing to run bad, get bad beats. Today, I got hand after hand after hand. I'm talking big, big hands. It was an Omaha high-low split tournament. Ace, ace, deuce, ace, ace, 4, ace, deuce, 3, king. I mean, hand after hand after hand. And it seems like every single time I'd flop a flush draw, nut wrap, nut draw, and somehow miss again and again and again. I mean, I busted out of a limit tournament in less than an hour and 15 minutes maybe. And it was incredible. I mean, all the way from the very first hand, you know, I flop top 2 pairs, turn full house, the guy rivers a bigger full house on me, gets the check raising on me. I mean, it was just incredible, the shit that just happened. I'm so frustrated right now. One of the most frustrating things in poker is when you are card dead, you can't get a hand. Today, I got every single hand. Big hands, I was excited about the hands I was seeing, but man, river, bam, river. Some days it's going to happen like that, but man, I just can't stand it. So right now, I just got to get the heck out of here, and you know, we'll talk about this some more tomorrow. But you know, that's it for me today. Not a good day. Day 4. I'm out.
Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
So, today's day 6 of the World Series. Last night I stormed out of here in a complete frenzy. Not because I ran bad, because I just caught cards forever and just couldn't get a hand to hold up. You know, there's different types of frustration. But my night got a little bit better last night. My new, I got an article that came out in the New Bluff. Just came out this week on page 102. And it's interesting because in this article, which I wrote maybe a month and a half ago, the first line I said, recently I found myself feeling like the stars have aligned just to screw me. And right now I'm kind of feeling that way. And I'll give you an example. Last night I said my night got a little better after I went home. I was planning on playing the 2K event at noon. $2,000 tournaments are well within my budget. There was a $10,000 mixed event that I really, really wanted to play that started at 5, but you know, I can't afford $10,000 buy-ins. And last night I was out with one of my wealthy buddies, and he says, you know what, John Ray, I want to put you in that mixed championship, and we worked out the terms of our agreement. And after we talked and we hung out at this nightclub Pure, we went to Mandalay Bay where he started out in the pit, and I know he was going to hand me $10,000 right there. He's betting $40,000 a hand, $20,000 on each hand, and right away just goes into a losing frenzy. Loses like $300,000 straight. I'm not about to ask him for my $10,000 buy-in, but at the same time I'm like, man, with the double downs and everything, sometimes it was $100,000 in one hand. Anyways, this guy shoots off $600,000, and I decide, you know what, I better go and try and get some rest. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and you know, I'm not going to ask him for any money until he's at least gotten even. So I go home, and now, of course, by the time I get to sleep, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and too tired to play the $2,000 event at noon. I get a text message at 11:30 from this guy's assistant saying, hey, you know what, such and such went really bad at the tables last night, and asked if we can do a buy-in some other time. So not only am I out of the 10K tonight, I was out of the 2K at noon, and a little bit brutal. So here I am, and all my friends are out there playing right now, and I'm just like, man, to have to sit out. I'm on the bench. I'm at the World Series, day 6, and I'm on the bench. Anyways, we'll hopefully tomorrow go a little bit better. And anyways, for now, I guess I'll just read the other articles in the new Bluff magazine just came out today. All right, I'm out.
Is over. The players have eaten. We have eaten. And it's time now to find out who wants to win a bracelet and how bad you want to win it. We have 3 players left. $478,000 for the first place finisher, $298,000 second, $187,000 third. But the biggest thing, of course, Con, is the bracelet. We all know about that. But now the antes and the blinds, the antes stay at $5,000, but the blinds go up to $25,000 and $50,000.
$75,000 without antes. Adding antes, that's $90,000. And with a stack for Tom, Philip Tom for $3.1 million, Mueller for $2 million, and Wolpert for $860,000. We're looking at an all-in very soon for Wolpert, and Mueller, he's going pretty quick, pretty soon once our pots are raised up.
Well, now the money has gone up. The players are ready to go, and you had Leo from the beginning. He's still not out of it, even with $860,000 in chips. But the way that Greg plays, volatile as he likes to be, he could try to close it out right away.
No, Greg's never in his moment in everything that he does unless he has all the chips. And right now he's almost in first, so we're going to see a lot of action.
So let's go to the table and find out how this thing all finishes. The 5,000 shootout here at the Rio in Las Vegas. Philip Tom, the guy right in the middle of your picture. Off to the left, Greg Mueller. Leo Wolpert off to the right. The dealer, of course, is the dealer.
Starting button raising for Wolpert. Looks to fold. Greg seems to raise almost every small blind he gets. I haven't seen him walk yet.
Well, he raises it up to 175.
3.5 times the big blind. Pot's 240,000. We have a call.
He hasn't decided anything yet. My bad.
He will make the call. So Philip Tom makes the call.
Philip not exactly shy about defending his big blind. He seems to be working well with it.
Well, you got a couple of rockets and an 8.
Mueller's common to check these kind of flops if he has weak aces. If he bets out here, it's probably air or a strong ace.
$275,000. Greg coming out strong right from the beginning.
He looked very, very calm when he made that bet, and a different posture than normal.
So Phil folds, and Greg Mueller takes the pot, increases his chip stack to $2.2 million. Tom with 2.9 and Wolpert with 8.5, 850,000. It's a nice feeling to know the worst that can happen to you is you're going to walk away with $187,000.
Absolutely. It also makes the decision for Leo much easier, knowing that he has to get it in, but he's the one who has to make the move, and he's still getting $187,000.
Greg will start his hand with the button and the action. He raises, makes it $130,000. 130 to go.
Mueller's going to raise up the button about 2.5 times the big blind. It's less than what he raised small blind versus big blind. It may be to bait Pachorn into shoving all in here, a.k.a. Leo.
I was wondering when that was going to happen.
And Leo goes all in.
I mean,
He is all in.
how much?
For additional 600, 700,000. So it's going to take Greg 700,000 to make the call.
If you notice when Leo moved all in, he gestured his hands in a waving format. I'm all in. perhaps to express more than what he actually has in
We're
his
going to be
whole
seeing a
cards.
lot of this, trust me. I mean, we're going to have to take a stand soon, one of us.
Says we're going to have to take a stand. I just don't know that it's now.
Spread that out for me, please. 300.
$720K to call. Pot's 1 million. About 1.5 to 1 to call here. Looks like Greg wants to call. He's chewing the gum. He's shaking. He's fidgeting. He wouldn't think this long. He's got a mediocre hand, but he wants to gamble.
Show me one time, Leo, if I fold. You won't show if I fold? Why not?
Can't tell you.
Huh?
I can't say, man.
Really?
Yeah, I gotta keep my mouth shut.
Just a courtesy fold. I'm saying if I fold, like, just show me one time for fun.
Greg's just massaging him right now, trying to get anything out of him.
Huh?
He just wants a reason to call with a marginal hand here. Leo's a very experienced and very good live player, but he may have picked off something there when Leo spoke and moved his hand around.
Well, Greg's not been shy. That's for sure. But I don't think he's calling him here, and he's not.
You're dying to show me, huh?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you later.
Did you have me beat? Honestly.
I don't know what you have.
I had ace queen.
Oh, you had him.
Yeah, right. I'm sure he had ace king.
Could he beat ace king there? I laid down ace king.
Such nonsense. It's
Can he
kind of
beat that?
inexperienced Hollywood talk, actually, to say
They
that he
say don't go
folded ace
broke on
queen
ace
there.
king, so I folded. I mean,
That'd be the quickest call in the history of poker. I mean, the guy's
The
reshoving
format says,
15
yeah.
big blinds, and he's shown that he's been an aggressive player.
I mean,
why are you raising
seriously.
ace queen if you're going to fold into a guy who's short? That alone makes it illogical. So I believe Greg was much weaker, maybe like ace 4 offsuit, king 8 offsuit, king 6 suited, something like that. I don't think he would have folded any pair. And there were 3-handed, so the likelihood of him having a big hand is also very small.
Leo raises it up to 150, and Greg folds. So Leo getting very
I did
active
have a
the
queen,
last
by the
couple
way.
of hands.
Huh?
I had a queen in the hand before.
You had a queen?
Queen.
I didn't have no ace queen. That's good, because I actually had a queen in my hand.
Players are still separated. Leo with just about a little over $1 million. Greg a little over $2 million, and Philip Tom just a little under $3 million.
Picking up those couple of chips helped Leo out. Now he has a dangerous stack. And he can just shove all in on top of the raise, and it's totally correct.
So we're going to have 2 to the flop. Phil and Greg. We got a jack, an 8, and a 3, 2 spades. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. We get a check and a bet.
An overbet again. Previously in a pot against Leo, blind versus blind, when Tom was in the small blind, he bet 150,000 to a 95,000 pot, and he got a call out of Tom and folded. When he bet again 300,000 to a 450,000 pot when a jack peeled on the turn, an overcard, and now he overbets on that board. He likes the overbet.
I did that on purpose.
What'd you do on purpose?
I won a hand.
You won the hand on purpose?
Yeah, it's my first hand I've won since dinner.
Bullshit.
It is the first hand I've won since dinner.
There's no fine for that, is there?
No, that's not quite excessive celebration. That'd be just pure old profanity. Greg Mueller opening the button. 30,000, slightly above 2.5 times the big blind. Again, he's testing. He's testing Leo. He's trying to see if he can pick him off when he wants to reshove on. And he moves all in.
And Leo's pushing all in. Well, Greg said, I'm going to have to call you at one point, but again, it's not now. He's gone all in twice and has not been called either time.
These pots hurt. It's gone from Mueller having $2 million to Wolpart jumping up to $1.2 million, Mueller dropping down to $1.8 million. If this happens a couple more times, it's anybody's game who can win.
I think it's anybody's game anyway.
Yeah, sure.
Philip Tom still with the chip lead with $2.9 million. Mueller with 1.8 and Wolpert with 1.2. Tom has announced a raise. Well, this 150,000 raise is not called. 25 and 50 of the blinds, 5,000 of the antes, 90,000 in dead money.
Leo's starting here with the button. Shot of the Quorum gold bracelet. Very beautiful piece of jewelry. I'm not a jewelry fan myself, but if I was, I'd definitely take up on that. If I ran good enough to get there with him, sure.
It's more than just a piece of jewelry. It's a identification with who you are. You're a champion. So Phil's going to get a walk. That pushes him over $3 million in chips.
You're going to get more civil in your old age, huh?
I had nothing. I mean, can't just come in raising with nothing.
Here's
Tom's
your
smiling,
chip leader.
He's laughing. He's the chip leader.
Greg will start his hand with the button. He will be first draft. He votes over to Phil from the small block.
Raise.
He announces a raise.
A raise from Philip Tom.
150 total.
Blind versus blind, right into Leo Wolpart. It's a very good chance he's going to ship a hair again.
Leo Holt. Phil will win this spot.
So Phil takes down the antes and the blinds. Phil from living right here in Las Vegas. Cashed out on the World Series of Poker mixed hold'em limit, no limit event. Now what is a limit, no limit event?
Half the orbits are a certain amount of hands they play limit, and after they finish those specific amount of hands, they switch to no limit. And in between, when they have the limit, there are no antes. Actually, no, I think they may keep or may not keep antes, but after those hands are over, they switch to a specific level of no limit blinds with antes. So the thing that's tricky about it is at a final table of a mixed event, when it hits to limit, the blinds are so excessive that you really don't want to hit the blind right when they switch to limit, because it's such a huge percentage of your stack.
Well, we got Leo and Greg. Leo bets 50 and a raise from Greg. And he didn't hesitate. That gets Leo out. So Greg picks up 110,000, raises his stack to 1.8 million. Still trailing Philip by about 1.3 million. And Leo's contingency is still in full voice.
with a limp pot blind versus blind. Greg is limped in.
Well, we got a pair of 10s and a king of spades. Turn card's a deuce of hearts. 50,000 is Greg's bet, and Phil folds.
Greg Mueller's going to start with the button on this end. Leo's big blind. He's raised it twice and he's folded to a shove twice, and we're going to see what happens again, because the chance of Greg folding this button is like 1 in 6 times he'll fold it. Maybe less. I mean, knowing that Tom will only call if he has a decent hand and re-raise if he has a big one is enough incentive for him to raise anything. Oh, wow.
Wow, that's something
Eating
rare.
My words. Eating my words. He must have had complete napkins.
Complete napkins.
Yeah, napkins.
Like a 2-3 offsuit.
Like when people say they're playing rags, well, napkins is a different term tournament players use. So yeah, like 7-3 offsuit napkins.
Jack 4 queen is the flop, and then the 8 of spades on the turn. 150 is the bet. Leo makes the call, which is a substantial portion of his stack. About 15%.
Whenever Tom delays his continuation bet, Leo calls with any pair. He could have a 4 here.
This time Phil checks.
I don't see what Leo would call with that he, was going to bet the river with.
He could push it all in here.
He could, but I mean, he's calling because he has value. I think he might have a straight, or he might, because it's blind versus blind, he might have river 2 pair with like a jack deuce. About 300,000.
250,000 and a call. Pair of jacks.
Queen, baby.
And a queen for Philip Tom. So a beat there for Leo Wolpert, and Philip Tom sticks a harpoon into Leo. That cuts his chip stack in half.
I'm not too sure about the value bet there.
Little V-Town, huh, kid?
I was trying. Took myself to V-Town.
That's a loss of, as you see, 455,000 on one hand. That leaves him with 585.
Yeah, and he's sitting with about 11 BBs now. And I guess he's going to have to ship it in. He hurt himself really bad with the bet on the river there. He could have given himself much more leverage if he just waited. There's nothing wrong with checking the river. Betting there, he has to assume he's being called by a pair of 8s or worse, because he has no kicker. He has a 3 kicker.
So he announces a raise, Philip does. That gets Leo to go, and Greg will stay in. Flop is an ace, king, 8.
Mueller's defending his big blind against a button raise of Tom.
200,000.
A quick announcement of 200,000. Sign of weakness, usually. And it's less than half, it's about half the pot.
Well, he didn't draw anything from Greg, and now Philip Tom is over 3.7 million in chips.
Mucking those very, very gently. Bluff me, huh?
Raising 33% of 156 hands pre-flop. 3-handed, 21% of the hands is not that much, though, so he is the least aggressor in this 3-handed match right now.
Oh, Philip Tom forcing the action. Leo folds from the button. $175 is the raise from Greg.
Blind versus blind, Greg likes to pump it up 3.5 times the big blind against Tom. He wants to price him out so he doesn't call with complete trash every time. A re-raise.
A re-raise from Philip Tom. Oh, hold on now. What is the level of the re-raise? He needed 125 to call.
350.
And he's raising it up to 350.
Almost a min raise. Roughly about 2.3 times his raise.
He's not going to get a call, but he's going to collect a fair amount of chips in the process. So Philip Tom trying to grab a hold of this table and strangle his two opponents. He takes now to almost $3.9 million.
It's very surprising that he would only raise that much and Greg would snap fold when he still has over 30 big blinds. It tells me that Greg picked up on the fact that when Tom raises that much amount, it means a huge hand that there's no reason to call because he's going to be out of position and he's drawing to very few outs because he's against a huge pair.
Can you call for more cocktails, boss, please?
Can we get cocktails to the final table area, please? Cocktails to the final table area.
Greg Mueller on the button. Hoping for his cocktails. I'd hold on, though, because Tom is taking all the chips. By the time the cocktail comes, you might find yourself broke.
Well, Philip is forcing the action. $150 is the raise and not getting a call, so Philip Tom's Express is going right through the middle of town. He's up near $4 million in chips, 2/3 of the chips in play. You can see what Philip has done in the last 10 hands, almost $1 million in chips.
Leo with 10 big blinds now. Blinds 25,000, 50,000 to 5,000 ante. 75K dead money in the pot. Almost an increase of 20% to his stack.
Did you look, Leo?
Ship it.
Leo shoves all in. This is the third time
I don't even think this guy looked.
with Greg. And Greg doesn't even think that Leo looked at his cards.
That's a good start for you. And a king.
And Leo shoots back with, well, that's a good start for you.
I call.
He's calling.
He calls.
King 3, king deuce. He's got king 3, I got king deuce. It's a chop unless we hit our pair. I mean,
King deuce and king 3.
he's short. I know he's moving in with any two. He's like the MX, you know, online wizard.
Greg Mueller babbling some nonsense, but found himself in a decently favorable situation, calling the king high.
Imagine winning this hand with a pair of deuces.
Dude, suck up.
Flop is queen of hearts, ace of spades, 8 of hearts. No change.
Dewey. Dewey.
It is the 5 of diamonds.
5 of diamonds. The only way it's not a chop pot now is if one of them pulls a deuce or a 3.
Dewey.
And it is a deuce. Oh man. I said, wouldn't this be a hoot if a guy wins the hand with a pair of deuces? And Leo Wolpert gets knocked out at the hands of a pair of deuces. Can you imagine?
Very frustrating time for Leo of the Bad Beats crew, but everything has come to an end and he played well. And now it's up to Mr. FBT versus Mr. Phillip.
Hey, Danny, get ready to collect the.
Monster with 3.945 million.
We've got him doubled right now, just about. Leo Wolpert collects $187,812. But can you imagine, I mean, the way these guys have been playing all night, and to win a hand with a pair of deuces, that meant so much.
3-outer on the river. When the turn came out, it was 7% chance of hitting, and he got there. And that's poker.
You were the guy I was.
Well, is that an omen for Greg Mueller?
Did you?
Yeah.
Perhaps. I hope it's not, because now Mr. Greg Raymer's free-rolling on me.
Your guy is out, and he picked Mueller?
Yeah.
Well, but he's got to win, all right?
Mm-hmm. So if Philip Tom wins, I break even.
So here's your new chip count, and you can see it's just about 2-1. Philip Tom with the advantage. Mind-boggling to win a hand with a pair of deuces. Very funny. He said one of these days I'm going to call you, and he did on the third time that he went all in, Leo.
Yeah.
Jack 10-7, 2 spades. And Greg now feeling it a little bit, bets 100,000. He's going to take it down. I mean, quite simply, Greg is one hand short of the chip lead.
2.1 to like 3.9.
Howard David and Khan here in Las Vegas at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. So Greg trying to force the issue here now a little bit.
It's interesting. Tom limps the button and Greg raises as expected. But even though he's raised the pot and has the lead, Tom has position, and heads up position is so vital.
3-5 jack, 2 diamonds. Turn card is the 8 of clubs. Both players check again as we go to the river. And the queen of spades. Greg bets a stack of chips. Looks like 300, 400, 500,000.
A quick bet and an over bet. But I think Greg has figured this out, and he's doing this with more than just a queen. Perhaps a set of 8s.
So Greg wins the pot, playing the aggressive hand there, and he ups his count to 2.2 million. Philip Tom, though, still in command with 3.7. One guy's going to walk away with 473,000, the other with 298. And the 478,000 winner is going to also bring home some lovely jewelry.
Phil will start his hand with the button, and Greg will start his hand with the button. He raises, makes an additional 125,000. Cocktails are on the way.
Raise.
Well, Philip comes in with a raise.
A raise, and he has a bit of movement in his eyebrows. Tell perhaps.
Makes it a total of 250,000.
Raises it up to 250.
Excitement. 300K raise, slightly
so
under
little?
2.5
God, are
times
you
the
kidding
raise.
me? 125 more? I mean, you're just begging for me to call? I mean, this is weird. I almost want to fold this piece of cheese.
Just after announcing he has a piece of
I
cheese.
can't, though.
And
I
then
mean, you
he's gonna
wrote me
call
in.
anyway. Not exactly the smartest.
got what
thing.
you
That
wanted.
means on a low kind of board, he'd be able to deduce exactly what Greg has.
610,000 pre-flop pot. Now both players check. So we've got a king, a deuce, a 3, and a 7.
Phil checks. Greg bets 300,000.
300,000 is Greg's bet. Do we have a check raise coming from Philip Tom?
Check twice, then check raise. Perhaps a set of kings. If he check raises. If he check calls, I'm going to put him on like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. He's thinking. He folds. Must have been ace queen.
So Greg takes down 305,000 and moves ever so closer to Philip Tom, now with 2.6 million in chips. And Philip Tom with 3.4.
Can you give me 2 bottles of water, and then take care of whatever they want over there, and I'll pay you. Okay? Bring them all a drink. How much?
As long as Greg is picking up the check for drinks, we should get a couple.
Yeah, seriously. Tom limping the button again. Mueller's going to go for a raise out of position again. Strategy seems to be pretty simple. He's inflating every pot and just betting Tom out post flop, so he's chipping him down consistently. If Tom needs to win, he's going to have to hit, because it's pretty clear that his game plan is failing.
8, 4, 10, all red, all hearts.
And Tom going for a quick bet here. Carefully counts each chip, then he bets it out instead of... Might be a huge hand for him here.
225 is the bet.
Half the pot bet. Looks like Greg's going for a check raise here. Probably at least 700,000.
Raise it.
Greg raises.
$650 to go for Philip Tom.
It's pretty clear Greg is going with his hand. He's put in about 4 times the raise, the bet amount as a check raise, committing almost about roughly half a stack, pre-flop and flop total. The funny thing about Tom is that he could have a monster hand, and he'll still like take forever on it, even though he knows he's getting called. Very nerve-wracking for him. This is his moment. For my sake, I hope.
I think that was from Jekyll and Hyde. This is the moment.
Mm-hmm. He was very intent on playing this pot.
1.450.
Well, he's asking Greg what his stack is. He's got him covered.
I'm all in.
I was expecting that.
Oh, no.
So Philip Tom pushes all in.
What a move. And what I can't believe is how Greg has put in about 2/5 of his stack into this pot, and he's considering folding. This should be a snap call if he was doing this as for value. So it appears that Greg has caught himself in a pickle, and he was bluffing.
What a move by Philip Tom. What a move. Well, that changes things dramatically, doesn't it? He just picks up 1.1 million in chips, and Philip Tom, off that move, has now raised his chip stack to 4.5 million, leaving Greg Mueller with $1.5 million.
The problem with what Greg was doing there was that if you really want your opponent to believe you have something, you don't check the flop after raising a pre-flop. You bet, and then you bet again. It's the best credible way that you would play a monster. You know, I mean, are you always going to check then check raise a monster? I don't think so. He's been checking a lot of his hands, so if he's doing that and he has it, I like it. But as a bluff, I don't like it.
And Philip now trying to put his foot down on the gas as he announces a raise, and Greg doesn't even hesitate. He folds.
4.5 million, roughly 90 big blinds.
It's more than that now. It's almost 4.6 to 1.4. 1.5 almost. Maybe Philip Tom is starting to feel it there. Getting close enough to taste it.
He's been limping the button, and he's been calling raises, but he's playing positional poker well.
We got a 6-8-10. Both players check. And the ace of diamonds gets $75,000 from Greg. Phil makes the call. And the river is a 5 of clubs.
Queen high.
Both players check. King high is good.
King high versus
King high versus queen high.
Appears that he called a flop bet with king high, and he held. FVT not in his normal aggressive mode, betting the flop and just giving up.
Philip Tom now with 4.7 million in chips. Greg Mueller 1.3. Two players heading in opposite directions.
A little rattled now.
Tough to play this game when you always have the best hand.
And he doesn't really know that. I mean, from the amount of aggression I've seen from Philip Tom throughout this day, I'm confident that he's capable of bluffing.
Ten 6-4 rainbow, 3 different suits. So Philip will take down another antes and blinds.
Greg is chipping down, and Tom has him down on the field. He has him where he wants him. Now it's just a matter of playing an all-in pot very soon. That one pot was so crucial. The check raise and folding to Philip's shove was everything. 2/5 of his stack gone on that pot. 2.5 million down to 1.5 million. Tom's announcing a raise confidently.
So Greg makes the call, and we'll take it to another flop.
310,000 chip pot.
Ace 9-5.
Greg's getting pretty short here.
Both players check. 2 spades on the board. And a 10 of diamonds.
Perhaps he's checking behind an ace for deception.
200,000 is Philip's bet.
Delay continuation bet.
Greg makes the call. And the river's another ace. And Philip shows him a 10, aces and 10s,
This
and
kind of
that's
reminds
good
me,
enough.
It kind of reminds me about the heads up that Greg Mueller was in against Steve Bilirakis in the mixed event last year. He kept complaining about how Steve was always getting the better hand against him. But I think what Greg doesn't realize is that his style ends up with people that are going to conflict with him with a lot of marginal hands. So if he keeps going to showdown, he's going to keep, talking about how the other person's lucky. The real skill is getting your opponent to fold without going to showdown.
Here's, since heads-up play, you see how 2 players have gone in completely different directions. One's headed north-northeast, the other one's heading south-southeast.
So you can see that Mueller is dropping down a bit, and he's now under $1 million. If he plays a pot, he's going to have to move all in on top of a raise. He can open raise himself, or he can limp. If I were him, I'd probably just play limp pot poker unless I had big hands. Or I'd do it with big hands as well.
Last 5 hands have been unkind to Greg Mueller. There's what they're playing for, as well as a lot of money.
The glory, the money, everything. Check pot 110,000 chips. Greg Mueller has 845,000.
9 of hearts, 6 of spades, 9 of clubs, rainbow. 50,000 is Greg's bet.
You're that good, huh?
Honorable fold.
The object is when you lose a little. When you win a lot.
Everything's going well for Tom. The one pot he played, he won the big one. He may lose a bunch of small ones, but he won the massive one. He knows.
Pot he did win was for over $1 million. 1.1, I recall.
Bill will start his hand with the button and the action.
Tom with the button here. Standard openness to limp. We have Mr. Leo. And if it's okay with you, I'd mind if you'd like to come in with a little bit of commentary.
Come on in. Let's make sure the microphone's on.
Testing.
Here you go.
Yeah, works well, Leo. This is Howard, David.
Leo, congratulations on the. I know you didn't want to finish this way, but you're going to get to watch the two guys you just sat with as we see the river cards of 5 of hearts.
I haven't seen the rest of the action on this hand, so I don't really have anything to say about it.
So Philip Tom will collect the pot and now move his stack to 5.1 million. The tenor of the three-way. Long time ago, it looked like you were going to be the guy, and your boy Conover had you as the winner from the beginning, but unfortunately it didn't work out.
Well, there were a few spots where I kind of spazzed out some chips. I made a very marginal call against Greg Mueller when he had the flush. There were a lot of kind of wayside clean out that you'd be bumping, especially if they had like a naked diamond that was just trying the second row. So I had a bluff catch a hand, and unfortunately was bluffed. So I guess that's the kind of thing that'll happen to me.
Tell us more about.
Players are left. We have the flop has come up 3 and 2 tens.
If you haven't seen,
bets 150,000.
Mueller's been getting absolutely annihilated. They played one pot where it was a raised pot, and Mueller checked to check raise on a 10-8 X board, all hearts, and then Tom tanked for 2 minutes and he shoved, and Mueller folded after check raising the flop, and he lost 2/5 of his stack, and then he lost 2 small pots, and he went from $2.5 million down to $840,000.
That's an awful lot of stack to lose, especially if the lot of stack to check raise fold there. He must have had total error.
What's a pair look like?
I mean, maybe he's just getting, nothing cards, nothing flops. At the start of this, I've always thought Greg Mueller is a very good player. He's always played position very well, especially against me in previous tournaments. So I thought he'd be one of my tougher opponents, and he proved to be. He took me to Valleytown pretty seriously.
Leo, this is your biggest payday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been my biggest payday, live or online. So I'm pretty pleased with how it went.
Tell us more about the Bad Beats crew.
Oh, Bad Beats crew is just a bunch of people from the internet, play poker online, and talk to each other about hands and.
I think Greg Mueller has just pushed all in with 7, 8, 9, 2 hearts.
Pushed all in on a 400,000 chip raise pot preflop.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get a fold. All right.
Tom wants to call her.
You don't often see the guys bring the cards up to here. And,
we have a showdown now.
He calls.
That's surprising.
Pair of 8s. Jack, pair of jacks.
With me, Howard, David, Khan, and Leo, we're watching all in action here for the finale of this tournament.
He has 10-8 here?
Well, keep in mind he's got 8-6, so he's got an open-ended straight draw. But if a 10 comes up, then Greg has got the biggest straight.
Ooh, he's going to need an 8, a 6, or a 5.
5 ball.
Or
I thought that was 5 for a second.
And so Greg Mueller has doubled up.
Misdeal, and that's from the crowd.
1, 2, 3, 4. 95, yeah, you can count.
Not a bad call by Philip.
Very easy call. If he's playing a hand like that, that's the flop you go broke with.
Oh, yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, what are you looking to hit besides a monster like a full house?
So 840,000 goes over to Greg Mueller, and that takes him to 1.6.
So, Leo, is there anybody from the Bad Beats crew that you want to make a shout out to?
Make a shout out to Jay Carver. Jason Somerville, he had to fly back to New York today, so he couldn't bear the sweat, but he's probably watching this on the internet somewhere. And let's see, Steve O'Dwyer, Mr. Jim Com.
A.K.A. Hero.
A.K.A. the Hero. Let's see. I'm afraid to mention more names because I'm afraid I'll forget people.
Yeah.
You know.
What's the slogan that you guys are running with now?
Bad Beats Crew, what it do?
What it do?
What it do? Like Paul Wall, the rapper.
What it do?
What it do?
So did you check with your English professor before you came up with that slogan?
No, I did not. I wasn't an English major. I was a computer science major.
Okay,
so.
that's good. That's
I have
good.
an excuse.
Are you you're from Fairfax, Virginia?
That's correct.
So what are you doing with the Mets hat on?
I've always been a Mets fan my entire life. My dad's a Mets fan. Mom's a Mets fan.
Good.
Guess it's in my genes.
So after making $300,000, what are now your plans for the World Series and poker in general?
Well, basically free rolling now. Play many more events. Probably not any of the events like, I don't know, I'm not so good at split games, and I don't think I'd want to blow 50K in the horse event. But this would probably allow me to play some more Parliament Omaha events, most of the Hold'em events as well.
1.6.
I was looking forward to playing the Heads Up event, the 10K, because I've been playing Heads Up online, mostly Heads Up cash games the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. That's where I've been making most of my money online. So I feel pretty confident about how I can play Heads Up. And I was going to buy into that anyway, but I guess now it's a lot easier decision now that I have the money to spare.
Awesome. Leo, good job.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you stopping by.
Thanks a lot.
Leo Wolpert is our third-place finisher, wins a nice chunk of change in the process. As we go back to Heads Up between Philip Tom and Greg Mueller.
Here, boss, come here.
It just got a little bit tighter, although there's still a 2.5 to 1 chip lead for Philip Tom.
Can you get me a water there, Rick?
Question is, can he retain that or improve upon it?
That's his plan. You know, if he has to keep going to the bathroom, he might as well make Tom keep going to the bathroom. 1.68 million in chips versus 4.3 million in chips. He's made a comeback. He doubled up with the jacks against 8-6 on a 9-8-7 board. Practically a coin flip situation.
So here's the flop, and it's a rainbow flop. 3 different suits, 10 of spades, jack of hearts, deuce of diamonds.
He bet and he pulled it back so quick as if Mueller snap folded, but the camera shot didn't show us
Phil
that.
didn't bet shit, okay?
But
I just folded.
pretty obvious. And confirmation from outside sources, Greg Mueller did snap fold. He's picking a better spot.
Our crack staff sitting back in the studio is another shade past Spider-Man.
Well, I hope it wasn't Spider-Man 3 because that's a pretty bad-looking shade. Not as bad as Starship Troopers 2, though.
Sequels rarely work. Rarely. I mean, I just saw the Indiana Jones movie recently.
Didn't like it?
You got to be kidding me.
I heard bad things, but if it's coming from you, Howard, I guess I won't watch it.
It's you got to take it from what it's presenting. What it's presenting, it's tongue in cheek, but it's too long. I mean, I like Harrison Ford. I think he's terrific, but the movie was like most of them. The first one was great. The rest of them have been a little far-fetched.
I heard there's like aliens and what's like giant space saucers and stuff.
It's tough. No, it's not. At one point in the movie, you see what it amounts to as a spaceship, but it's a very minor part of the movie.
Oh, okay.
It's ridiculous.
I still trust you. I won't watch it.
Like, you know that Indiana Jones hates snakes. Okay, so there's one scene with a snake that they use as a rope to try to get him out of a bad spot. And I said, that's all. They're using a snake as a rope. It's time for me to go to the bathroom. So here come these two players. Heads up to the flop. We got a 9, jack and a trade, 2 diamond. Actually, a rainbow. 5 of hearts on the turn.
I believe in Tom. I want Tom to win because I don't want to pay $100 to Mr. Greg Raymer. And Mueller calling off. A check raise.
I've seen guys, and as you have, seen guys that are completely dominant, and then all of a sudden a couple of bad hands and it goes south. Andy blocked a couple of years ago in the horse game, had a major league 4-1 lead on Chip Reese, and the late Chip Reese turned the game completely around and won.
Wow.
What a comeback.
Chip Reese, honorable, the best player ever to. Oh, we're all in here. And there's a call.
Going all in.
He's got me.
And looks like Philip Tom with ace, jack, and Greg with jack 8. So
Greg
Philip Tom's got
8.
the best hand for now.
Even if he gets sucked out, we will be even in chips. But unless he improves an 8, the match is over, and we have a new World Series of Poker champion.
Unless if there's an 8, that changes things. It's a king of diamonds.
We have a champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Champion.
Philip Tom takes it all. He takes the bracelet, he takes the money, he takes the pride, and he takes down a great opponent at it.
So Philip Tom from right here in Las Vegas pockets $478,000.
Live at the Rio, it was great. Me and Howard running the show, running the commentary, with all the great action that went on.
And you didn't lose 100.
And I didn't lose 100.
And that's the most important thing at the end of the night.
I wish I could text ha 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 to Mr. Greg Raymer.
I don't know if that's a good idea. For 100, you can't rub it in for 100.
Oh, you got it.
You got bragging rights.
The less the money, the better.
I believe that. But Philip Tom is your winner. Greg Mueller will be the runner-up. He will pocket $298,638. For Philip Tom, a guy that has just won the 11th event in the World Series of Poker. He also gets the coveted World Series of Poker bracelet, and that's everything aside from the money.
Absolutely a great moment in time for him. And the second time Greg Mueller has faced the fate of getting second and missing out on a bracelet. Last year, heads up against Steve Bilirakis, a.k.a. Mr. Smokey, won on PokerStars in the mixed event 1500. And now heads up against Philip Tom in the $5,000 shootout, triple shootout format. And he scored for $298,000 against Philip Tom's $477,990.
So at the beginning of the day, we said that, Greg Mueller really had the most experience of all of these players. And he winds up as the favorite to win here today. And he came close. It looked like he was going to make still another run. He came back a couple of times when things didn't go his way. But he's been at the top of the heap for most of this day, and he ran into a guy who just beat him.
Sometimes it happens like that. Heads up with a limited amount of chips, you make your moves, and it was clear that Greg Mueller entered the heads up as a deficit 2 million to 4 million chips, but he built up to almost 3 million from playing his game and playing and trying to outplay him. But there's only so much he could do. He runs into a bigger hand, top pair versus better kicker. Stuff happens. I'm pretty sure Greg wasn't intentionally trying to lose. He did what he could, and that's the name of the game. Heads up in a tournament.
Enjoyed working with you. We'll do it again.
You too.
6 million chips go to Philip Tom's side of the table, and he wins the World Series of Poker bracelet. We'll come back and talk to Greg. We'll come back and talk to Phil after these words.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block. And I'm
I'm
a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform. Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block. And I'm
a part of the
PPA, a member of the PPA.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform. Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. bwin, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
Came pretty close this time and still walked away with a fair amount of money. Unfortunately, not the bracelet.
Actually, there was an eighth in between. So, I mean, yeah, it's getting old here, final tables, and I got to tip my hat off to Phil. He played great, but I still thought I was the favorite coming in and took charge right away without getting any hands. I was very happy with how I played. I built my stack up to $2 million, and, you know, all day I didn't really get too many hands. Thought I played good, and just didn't close the deal.
Well, I mean, you got it up over $2 million at one point. Then I think you took one bad beat, but then made your way back. You were near the top of the heap all day.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too low. I didn't want to play all in poker, so I just kept getting on the saddle. Every time I got low, I'd come in stealing blinds. But there's only so much you can do without cards, I think, especially when you're playing short-handed. People are just going to call you down, and if you can't show a hand, you know, it gets frustrating, but that's poker, I guess.
Yeah, well, they say that good players win sometimes even without cards, and you're living proof of that, the way you hung in there today.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I was really happy with my performance. I mean, I ran it up, took charge with literally no hands, and then I guess I made some bluffs and got caught, and, you know, poker trying to win, do the best I can, but it is really frustrating because I really want that bracelet.
Well, you're a competitor, you know, one-time hockey player. You always want, as long as they're keeping score, you want to win.
It's exactly right. I mean, it's more so about the bracelet than the money. Not that I don't need the money, I do, but, you know, the bragging rights of being a world champion is probably more important to me, to be honest with you. Like you said, it's that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
In this year's 5,000 shootout, we'll come back and.
Hey guys, Aaron Coscarelli.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. xvid, the world's biggest online gaming platform.
A Ferrari, would you put low-octane fuel in it? Of course not. Treat your body like the high-performance machine it was meant to be. Increasing your body's natural production of testosterone makes your body run at optimum levels. What does this mean to you? More brain power, less fat, and more energy. Increased mental acuity will enhance your performance at work and at play. Work smarter, play harder, and feel better. Supercharge your mind and body with Gamma O.
Congress needs to take notice. They are intent on making poker playing illegal.
This is just a bad law.
We just can't stand for that.
The PPA is the group that's going to fight for your right to continue to play poker.
If they take away our right to play poker, what's next?
It's important that our rights are protected.
You have so much power in your hands, and the PPA facilitates that.
I'm Chris Ferguson.
I'm Jennifer Harmon.
Andy Block. And I'm
a part of the
PPA. A member of the PPA.
Millions of people around the world might say, I'm better than you. But are they bluffing? Play for real. xvid, the world's biggest online gaming platform. Millions of people.
Well, we have a new champion in the 5,000 shootout, and it's obviously a popular champion. He is Philip Tom. Congratulations, Phil. Well done.
Thank you so much. I can't believe this is happening, but here I am. So.
Well, there's no question about the way you played, and you beat a very good player in Greg, and you beat a very good player in Leo, and you beat 3 other good players as well in a short-handed game like this, 6 hands. You got to be good and a little bit of luck thrown there as well. But the way you played, I mean, you got very aggressive towards the end, particularly in heads up. Yeah,
The way it happened early on, I mean, I didn't even get a card cards I could even bluff with a straight face. But I was getting pretty good cards there, especially when we got heads up. I mean, you know, ace nines and king jacks and stuff like that, where I felt like I could raise and probably defend it if he re-raised. But no, I'm still in total shock. I mean, I've been playing this game for a long time, and a lot of my friends are going to find it tough to be around me for a while because I'm probably going to have to show that bracelet to them. But no, this is wonderful. I mean, I'm having the time of my life.
Let's talk about one hand in particular. You made a monster re-raise when the 3 hearts came out on the board. What did you have?
I had the king of hearts and middle pair at an 8. And I was really trying to test Greg there because I think he might have had a 10, but he might have had a bad kicker, and I think he was either afraid that I hit my hearts. I mean, I was pretty sure he didn't have he didn't flop the flush, but I thought about it a long time because I thought, well, maybe Impey did hit the 10. I think he's going to drop it unless he has a king or ace with it. But yeah, that was probably my best play of the tournament.
Turned out to be a defining moment. And speaking of defining moments, Robbie Thompson to your right has got a little something to present to you that goes very nicely on your wrist.
Thank you. Thank you. Phil, it is my honor, on behalf of Harrah's Entertainment and the World Series of Poker, presented to you by Milwaukee's Best Light, I present you with your first gold bracelet. Congratulations. Job well done, sir.
All right, Robbie, thank you. Are you guys going to wear this like a day apiece or something? You guys are so into this bracelet. Or you just want to go party with Phil? Is that the deal? Yeah, I figured that. So I think you're going to go through a pretty big tab tonight is what I'm guessing.
I've already started. I bought them dinner, and they accepted it quite freely, and I think they want Dom Perignon tonight. So.
You certainly couldn't do worse. We go to the rest of this tournament now, what's your next game? What are you looking forward to do now? And now you just want to just enjoy this moment, and tomorrow's just another day.
I think I'm going to try to play as many tournaments as I can while I'm hot. I cashed in the first event I played in. I'm 2 for 4 right now, and so I want to see if it keeps going. I mean, this format of the shootout probably fits my game better than any.
Why?
Well, I don't have as much experience, I think, as a lot of the players because almost who's of poker was in this thing, 3 days ago, and I think if they, I think if they're moving tables and everything, it gives me a better chance of maybe trying to even the format a little bit up because I'm just playing against people I think with a heck of a lot more experience, but I don't know. I've had friends of mine who can't beat me in the home games. And they're telling me that this is my specialty, but winner take all on the table. That's how we do it at home. So there's one tomorrow, and I may have to play in it.
Well, from one guy with 2 first names to another guy with 2 first names, congratulations, well done.
Well, the 2 first name guys are always the smartest. You know that, don't you?
That's it. Philip Tom is the champion, 5,000 shootout, and has a huge supporting cast over there. So for my man Khan and for all of us at ESPN 360, I'm Howard David. Thanks for watching, and here's your new champion.
Double up the deal. Kramer wins it all. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! I can dodge bullets, baby.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
There it is. Doyle's done it. This is the greatest tournament in the world.
The 2008 World Series of Poker on ESPN360.com is brought to you by bwin. Play for real at the world's biggest online gaming platform.